This, but I know for my cock up. It's more than I need inside. Ungrateful people now.
Anywhere I go, mo láti padà sílé mi. Cause mama mi wọ́n wà nílé mi. I no want me person tell me say I'm too lazy. Olúwa bọ̀nà ọ̀flẹ̀lẹ̀ ni. As I dey hustle, like I dey bayo okun lazy. No go talk say me I too lazy. Anywhere I go, mo láti padà sílé mi. Cause mama mi wọ́n wà nílé mi. Funkilla. I go show you wonder what it wonderful. You no go believe wetin wan happen. No disturb us when the gbedu wan catch you. Like you dey sleep, but this one pass you. Hunger. At the gbedu don start conjure. From your feet all over conjure. With somebody that I conjure. Cause I'm feeling it in my soul. Something is changing. Right in your face. Something they scratch me. Don't be like jazz. Bye, bye, bye. Anywhere I go, mo láti padà sílé mi. Cause mama mi wọ́n wà nílé mi. I no want me person tell me say too lazy. Olúwa bọ̀nà ọ̀flẹ̀lẹ̀ ni. As I dey hustle, like I dey bayo okun lazy. No go talk say me I too lazy. Anywhere I go, mo láti padà sílé mi. Cause mama mi wọ́n
girl them. They can make a shwari. Kura kura, big girl them. Big girl them. They can make a shwari. Olówó láyé mọ́, yeah, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah, yeah, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayó. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayó. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. No time for them say, no matter what you get, they talk, I'm a logo upgrade. Upgrade, yo, upgrade. No matter what in them they check, no matter what in them they do, we go they throw away. We go they throw away, throw away. Everything done the pepper, with the eye on rose, then they high on check. My music bad, don't be 10-10. If you the dance shaku shaku, my lord Joby got there. Fine girls all over me, swing well and roll back. Pretty girl come over, you make it dance to the rhythm like bang, bang, bang. Olówó láyé mọ́, yeah, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah, yeah, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayó. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayó. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. We done the balling out, we done the cashing out. My pocket smiling now. Now we done the talk about. We done the balling out, we done the cashing out. My pocket smiling now. Now we done the talk about. The way you want, pursue mommy. I want a girl with a real body. The way she package, she could kill person. I wanna pay for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. For your Gucci body. Baby girl, for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. For your Gucci body. Señorita, for your Gucci body, yeah, yeah. Olówó láyé mọ́, yeah, yeah. Mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ọmọ méjì, yeah, yeah, yeah. Living la vida loca. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayó. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó. Designer lọ́mọ, ọmọ olóko ń jayó. Jẹ́ náwó, jẹ́ pawó.
You see she dey lonely, and she go like to boogie down on me. She dey relationship, but he don't ever keep her company. She say she dey lonely, and she go like to boogie down on me. She dey relationship, but he don't ever keep her company. She say she dey lonely, and she go like to boogie down on me. She dey relationship, but he don't ever keep her company. She say she dey lonely, and she go like to boogie down on me. She the relationship, but you don't have to keep it company. I don't follow you, but I saw you, you're looking so lovely. I sit down on a fish, I'm composed, but in your body. I don't follow you, but I saw you, you're looking so lovely. I sit down on a fish, I'm composed, but in your body. So if I said I want more, will you give me more? Well, let me know my phantom. Don't you send me no? Well, if I said I want more, will you give me some more of your love? Well, let me know my phantom. God, just let me know. So you go like to book it down on me.
Welcome back. You're still on Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And of course, do not feel pressure. The only pressure you should feel today is good vibes and good energy. That's all that should pressure you. But yes, talking about pressure, don't feel pressured. You are better than many people you admire. Omotola Jalade Ekende tells fans.
Are we not talking about if we're in love anymore?
About what?
If we're in love anymore.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, my bad, my guys. Yeah, we left them in thoughts that I got lost in thoughts. All right, so tell me. Yeah. So
Have I
you
ever
fallen
fallen
in
in
love?
love with-
Never have I ever fallen in love on first sight.
No, I have not. But I've had strong
Admire.
connection with someone, and that connection lasts for we end up having a proper thing and all of that. So I don't know if you call it that, where you know that okay, this person, there's something about you. But
Can we go to some? If you're below the age of 18, can you just do like this? We're about to tell you something. It's an artificial earphone, so just put your figure. We're about to tell you guys something. Are you telling me that you've never ever been in bed on the first date?
of course,
You have.
I have.
How about you? Never on the first date.
Nope.
But that's not love, is it?
it can be.
It can be.
It can be. Yes, sex is
you
not
don't
always
have-
lost. I mean, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's genuinely like
At
there is
first-
something beautiful. Yes. Do you know? Let me tell you the history of how I met my fiance. We were talking online for a long time. The first day I met him, we met at maybe like 11 a.m. I chilled. It was supposed to be a 30-minute thing. I chilled with this boy till it was 3 a.m.
Wow.
And I couldn't go home. And that was the first time, but like, and we did that for how many years now? Till now, and we're proposed now. We're engaged.
I love
So,
such story.
I would not advise it to any, like, that was my first time of ever doing that. But I think when you meet that person,
You just know.
you know,
You
like
just
the
feel it.
intellect, the mindset, everything. You feel
Something they
safe
change.
enough to even want to do that. And you know that this thing is going to last forever,
lifetime.
that you don't really, because it makes no sense when people say, I met one girl that said, according to her
That
religion,
laughter.
God said it's not a good thing, but then you can do it on the 5th day. It's like, Kini yato, guy, are
First
you
date,
doing
second
it? You're doing nothing. And men are a lot more complicated than just when you dish them food. Like, if they want to stay, they'll stay. If they don't want to stay, they wouldn't stay. Hold it for 90 days. Nobody cares, but yeah.
All right. So for love at first sight.
Nah.
Love at first sight.
Wait.
We moved to love. Don't worry. We left that subject matter.
I won't call it love, but I think I'll use what she said, like a connection with someone at first sight. Yes, I've had that connection with someone before. Even though I didn't let the person know, even today I didn't let the person know
Oh, wow.
that I actually, like you and everything, but I actually felt that strong connection with that person.
I can't really say I've been in love at first sight, but I can definitely tell you I've been in lust a lot of times.
Oh,
at first
yeah.
sight.
True.
I've definitely been in
Definitely.
lust at first sight, but love,
Yeah.
that one
That's a
I cannot
strong
say.
one now.
Because love is really, and for men, it's harder for us to really, adjust to that term love. For women, I think it's easier for you to just have that
Not
connection.
really, no.
Yeah, but I think a lot of women tend to fall in love faster than a lot of men.
Some
I don't
people just
think so.
confuse the
Don't you
love
think
and lust
women say I
together.
love you before a lot of men?
We gas!
You just gas.
We gas. A lot of women find it very hard to stay committed to one person, because for you to do that, you've decided that this is the best person for you. We take a long time to get there. I think we do.
Okay. Well, I've been in lust. They've all been in lust, but not in love. And yes, like I was saying, our story is on Omotola Jalade Ekende, who said, don't feel pressured. You are better than many people you admire.
I think this is actually quite obvious that people keep saying every day. Honestly, like, don't be pressured over what you see online. That's like you see someone that claims to be rich and have everything, and you find out that she went to take the picture in a hotel. That the house is not even her own.
Do you hear that people actually buy what's it called now? The
Bags of,
boxer
designers.
bag, designer bag, shoes and all that. They now have a place where they actually buy the boxes. Just
Wow.
because they want to take Instagram
Thank
posts and say
you.
we went shopping. And there's actually nothing in the
Inside
box.
that
So
bag.
you just see the boxes there and they just arrange it like I went shopping. So they sell boxes now.
Hi.
Just
We
like
cannot
what-
be rich.
That's a good business to start.
I
If
know,
you can't
right?
do
To
that,
buy
you-
boxes.
Even
Don't
this
start selling
PS5
boxes
that just
to
I
came
the-
used
out.
to trade with my boxes.
I'm telling you, I can go and start
Even this
selling
PS5
boxes.
that just came out, I saw a video online that the guy arranged like 4. There was nothing inside. He kept empty bottles of Coca-Cola inside, but he just kept it there as if he had 4 PS5. And you like, oh my god,
He has 4. It's sad though, but I totally agree with Omotola when she says to not be pressured. Because I've seen a lot of people that you see their life and you just think they have it all together. But when they open their mouth to tell you
Their
exactly what
problems,
they are
their
going through, their
issues.
problems, you'd be like, I'd rather not have your money and have my sanity than have your money and have your problems. Do you understand? So yes, I totally agree with Omotola.
I mean, I have to say the same as well. I think when we talk about like being pressured and stuff, like not being pressured, it's so easy to say, but it's not an easy thing to do. Like,
There's no
it's
way
not.
you'll be
It's
pressured.
not an easy thing
Especially
to
when you're in the
do.
same age bracket.
Yes, I remember when I was talking to a friend of mine. I think it was yesterday, and I was saying something like, something about marriage, and I was like, I don't. And I noticed that even my tone kind of changed, and I didn't realize until I said it that because when I first came back, I genuinely don't value marriage as anything that. Like, if I don't marry, I'll be just fine. Okay. But as soon as I've lived here for a while now, I'm beginning to catch myself valuing it more than I did when I first arrived. And that's because it is so rampant here. Everybody talks about it. You see everywhere, your parents and all of that. So when people say don't be pressured, like it's
easier said than done.
Sometimes it even happens unconsciously. And I think that's the same thing with pressure. Like when I came back to Nigeria, I was minimalist. Minimalist is a lifestyle that you try to have as little things as possible. And one of my motives was for environmental reasons. But first of all, it was an excuse of, my job, I need more clothes. No. But as soon as I started to interact more with Nigerians, and Nigerians are not minimalist in culture at all, which is kind of weird because the people that have the actual money don't even admire people with a lot of material. Like abroad, if in Australia, if you had things that Nigerians had, they will look at you like, is everything okay with you? Here, we don't have anything. But you see wardrobe that the shoe is now built into the wall, and there's layers of it, and girls have plenty hair, and plenty shoe, and plenty
somebody has the whole flats for his wardrobe.
That's why we don't have anything. We can't pay for rent. We don't own houses. We can't have a car. We can't have our own things and stuff. So I know there's a lot of pressure to be to give in to that thing. But I really want to, and this is me even taking my own advice here, you have to keep on fighting that thing on a daily basis. Sure. Like, I'm not going to give in. I'm not going to give in. I've never been a designer girl, like, ever. I've never been. I don't even like what they do with the environment, how they even get their clothes. Gucci exploits people in Africa from like now to tomorrow. So, I'm always trying to be conscious about that. So sometimes I even have to like slap myself and stuff. So I agree with Omotola, and I'm glad it's coming from someone like Omotola who is quite lavish in her own sense. True. So I'm not going to say that she wasn't even talking about herself as well, that you don't know my issues, so don't admire me. But yeah, I really like that.
I just want to touch about what you just said right now. Like, when you see someone on TV and you admire them, you don't know how they got to that situation. You don't know if you can do the exact same thing the person did to get to where the person is right now. And also, when you feel pressured, this is just me personally, if I see I'm getting feeling kind of jealous or envious of someone, I unfollow you on Instagram immediately. I'd rather not see you than to start feeling that way in my mind. So I think that is just the best thing right now.
Yeah, actually, cut them off. Keep your circle really safe. There's some people that I know that I'm like, babe, we started this thing together. Like, how are you? Like, so far. Yeah.
And then other people a lot of people need to realize that my race isn't your race. The people you know are not the same people I know. The opportunities you will have, it might take me 3 years to get those opportunities. The doors that are open for you may not be open for me until 5 years from now. Do you understand?
I was expecting a Yoruba quote at the end of that. Because he's always giving us like that. Oh, yeah.
Which means?
You not say.
How did she know what I was? No touching. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We don't know you that well yet. We live in the same compound.
I also knew what you wanted to say.
Oh Lord.
Agbalagbo.
Yeah, what she said.
Mamu agbalagbo.
Agbalagbo, she said.
Mamu agbalagbo.
That's what I said.
What'd you say?
What you said.
Anyways, guys, like I told you, we're all about having fun today. So we're not going to be boring you guys with a lot of talk. We're going to be jumping straight into the music again. But before I even let you guys enjoy the music, thank you for watching. You can join the conversation on social media with the hashtag Tea Time or tweet at us at Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on all our previous episodes, including this one, and all our exclusive contents by subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Alta TV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you go to my co-anchor, Ife Omai and Eniola, for keeping it real with me, and of course the entire production team. Thank you for watching Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ife Oshike. Enjoy these videos and just vibe. Feel it.
Mix Niger is famous.
Steady chasing on my grind, them are looking for me. They keep calling me, but I know they be. Oh Lord, every single day we give God the testimony. Whether they like it or not, say now we they lead, oh yeah. For life, me and my guess we no go manage. Everything you see no be package. We did the same book, not the same page. For life, me and my guys we go shut it down. Me and my guys we go bend it down. Yo, for life, no, for life, spotlight, yo, lamplight, yeah, for life, no, spotlight, yeah, for life. See, don't call me your party, cause my party know me well. Araye by me, cause everything they talk no make sense. What's that? They call me too close, make them stay back. One lay back. If you chop no cool, I know they shake. Steady chasing on my grind, they are looking for me. They keep calling me, but I know they be. Oh Lord, every single day we give God the testimony. Whether they like it or not, say now we they lead, oh yeah. For life, me and my guess we no go manage. Everything you see no be package. We did the same book, not the same page. For life, me and my guys we go shut it down. Me and my guys we go bend it down. Yo, for life, no, for life, spotlight, yo, lamplight, yeah, for life, no, spotlight, yeah, for life. Steady chasing on my grind, they are looking for me. They keep calling me, but I know they be. Oh Lord, every single day we give God the testimony. Whether they like it or not, say now we they lead, oh yeah. See your body like tomato. Body like tomato.
Fire. If I give you can fill up for your head, shoulder, knees and toes. Touch your toe. Pounds and dollars, everywhere good, anytime I shoot. Oh mommy, I'm in the mood. Come with your friends, make we go low. Make I spend some dough. No cap, you go feel up for your shoulder, knees and toes. Touch your toes. Girl, I say, now you there on this town. And I say, your back no day this ground. Today we go lay, the matter with the boss, my brain. Today we go lay, the issue with the boss, my brain. I know you wanna, in the water, in the sea. Down sound up, get bouncing up for me. Yes, you know the boy want you, honey. You got to give me what I need, baby. So far, my girl, you know you're bad, you know you sexy, got me feeling wavy, girl, you know you smart, you make a rude boy funny. I say wait, you know carry come, mama, you know carry go. Up and down, she whiny for the money, and she do the things, my decolo. When I give you, girl, you must know. If I give you can fill up for your head, shoulder, knees and toes, touch your toe. Pounds and dollars, everywhere good, anytime I shoot. Oh mommy, I'm in the mood. Come with your friends, make we go low. Make I spend some dough. No cap, you go feel up for your shoulder, knees and toes. Touch your toes. Can I say now you there on
Why?
You have to copy that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I got the game. Stone boy. Come to show them what I got. Hear me the copy I want today. Nobody can stop we now. See the love where we get it just the elevate. Virus can't got me now. See my software, it be up to date. Girl, you look so cool. Make me wanna give you all and more. I feel your love so true. Woman, that's all I'm looking for.
Fine, baby. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, baby. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
Come on. You got to know, say, now me be your karma. Oh.
Karma. Say you don't know, say now me be your karma.
Oh, karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma.
Oh, you gave me better, I go take, I'm full. I meet your papa, you go meet mine too. Them no give blessing, they go wrong, go hood. The thing they do me like a deja vu. You gave me better, I go take, I'm full. I meet your papa, you go meet mine too. Them no give blessing, they go wrong, go hood. The thing they do me like a deja vu. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me. Fine, baby. I know go 59, now you dey craze me.
Karma. You got to know, say, now me be your karma. Oh.
Karma. Say you don't know, say now me be your karma.
No. Alright then again, wine for me now, no. Baby, wine for me now, no. Good on, wine for me now, no. Bounce for me, wine for me. Karma. You got to know, say now me be your karma. Oh.
Why you laugh on me face? Why you look at me like that? You have to copy that. Yeah, man, copy that.
Welcome to Africa, where we dance and vibe. Too many for your body, we go spend tonight. Cause on this side, we can catch a vibe. Just free your mind, so you can feel alright. Who is in the, oh yeah, who is in the garden? Who is in the, oh yeah, who is in the garden? To Germany. This is the African way. You see that's your way. Cannot go to waste, oh yeah. Sisi Roma, come closer. I like the way you focus from your lyric bossa. When she doesn't make closer. Sisi Roma, come closer. I like the way you focus from your lyric bossa. When she doesn't make closer. Oh, who is in the, oh yeah, who is in the garden? To Germany.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
You're watching Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. I am Fumi Onwajefe. Today, we'll be focusing on activism across the continent. Not satisfied with certain issues and of course with ineffective leaders who aren't dealing with the crisis on the continent, a lot of people are coming together to find their own solutions and raise awareness. We start in Rwanda, where Freddie and Kayla have set up Media for the Deaf. Let's find out what that's about.
Freddie Rangira and Kalia Uwedegije have been campaigning for media inclusion of the deaf since 2014. According to the latest census, there are more than 30,000 people with hearing disorders in Rwanda. Yet few in the broader public are aware of the challenges that come with deafness.
The deaf community is among us the marginalized into even the disability movement. They are the one who are more marginalized than others.
The idea to launch Media for the Deaf came from a research project on how the media serves disabled people. The findings were alarming. With only one news program available in sign language, deaf people in Rwanda have extremely limited access to information.
After the recommendation I got, I said, what is my contribution or my solution to that problem that they are facing as someone who studied journalism and communication.
Today, the media team is preparing for the next video shoot for their #SignYourName campaign. Diane Gashumba, the Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, has agreed to participate. The two activists were inspired by the success of the recent Ice Bucket Challenge on social media.
I thought it would be easy, but it was difficult. But I was supported and it was good. It was a good experience.
The minister also promised further support for the team and their initiative down the track. 48 celebrities have already taken part, among them local artists, athletes and actors.
nshobora kuganira mu rurimi rw'amarenga. Ese kuki wowe utagerageza? Murakoze.
The group recently won a Young Rwandan Achievers Award for their efforts. Freddie is proud that all their work and commitment has been recognized.
And this is Keria in between receiving the award. On the left, it's the First Lady of Rwanda, Madame Jeannette Kagame, and Honorable Minister of Youth and ICT. This came at the right moment because it gave us the spirit of going on doing more of the advocacy work we are doing.
Media for the Deaf also plans to offer sign language workshops for journalists, as well as media training for deaf people. A difficult task because the young organisation is still struggling financially. So far, the 9 board members have had to pay all expenses out of their own pockets. But their success proves that good ideas don't need much to grow.
We challenge you.
Half of the African population lives in poverty. These people do not have access to basic human needs such as nutrition, clean water, shelter, and more. 47% of the African population is living on $1.90 or less, and 2 in 5 Africans are illiterate. Now let's bring that to perspective. In Kenya, poverty is the leading cause of teenage mothers, particularly from the ages of 14 to 16. Now, one young woman has started an interreligious school to encourage young girls who think that their education and in turn their lives are over because they became pregnant.
Every week, Mariam Masih visits this public school in Malindi. She doesn't want the school to be named. This is part of her program's strategy to protect the girls, Mariam says. The Kenyan Coast Interfaith Council of Clerics reintegrates teenage mothers into school. The teachers try to support these young girls aged between 14 and 16. They come from different religions, mainly Catholic and Muslim. This interreligious approach is of great importance to the different leaders in the Interfaith Council.
These interfaith clerics also, they have a common meeting where they all discuss, they sit down to discuss the issues of children, because when problems comes, they will not face a particular religion. They face each and every child from whichever religion that is.
Poverty is the main problem in this region. Young girls get lured by men offering to buy them simple items like sanitary towels. They get abused and become pregnant.
The parents would ask, if she goes back to school, who will take care of the children? And we were able to talk to these parents and show sense to them that these are still children and they need to be given an opportunity.
This argument finally convinced Pili Ramadhan to also let her daughter participate in the project. Her daughter is with the green scarf and didn't want to be filmed or named. We shall call her Shumi. Shumi is only 16, but already has a 1.5-year-old child. I was pregnant when I was still in school, and after I gave birth, I decided to go back to school and learn, because life will be difficult. For her mother, Pili Ramadhan, having another child to feed was a shock. She's unemployed and still doesn't know how to make ends meet. The 55-year-old widow also supports the 2 children of her son. When I learned about the pregnancy of my daughter, I was so sad and bitter that I was beating her all the time. My neighbors told me that beating is not the solution, and it's not the end of learning. Mariam Masih visits one of the girls who has landed on her feet despite her early pregnancy. Sylvia Jumwa has a small tailoring shop. Her first child died when she was 16. For Mariam, she's a great example for the other girls.
We are trying to build that social cohesion where people can coexist together peacefully, despite the fact that they come from different backgrounds, different ethnic groups and different religions.
Jumwa took up a microcredit, which she is now able to pay back. She even employs 2 young seamstresses. For Masih, teaching the young women to provide for themselves may be the answer to their problems, and they no longer have to accept the dubious offers of the men.
From pregnant school children to street children, Isaac Peter is trying in his own little way to take children off the streets.
Victor Brown's stage name is T1. He's a breakdancer in Monrovia's Paynesville neighborhood. Thanks to the help of Isaac Peters, T1 is now about to go to school. I was always trying to find a way to go to school, and luckily I met him. He told me he could help me start school, and he encouraged me with my dancing. He said I should dance at school to motivate my friends outside who are not educated to attend school. Isaac Peters set up this high school after Liberia's civil war to educate street children, but he's been struggling to keep the school up and running. Financial problems mean it's hard to maintain the buildings. There are about 20 teachers for nearly 2,000 children, but only half of the pupils pay fees. Others, like Victor, rely on Isaac's scholarship program, co-financed by the other children. Isaac Peters spent part of his own childhood on the streets.
Living the streets as a child at a time enabled me to secure a good future and securing a good future is one thing, but it's also helped me to impact the lives of other people. And the street life also gave me an idea on how it looked like to be out there sleeping on the market tables.
After classes, Isaac often heads to the local cemetery where his runaway son Cyrus hangs out.
I feel that I'm obligated to him to transform his life from the grave to someone who will make a difference in life.
Cyrus used to live with Isaac, but then he started stealing and turned violent.
The passion that I have to help many of our children, especially war-affected children and children from the ghetto, I go into the graveyard and take these children from there.
Isaac couldn't find Cyrus today, so he talks to the other boys.
If you want to become a mechanic, we can strike the deal. If you want to become a carpenter, we can strike the deal. If you want to become a plumber, we can strike the deal. Let's meet.
At night, Monrovia is a vibrant city. It's the first time in a long time that Isaac Peters has been able to check out some of the city's clubs. Victor Brown, aka T1, is performing tonight at a dance club where many of Monrovia's street kids go to blow off steam. Some also come here to convince other people to join Isaac Peters High School. But for now, Isaac insists T1 should just concentrate on entertaining his fans.
Our next activist is a journalist who is fighting for albinos in Tanzania. Let's watch Henry Adimu's story.
It's breakfast time at Henry Mdimu's house in Dar es Salaam. Albinism, the absence of melanin in his skin, is not an issue here at home. But that's not the case elsewhere in Tanzania, where people with albinism are frequently maimed and even killed. Henry Mdimu is a journalist who helps shed light on such crimes. He likes to engage with people, even if his life isn't always easy.
You won't get anywhere if you complicate everything in your life. You have to accept things.
Accept things.
Accept the way you are, and then move on.
Many people in East Africa believe that albinos are ghosts. To change that attitude, Henry Mdimu regularly talks to people without albinism. He then publishes the interviews in his newspaper and on his blog.
If you see a person like me, an albino, walking down the street, what comes to mind?
Some people see albinos as a way of making money. But to me, you are like any other human being.
For over a decade, Under the Same Sun has been fighting for the rights of albinos in Tanzania. The NGO helps those who have been brutally attacked by people who believe albino body parts can bring wealth and good luck. On the black market, a limb of a person with albinism can fetch $5,000, an entire body hundreds of thousands. Mariam Stamford is one such victim. Sometimes I have nightmares about people cutting off my hands. But I thank God that these kinds of nightmares happen so rarely now. Her assailants have never been prosecuted. Crimes against people with albinism are often not fully investigated. That's why Henry Mdimu is working to increase awareness, one person at a time.
I'm trying to convince people to change their minds and be heroes in their societies.
Change their mindset, being the heroes in society.
Henry Mdimu's work is far from over. But one day he hopes to live in a Tanzania where people with albinism can live their lives like any other human being.
Corruption, corruption, corruption. It's not just a buzzword in Africa, it's the reality we live in, and it affects all spheres of our lives. Jonathan Idoma in Liberia is speaking against corruption in the education sector.
8 o'clock in the morning in Liberia's capital, Monrovia. Jonathan Doma is a guest on the live show Radio Maria. He reports about the latest incidents of corruption in the education system. The 28-year-old works for the Center for Transparency and Accountability in Liberia. Today he speaks about corruption in schools, about teachers putting money intended for books into their own pockets. The radio show is an important platform for the activist.
It is important because the public depends on us a lot. There's a lot that is expected of our work by the public, so we always try our best to share the result of our works, our findings, our research, the findings of our research to the public.
Tell us about some of those things that you are currently working.
There's a lot of interest in the show. Every day, more and more people talk about corruption in government institutions and in politics. Despite some initial progress, Liberia recently fell in the world's Corruption Perception Index.
We are the common people who will benefit from the resources that this country has. But all the resources that the country has, we cannot see it because of the corruption.
Corruption is a very, very serious problem in our country. Very serious to the extent that every part of Liberia is being affected by corruption, the public sector and the private sector.
Jonathan Doma and his colleagues at Sental would be fighting a losing battle were it not for their dedicated volunteers. Their problem, when they cover a case of corruption, it doesn't mean that the offender will be punished. The activists aren't giving up, though. In fact, they're starting to see results. Here at the University of Liberia, students are staging a protest against rising tuition rates. They're upset about a lack of transparency. Jonathan will meet with the University Council to clarify some important points.
What will be done with the money that is expected to come from the students? What improvements we expect to see? For example, the institution lacks a functional library. They don't have computer labs. They are talking about internet on campuses. None of them are actually happening here right now.
After a week-long standoff success, the president of the country rules for the status quo to be maintained. There will be no raise of tuition fees for now. More importantly, though, it's a good sign for Liberia, says Jonathan Doma, that more and more young people are stepping up to ask difficult questions.
Radio is intimate, it's direct, it's human, and that's why our next activist is using the medium to push his cause.
These are now victims of a terror drill. Okay. Remember, the word terror comes before the drill. So in the drill, all the way to the government, how is Uhuru reacting where he is? In his country, one person, broadcaster. Mbona umengoja that long?
Sino kwa mse kuna mtu alichoka maji.
Ama popali kamna.
Unaekelewa ati unaekelewa kila.
We finally identified the programming that relates to the youth and fully represent. And I remember the theme that I had in that change is that now I'm going now to create a radio that is a friend. A different radio that is not Mr. Know-it-all, whereby the hosts are assumed knowledgeable and knows. I want to create a radio that can also learn from people.
Conversation iendelee, tuchanuane tukiwa mayouth. Na Ghetto Radio 89.5.
Unajua huko hata nishapata mrembo. Nataka kupanda mbegu huko Kataka. Haru Ghetto Radio. Pirokti na kukua na skupoa.
Nikakuja paka hapa. Ule nilikujanga hapa. Nikakuja nikafanyiwa interview. Kufanyiwa interview sasa. Siku ingia mara hiyo siku kuwa presenter hiyo siku. Nikaenda nikamaliza wiki kama moja kwa street. Sonko yetu maji akanitumania.
Na wanyosh. Vipi? Yani sawa. Base. Poa. Kanyumba karia twakoma no uyu na ni okite ngamuhe kiraro ka ngui. Aria twendaga kunyitirwo nawe.
Ghetto Radio tu nilikuwa tu naisikianga hivyo, saa zingine nilikuwa tu nafungulia Ghetto Radio nasikia marege nikiwa mtaani. Unajua masafara wengi wanapenda Ghetto Radio juu
wakati uko pale mtaani ukiweka Ghetto Radio, unasikia poa, ukisikia reggae hata kama huna kaki. Kabisa. Kwa feti jo.
The experiences you could talk of are unheard of, unwritten stories are unheard of. The real experience. Yes, you know somebody is a street boy, so probably most people know the worst you know is Gulu na kulala nje. The beats everyone will know generally. But now when you start to talk, you'll find a lot of issues going on there. But those issues were unbroadcasted.
So what will you be fighting and pushing for this week in your own sphere? And to quote the words of Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. That's all on Africa on the Move this week. See you again really soon. Bye.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the ones inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Someone has complained that the daughter was raped, a 16-year-old girl, and then all of a sudden the case was withdrawn. Well, I suspect something like blackmail, but because it's not logical for a parent to withdraw such a case, and it's also very dangerous for our society. It means that people will keep doing things and bad things like that and then get away with it. We should take rape cases more seriously.
It's unlawful,
and should be punished accordingly in line with the dictates of the law. So whoever does it, whether it's a prominent man or a lowly placed person, the law must take its course. So if it is investigated and is found, or that man is found to be culpable, he should be tried.
Any society where the law becomes weak, the instruments are used against the poor. In this case, the society should stand, the law should stand in defense of one who is the base. If the society does not stand, then believe me, Nigeria is heading to a place where tomorrow, you and I probably will not have a say. Because here it is, the government has become the law. And the government is the institution and it has the institution.
The rest of the body of government and those people in power, I'd like them to understand that if they are in power today doesn't mean they will be in power forever. It might be their own children tomorrow, or their sisters, or their brothers' children that will be assaulted in this manner. And the same way they are actually looking at this case without giving a considerable judgment to this kind of case, I believe the table will turn tomorrow that it will fall behind them.
I think she was being threatened. We know we are in Nigeria and such things usually occur. So I think if the government is serious and the law take its course and castrate the rapers and all that, I think it will stop.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
No, don't do all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where? The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
Well, many thanks for joining us on the News on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. President Muhammad Buhari on Friday led top government officials and members of the diplomatic corps to honor the nation's fallen heroes. The event was the traditional laying of wreaths marking the end of the activities in the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Buhari, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, President of the Senate Ahmed Lawan, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila, and the Chief Justice of Nigeria Tanko Muhammad led the nation's security chiefs to lay wreaths in honor of the fallen heroes. The solemn event was held at the National Arcade opposite Eagle Square, 3 Arms Zone, Abuja. The event featured special prayer sessions for living and fallen heroes, a minute silence in honor of fallen heroes, gun salute, release of doves to represent peace and signing of the anniversary register, among others. As Rivers State joins the rest of the country to celebrate the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day, widows of the Nigerian Legion have lamented lack of adequate welfare for legionnaires and families left behind. Some of the widows who spoke in Port Harcourt urged government at all levels to care for the welfare of the wives of the fallen heroes and to put in their children's education and empowerment.
I'd like the government to help us. If we develop this land, we can put it in rent. In short, I bought this land because I wanted us to do agric. They trained us. But since there is no finance, there is nothing I can do. So the land is still there, lavishing for all the years. So if they can help us to establish that land, I'll be very grateful. Even though the governor have given us something to make us happy, if they can help us to develop, I think that should be every year we get something out of it and give to the local government that are concerned.
The governments, they've been trying, but I want them to try more to help us and see to the education of our children and to see we have some educated widows. If they can fix them somewhere, it will be better and it will go a long way in helping them.
They are supposed to be looked upon and make sure that their dues are being paid.
High point of the event is the march past, a laying of wreaths by the state governor, Nyesom Wike, heads of security agencies in the state, release of pigeons, among others. And in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, the Governor Dapo Abiodun has called on Nigerians to shun calls for division, insurgency, banditry, and all inter-ethnic, religious, and politically motivated wranglings capable of disintegrating their country. Rather, he urged Nigerians to embrace team spirit, brotherliness, and compassion for fellow beings. The governor made this call on Friday at the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day held at the Arcade Ground, Okemoson, Abeokuta. Represented by his deputy, Noimo Salako Oyedele, the governor said that whatever peace cannot achieve, war is not likely to achieve it, urging Nigerians to rebuild confidence and trust in the nation's system and leadership. He noted that in order not to make sacrifices made by the country's fallen heroes to be in vain, Nigerians must encourage the use of democratic and appropriate institutions in the processes of seeking redress. We're talking health now. The Lagos State government is set to reopen 2 more COVID-19 isolation centers for more patients as cases of the infection rise, leading to a second wave of the pandemic. State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayemi, announced these and added that the reopening will boost confidence in tackling cases as they arise. The commissioner also said that the state government is working on building oxygen plants for more health facilities. Nigerian First Day reported 23 fresh COVID-19 deaths and 1,479 new infections within 24 hours. Now, 39 out of a total of 1,479 people who tested positive for COVID-19 in Nigeria were recorded from Osun State. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control made this known in its daily update and First Day night. The 1,479 new cases were reported from 25 states, including Osun, which recorded 39 confirmed cases, accounting for 2.6% of the nation's total for the day. 53 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 since the federal government declared a second wave of the pandemic in December last year. Edo State COVID-19 Incident Manager Dr. Andrew Obi said this during a meeting of the State Task Force on COVID-19, chaired by the Governor Godwin Obaseki. Obi cautioned residents to observe all precautionary measures to guard against the spread of the infectious disease, including compulsory and proper use of face masks, regular hand washing with soap under running water, and the use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. The National Youth Service Corps has banned all forms of religious gatherings on its orientation camps. The NYSC Camp Safe Reopening Project lead Dr. Oyeladun Okurumade stated this on Friday at the sensitization webinar for the 2020 Batch B Stream 2 Corps members. The NYSC DG said the service will not hesitate to decamp any Corps member who fails to adhere strictly to COVID protocols on orientation camps. Ibrahim said Corps members would be allowed on NYSC-approved camps nationwide from January 19, 2021, as against the January 18, 2021 earlier announced date. He said Corps members would also resume 200 daily and would be tested for COVID-19 upon getting to the NYSC camps. He added that those who test positive for the virus would be isolated at approved NCDC health facilities, while those who test negative would be allowed on camps. And now to other parts of Africa. The number of people fleeing violence-prone areas in the Central African Republic has doubled in just a week to nearly 60,000. The UN Refugee Agency says as post-electoral violence intensifies, the government has been battling rebel groups seeking to overturn a December 27 vote in which President Faustin Archange Touadera was declared victor despite fraudulent claims.
UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, is today calling for the immediate end to all violence in the Central African Republic. Nearly 60,000 people have been forced to seek refuge in neighboring countries in the past month, a twofold rise in just 1 week. Most refugees have fled across the Ubangi River into the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, where the number of arrivals topped 50,000 after 10,000 Central African refugees arrived in a single day on the 13th of January.
Well, meantime, dozens of Sudanese have rallied in Khartoum to demand the closure of illegal detention centers. The protests came after the alleged torture and killing of a man by a paramilitary force whose members once formed the backbone of a militia that right groups say committed war crimes in Darfur. The death of Bahel Den Nouri, who was snatched last month while sitting at a coffee shop, has reignited the debate over the mandate of Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, which activists have long held responsible for several human rights violations. In outside Africa, increased activity at hospitals and health centers near Madrid was seen as Spain's coronavirus incidence as measured over the past 14 days and has risen to 523 cases per 100,000 people, just shy of the record high of 529 cases per 100,000 people recorded in November. Now, the figure indicates 35,878 new infections to its tally in a slowdown from the previous day's record rise of nearly 39,000, which pushed the cumulative total to 2,211,967 cases. As coronavirus cases rise, a huge snowstorm caused at least 1.4 billion euros of damage as it swept through Madrid over the weekend, shutting businesses, damaging buildings, and disrupting services. Business news now. The inflation rate in Nigeria jumped in December to its highest level in more than 3 years. That's according to data released on Friday by the National Bureau of Statistics. Inflation stood at 15.75% in December, compared with 14.89% in November, marking the 16 straight months of increases. The consumer inflation rate in December was the highest since November 2017, when it stood at 15.90%. The NBS said the composite food index rose by 19.56% in December from 18.30% in November. This rise in the food index was caused by increases in prices of bread and cereals, potatoes, yam and other tubers, meat, fruit, vegetables, fish, oils, and fat. In entertainment news, Hollywood filmmaker Tyler Perry and the Motion Picture and Television Fund will be honored with the John Heldshot Humanitarian Award at the 93rd Oscar ceremony in April this year. The organizers said they decided to give the award to 2 recipients this year in recognition of the widespread generosity that they have witnessed amid the pandemic. It is also the first time an organization has received the award. They also noted that both Perry and the MPTF have strived to help people in the entertainment industry impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, with the filmmaker helping many people return to work at his Tyler Perry Studios, while the MPTF has provided social services to nearly 9,000 members. Sports news. Wayne Rooney took interim charge of first team affairs following the departure of Philip Coco in November. Current and prospective owners Mel Morris and Sheikh Khalid impressed with the 35-year-old's record. Derby 22nd in the championship and face Rotherham in their next game. Rooney has been acting as interim manager since the end of November, but he will now be given the job on a 2.5-year contract. The decision to appoint Rooney has been made jointly by Derby's current owner, Mel Morris, and the prospective owner, Sheikh Khalid. And that's the news at Azhar. For more updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back again at 9:30 with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I don't have one yet because I'm yet to be rich. So when I'm rich now, I will have one. But like this, I can just go. I do freestyle, go to wherever I like. But for now, I don't have any favorite. Now my own mind, I tell you, I know the life for you. It's not like we're on TV. I'm trying to form. I'm just studying my mind. So I don't have any favorite destination for now.
In Nigeria, there are a couple of places in Abuja, a couple of amusement parks in Abuja. Wonderland, a couple of nice spots.
Since I stay in Lagos, so my first destination is like Landmark Beach. This is one of the most favorite of mine. And then this landmark destinations, landmark park. I mean, it's pretty good. It's unique, you know. It's well designed, and I think it's quite well known in international for international occasions. And I think many people will know it later on. Yes.
Landmark is cool. I like Landmark. Everybody loves the sun, like beach sun and everything. The surroundings is very alright.
And the girls?
No, I don't know about the girls. I'm not a girls guy.
So what do you like, guys?
No, I like girls, but I'm not like. No, I don't do everybody that much. Yeah, Lekki Conventional Center. It's chill now. I like their overhead rope shit. Yeah, that's why it's cool.
Obodo Cattle Ranch.
And why is that?
I've seen pictures and I've heard a lot about it. I think I'll go all through the cable car,
where I like Whispering Palms at Badagry. I like the place. It's serene. They have cool things. I like the place.
So far, I would say the landmark has been pretty good. We just got some cabana, so my whole family will be here. So it's a nice atmosphere, peaceful, not a lot of crowds. So that's why we like it over here.
I'll say in Nagbo Resorts here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do, he will?
it means that I wish him dead. He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estate next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life, but when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on. All right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization. But when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. Okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner Shakia is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports, Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoku. And of course, Wally Scott is right here to give us great analysis on stories that we have for you breaking in the world of sports. And don't even start with us now. Good morning.
For many reasons, I can't tell you good morning this morning, but okay. For many reasons.
Yeah.
And then poor Arsenal.
Yeah, something actually horrible happened this morning on my way to work. I got robbed, and I wonder why people find joy in robbing their fellow human beings. And my mobile phone and wallet was taken from me.
Honestly, I don't know if this is going to be of any help to you right now. People don't find joy in robbing. I don't think anyone finds joy in robbing. It's unfortunate that the country is really, really bad. And we can only be thankful to God for where He's positioned us, you know. Some people are doing very, very badly. Yeah. And different things would force you to do terrible things. And I'm not making the point for the armed robbers now. I don't see any reason why you should steal in the first place, take somebody else's thing. But things are really very bad for some people. And I don't think it's pleasurable for them to rob. Just the means of survival. Just unfortunate that somebody would have to be at the bad end of the stick at this point.
Very sad. Lost my mobile phone and wallet, so I'll be very, very unreachable at this point, except for social media, where you get to follow on Twitter and Instagram. Then we can continue conversations online. But let's talk about Arsenal. Their recent resurgency was checked by stubborn Crystal Palace, who claimed they had 4 points from a forgettable encounter at the Emirates Stadium. The draw left Arsenal in the 11th position with 24 points, and Crystal Palace rose to 13th position on 23 points. The next Premier League game for Arsenal is at home to Newcastle United on the 18th of January, while Crystal Palace will take on Manchester City on the 17th of January. Now, Arsenal they've gone 5 games without a win against Crystal Palace. These guys are quite stubborn, but it's even good enough to know that Arsenal didn't lose all 3 points.
I don't think the word is stubborn. I think it only been partial at this point. Saying Crystal Palace were very stubborn. I saw your report. I'm seeing you saying it again. I think the team is in disarray. I have consistently described...
The Arsenal team, you mean?
Yes. I have consistently described Arsenal as a dull child who has a good handwriting. They still play good football, no doubt, but they just won't score. What's the point of being dull but having a good handwriting? There's no point. They are the gunners. They have a big gun and no bullets. Wow. It's unfortunate. The team, something is wrong with the team. I've not been able to identify what is wrong with the team. Crystal Palace played their regular football. How can you using the word stubborn? Arsenal just could not beat them. And Arsenal, unfortunately, are in 11th position with 24 points after all these matches. I think it's really a problem. Yeah. And somebody said that the shadows of Mesut Ozil still lurks around angry, and it's getting at it. I don't know if that is true. I don't know if it works like that, but I don't know. I don't know what the problem of the team is. They just couldn't beat Crystal Palace, who are 14th on the log, and the team has to do an internal operation on themselves. Something is wrong. What it is, nobody knows. You can't have players like Holding, Lacazette, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. you have Bukayo Saka, you have no business losing games. Not against teams like Crystal Palace. But,
I agree.
But I don't know. I really don't know.
Well,
somebody should identify what the problem
is with Arsenal. But Mikel Arteta still has a few days in the January transfer window to get players and, of course, to get rid of those players that he doesn't want.
He has gotten very good players in the past.
Yeah, but
at a point, he had Thomas Partey. Partey came in before the injury. He still didn't make any difference.
Well, he played about 20 minutes in that game yesterday, and it's a bit of fresh air to know that he's back from injury and.
But the game still ended goalless. What difference did he make?
Thomas Partey is the midfielder. He's not going to score a goal for Arsenal. If the attackers can't score the goal.
When Manchester United bought Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, here we go with Bruno Fernandes.
Yes, but as far as I can recall, he's a midfielder.
Yeah.
Kevin De Bruyne in Man City is a midfielder.
Well, Partey will get into the mix. He will get into the party very soon and start banging in the goals for Arsenal. That is if he chooses to score. We have the attackers there to score the goals, but they're not doing their job. And I'm sure Mikel Arteta has what it takes to turn things around right there at Arsenal. Now, let's start talking about Bruno Fernandes. Let's talk about Manchester United. But this time around is about the former United manager, Alex Ferguson, and the club's top scorer, Wayne Rooney, who have paid tribute to Marcus Rashford for the forward's role in tackling child food poverty in England amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the 23-year-old Rashford has been at the forefront of a campaign to end child food poverty, using his status to successfully lobby the British government to continue providing free school meals during the holidays. He was also awarded an MBE for services to vulnerable children amid the COVID-19 crisis. Let's hear what Rashford has to say, and of course, the comments from Wayne Rooney and the former manager right there talking about Sir Alex Ferguson.
We're at the beginning of what I see as a long journey, and yeah, I'm definitely not at the stage of relief yet. I feel like there's a lot more that needs to be done and a lot more steps that need to be taken forward. But on the positive side, we have started to take a few steps in the right direction, and for me now, just because we've done that, it's not about just sitting back now and being happy with what we've done. It's about what's next, and what's next in the chapter of these children's lives.
The work he's doing is unbelievable to challenge the government to. It's a big issue, you know. It's a tough time for everyone. So for him to get that campaign up and running, and the free meals, the meals for the children, is massive, and it's needed that backing. Someone like Marcus Rashford to back that and get behind it and make sure that the kids know that whatever happens, they won't go hungry. So it's incredible, really, and I think it's a huge achievement from him. And as a player, he's a great player. He's got a real bright future, of course, and it's great to see him scoring more goals now. And he will be a massive player for Manchester United and England over the next 10 years. So it's good to see him developing, and I could see him being the next England number 9 in a few years.
I'd like to congratulate Marcus on his achievement in his presentation tonight. Knowing him since a kid at 7 years of age and seeing him develop through the ranks at Manchester United into a truly wonderful person. Apart from his football life, what he's achieved in the last few months is quite astonishing. How he's helped the people in need is a truly amazing achievement, and I'd like to congratulate him on that. He's shown to young people in particular there is a different way of dealing with life. He's shown great humility, he's shown courage to do what he did, and so this achievement is well deserved, and it should be recognised in what he's done. So Marcus, well done, a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, great one from Alex Ferguson, and of course Wayne Rooney paying tribute to the Manchester United forward, talking about Marcus Rashford for his good deeds on and off the football pitch. And I totally support everything that Rashford is doing at the moment.
Let's talk about a very touching story, a very touching story. When Marcus Rashford got into the academy, Manchester United academy, they couldn't afford him going to and fro from home. So the mother actually had to beg them to actually let him sleep in the academy, you know, like the hostel for foreign players. And he was taken to school every day from the Manchester United training ground by a Manchester United arranged transportation. And he was the star in school because he had already got to the first 11 already at a tender age. He's an OBE. That's a massive title in England for, how old is he that he's getting? Elton John didn't get it until whenever, until he was like over 50. But he's gotten it now. And I think it's cool when you don't forget where you're coming from. He knew he was a poor kid. He knows he's been opportuned to be a millionaire now in pounds and plays for Manchester United in the first 11. He's had a chance to play for England at a tender age and he's grateful to God. But he's not forgetting where he's coming from. So he's putting everything.
He always has to give back.
He was the one that actually begged Manchester United as a management to let the stadium be there for COVID-19 patients. He used a large amount of his funds to actually feed these homeless and poor children. And I think it's massive. I think we all should remember where we're coming from and give back to those people. We all were not born rich. A lot of us were born comfortable or poor. And if we're doing well now, it's only normal to be grateful to God where you are today and to give back to those people that you were like in the past, really.
Totally agree with you, and great job from Marcus Rashford and a few other players, sportsmen and women who are doing exactly what Rashford is doing. But
please, let's emphasize that in Africa here, people like Didier Drogba,
yes,
Samuel Eto'o-Fils, George Opongwe have been doing it from way back. Don't sit down.
No, we have to mention the Nigerian.
He doesn't do anything.
Well, for the Kanu Heart Foundation, he did a lot.
Yes, he's a brand for the Kanu Heart Foundation. He's a brand.
So let's just say
it's somebody else that pays that one. But well, it's good that he actually had a heart disease and he's involved. He's a brand ambassador of a company who actually pays for people with that same heart disease.
Very true.
Yes. So Rashford is doing very well, but please, let's emphasize that our African brothers too have been doing it from way back.
True, true. Good one from all the African brothers and sisters who are doing it. Assistant to Shola also, as head of the foundation as well. Yeah. So kudos to all of them. And well, let's move on from there and talk about what's going on in England, talking about the English Premier League, where Aston Villa's game at home to Everton on Sunday has been postponed because of the ongoing COVID-19 issues at the club. The Villa training ground remained closed after a coronavirus outbreak, and Premier League statement said that a significant number of Villa players and staff remained in isolation. Aston Villa, who already have 3 games in hand on some clubs in the league, are due to play Manchester City on Wednesday. That game was originally scheduled to take place on the opening weekend of the season, but was postponed because of City's progress in last season's Champions League. Now, Aston Villa would have almost 3 games to play, but we're not even sure if these games will go ahead as planned because most of the players are still in isolation, and they can't field the boys that played in the FA Cup against Liverpool in the English Premier League.
I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, Aston Villa have been really hit by the novel coronavirus, and it's really sad. But on the flip side, I think it's a good thing for them. We saw some talents, some prospects in those guys who played Liverpool. They gave Liverpool a run for their money. It took Liverpool the second half to dig deep and actually get back at them. They were really playing very good football in the first half, which of course to say that if not for the coronavirus, we wouldn't have seen these boys play. We wouldn't see their potentials. Now, Aston Villa are sure of at least 9 prospects for the future in those guys who play Liverpool. That's the flip side. However, if the coronavirus has hit them that bad and they don't want to be rubbished or to lose woefully like they lost to Liverpool, I understand them saying, okay, good. Until our first 11 is ready, we're not going to play anybody anymore for now. Let's keep our points intact, which is normal. So right now they have 3 matches in the kitty and 9 points in the kitty too, which is good.
If they get to pick wins in those games.
Yeah, but at least for now, they have 9 points in their pockets. Win or lose. They haven't played the matches yet, you know. So they'd rather not risk using those young guys again and losing 9 points. They'd rather, let's give our guys, our first 11 a chance. Just maybe you can make 6 points or 4 points or some points from those 9 points left.
But I'm looking forward to what will happen.
I don't see their first 11 beating Man City though.
Definitely.
But
you know, I just wonder what will happen if more games relating with connecting with Aston Villa gets postponed. I really wonder what will happen, what the FA will get to do as a final result for this.
Those are sinner climbs. These are people who actually have their heads on their necks, not Nigeria. They actually will think about it and fix some days for them to get their matches done.
All right, in Spain, in the Spanish Super Cup, we talked about an upset in the German DFB Pokal, but this time around in Spain, it had to do with Real Madrid, where Athletic Bilbao defeated Real Madrid 2-1, and they would take on Barcelona in the Super Cup final. Of course, in the semi-final was 2-1 against Real Madrid, with Raul Garcia scoring 2 goals for Bilbao. And, of course, Karim Benzema pulled one back for Real later on. And one of the goals Karim Benzema scored was also ruled for offside. But then the final will take place on Sunday in Seville. And I just hope that Athletic Bilbao will finish what they started, upsetting Real Madrid, and I hope they upset Barcelona in the finals.
Yes, they could. Love it or leave it. Barca and Real Madrid are a fatigued team. They are actually tired. Like I said earlier on the show some weeks ago, you need a large squad to win major things, major trophies in today's football. And Barca don't have that. Real Madrid don't have that. Atletico Bilbao have been secretly working on the academies, buying new players without too much fanfare. If Barca gets a player, we hear the whole world hears. If Real Madrid, Atletico Bilbao gets a player, nobody hears about it. Obviously, the team is rejuvenated. They're coming back at you at this point, and they were able to beat Real Madrid. Can they surprise Barcelona? Yes, they can surprise Barcelona. These are teams that are only popular on TV, on radio, and in newspapers. They don't have a large squad. They recycle their regular players all the time. It's Messi, it's Luis Suarez. It's the regular players, and I think people are working on large squads now. Atletico Bilbao, yes, these guys don't have big names. These guys don't make headlines, but they are good footballers without names, and they are buying them in people like Atletico Bilbao, Borussia Dortmund. They are buying them, and you can see the difference now. They take Real Madrid to the cleaners, and up next Barcelona, and they just could storm the world by winning Barcelona and getting the Super Cup in their kitty.
All right, we look forward to that one on Sunday. We'll see Athletic Bilbao taking on Barcelona, and I just want Athletic Bilbao to win the Super Cup. Not because I dislike Barcelona, but yeah, I just want someone different. Exactly, a different team to get to win that one. In the English Premier League, we're looking forward to games this weekend, and of course, the big one to look forward to is the game between Liverpool and Manchester United. If everything goes according to plan, if the game isn't postponed because of coronavirus, I'm sure we'll get to see a great game between number 1 and number 2. Remember, Manchester United are top of the log with 3 points ahead of Liverpool, and Liverpool want to get a win in that one to be level on points with Manchester United. I'm not going to even allow Wale make any predictions here because obviously he's going to say Manchester United will win.
No, I don't think I'll say that.
Really?
Liverpool, in all their elements, can beat anyone.
But United are a better team on paper presently compared to Liverpool.
I really hate to use the word a better team. They have a larger squad, and they have the opportunity to rotate. You know, in midfield they have like 9 players. In defense they have like 10 players. Liverpool don't have that luxury. You know, so I won't say a better team. They have a bigger squad.
So who do you think will win?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't want to be put on
Liverpool,
the spot.
Liverpool in their elements will beat, like I said earlier, will beat anyone.
But make your predictions.
I don't want to make predictions.
Okay.
Let the better team win. Let's just watch good football.
Better team. Okay.
Let's watch good football.
Mourinho would say the better team lost.
As usual. That's okay. Can you wait with that?
All right. In Formula 1, Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc announced on Thursday that he had tested positive for COVID-19 and was self-isolating at home in Monaco with mild symptoms. The 23-year-old said he was feeling okay, and Leclerc did not say where he might have contracted the virus, but he was in Dubai earlier this month. He is the 5th Formula 1 driver known to have tested positive for coronavirus after Mexican Sergio Perez, Canadian Lance Stroll, and Britain's 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton, and of course Lando Norris. The 2021 Formula 1 season is due to start on the 28th of March after the usual Australian opener was postponed due to the pandemic. More players, more sportsmen and women.
We can only hope that he gets well soon. But thankfully, he's only 23. So just maybe the virus would walk away eventually. If he was older, like 50-something or going to 60, we should be worried, you know. But he's only 23. Hopefully, he'll the 14 days quarantine should be enough. But I hope it gets well soon. You know.
And more players testing positive, more sportsmen and women testing positive. This time around, let's talk about the Australian Open, where world number 2, Rafael Nadal, and last year's Australian Open finalist, Dominic Thiem, have both suffered setbacks with their coaches unable to make the trip down under for the year's first tennis Grand Slam. Players and officials have to undergo a mandatory 14-day quarantine on arrival in Australia before they participate in warm-up events from the 31st of January at Melbourne Park. Now, Nadal's coach, Carlos Moya, said he would not be traveling to Australia due to the strict health restrictions. And Thiem's coach, Nicolas Massou of Chile, was not on the flights to Australia, having tested positive for the novel coronavirus. Now, Nadal, the US Open champion, Thiem, and ranked number 3 in the world, and of course, defending Australian Open winner Novak Djokovic will be among the top players quarantining in Adelaide and then head to Melbourne for the team-based ATP Cup and, of course, the Grand Slam.
Don't forget that in tennis, the coach doesn't have to be there. Thankfully, in these days of COVID, we actually have
virtual way of communication.
So all the coach does is to watch your opponent, see what stunts he's doing, and correct you. And thankfully, he can watch that virtually. And then when there's a break, he can actually take a tie break by himself and actually talk to the coach and be like, this is what this guy is doing. This is what you should do. You know, he doesn't really have to be there. Even football, every sport, if the coach can watch the game virtually, he assesses the game, sees what his guy is doing wrong or right, and work on him. You know, so it's all right the coaches are not there, but like I said, it took a lot of debate before this Open continued. We were like, should we do it? Should we postpone? Should we do it? Eventually they agreed to do it, and this is what they get for it. People are calling in saying we have novel coronavirus. My coach can't come with me. I can't quarantine for 14 days. You know? But I am sure the Australian Open managers or managements would have realized we will come to this, and then we might have cases like this. But to say that a large amount of world-class, top-notch tennis players might not be there due to coronavirus is bad enough, really. I would have suggested, like I've done to every other event, postpone. You know, but since the system must go on, well, this is what they will face.
Well, talking about world-class players missing from the Australian Open, former world number 1 Andy Murray's participation at the Australian Open is in doubt after the Briton tested positive for coronavirus. This 33-year-old Scot was set to fly out to Melbourne on a chartered flight, arriving there over the next 36 hours. Instead, remains in quarantine and isolating at home in London. Now, Andy Murray, who is said to be in good health, remains hopeful he'll be able to travel and be allowed to travel to safely at a later date and compete as planned. Now, the 5-time Australian Open runner-up pulled out of last week's ATP event in Delray Beach as they wanted to minimize the risk of catching a transatlantic flight to Florida.
So talk about the top men pulling out. Andy Murray still wants to go, despite all. And this is what is going to happen. It's going to take the shine off Australian Open if the world-class players don't get to be there, you know. And if Nadal loses, for example, they'll be like, oh, my coach wasn't here. They now have excuses to actually give. So,
you know, Andy Murray was one of the few players who said long before now that he was definitely going to play in the Australian Open.
Yeah.
Even when Serena Williams
still wants
said
to be there.
It was risky.
He still wants to be there. He wants to go to Australia, go to Adelaide and get quarantined there. I think, left to me, I'm not a fan of Murray. I've always felt he got to number 1 as a fluke. And he will never get there again. But that's tough for another day, though. But really, he wants to be there. He wants to play. Everybody wants to play in the Australian Open, really. Yeah. And it's sad that coronavirus will take the shine away. I think they should have listened and postponed this event. They insist it's still going to go on. A large amount of the stars will not be there.
But anything can happen. The games might still be postponed. It depends, because if the cases continue to rise.
We're not positive this game will still go on. Yeah.
All right, that's how much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka and Joko. Thank you, Wale, as always.
Thank you very much.
Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can reach us on social media, Plus TV Africa on Twitter, Instagram, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And for those juicy stories breaking, log on to our website, www.plustvafrica.com. Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa because big stories live here. Enjoy the rest of your day and please continue to stay safe out there.
can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association (NBA) in his 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in his senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
President Buhari asks critics to be fair to his government. And Kwara APC youth reject the removal of Chairman Bashir Bolarinwa and threaten to disrupt an upcoming party exercise. This is Plus Politics, and I am Mariana Cohn. President Muhammadu Buhari has asked that Nigerians be fair in their criticism of his administration. Now, he asked them to reflect on where the country was when the government came to power, where the country is today. He also stated that the government had to pay debts, repair roads, revamp the railways, and get power. He stated that his government has also prevailed on the security situation in Nigeria. To discuss this, I'm being joined by 2 gentlemen. I will start with the one who's here in the studio. Francis Chilaka is, of course, a political analyst. Thank you very much, Francis, for joining us. Happy New Year. I haven't seen you this year.
That's true.
And, of course, joining us live from Port Harcourt, River State, is Dr. Chidi Lloyd. He is a development analyst. Well, we are yet to connect with him. As soon as he joins us, we'll start this conversation. But I'm going to start with you, Francis. The president has said that, you know, people should be fair in their criticism of him and his administration. When his administration came to power, he campaigned on 3 very key things, which is to fight corruption, insecurity, and of course to build the economy. Let's start with the issue of corruption. That was one of the major things that he used to ride himself into power. How well has Nigeria fared in terms of fighting corruption from the first tenure into the second tenure?
You know, politicians during campaign make all kinds of promises. And unfortunately, most of these promises are not kept. And most of these promises are not in line with the manifestos of these political parties. So, yes, we all know his campaign was change. And the change Nigerians were looking for, as at that time, was a better living, security, fighting of corruption. I would say that as an observer and someone who has followed this government critically, they haven't done much when it comes to fighting corruption.
Has he done something at least? Because this administration would tell you that they've recorded monies that have been returned, monies that were illegally taken from the coffers of the country. I remember in the first tenure of Mr. President, there were people who were asked to return monies and that they will be given a slap on the wrist. They offered them an opportunity to turn change people. But did that really help in the fight against corruption? Because the presidency also said that whenever you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And all the things that we were seeing in the first tenure were as a result of corruption fighting back.
Well, when you say corruption fights back, then I ask myself, what are the powers of government? Government has the power to dictate and decide in what direction to go. So when a government begins to tell you that corruption is fighting back, and because corruption is fighting back, they are giving people leeway, then you're not serious about fighting corruption. I mean, if somebody steals something that doesn't belong to him, and you're saying to the person, okay, you have stolen 1 million, bring back 300,000, then I'll let you go. Then it means that nothing was stolen from you in the first place. So what Nigerians were expecting when we talk about fighting corruption was that it was going to be fought across board, not being selective.
But there is always a starting point. And I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. There's always a starting point. I mean, of course, people would expect the most from the president, being that he has been a general in the army and, you know, he didn't really stand to lose anything in terms of politics. They actually expected that he would go all out. But then you have to start somewhere, because the case of Nigeria is totally different from anywhere else in the world.
Miriam, if we let us look at the structure that brought Mr. President. We know that most of those who were or who are still in APC also came out of PDP. They are the same people you're talking about corruption. So when people put down their money to bring you to power, how do you now begin to question them? We saw what played out in 2015, and we saw how we were informed, this is the amount of money that I brought in and all. So how would you now question those who brought you to power? You see, the problem has always been the executive arm, the judiciary arm, and the legislative arm not knowing what separation of power is. And until we begin to respect these institutions, we need to have an institution that is devoid of who Mr. President is. We need to have an institution that is devoid of who the Senate President is. And we need to have an institution that is devoid of who the Chief Justice of the Federation is.
So are you saying that these are the reasons why we're unable to fight corruption? Are you saying that the arms or the eyes of the law sees all of these people instead of being blind to them? Is that what you're insinuating?
The truth is that the government does not have the political will to fight corruption.
How so?
They don't. Because if they do, I mean, we know what has happened even with the recent NDDC.
NDDC, yeah.
We saw a whole managing director of a national company collapsing on national TV. And then the question I ask myself is, when he was busy signing checks out, awarding contracts that were not executed, how come he didn't faint? How come he didn't fall sick? And what has happened since then? We saw where the members of the House were saying, off the mic, off the mic. I mean, you see, this whole thing still boils back to the fact that Nigerians and those who have elected into power see themselves as demigods. They do not realize that sovereignty belongs to the people. And until the people themselves wake up to the reality that power belongs to us and use it well. And that is why the electoral law, which we have, and the one that they've placed before Mr. President, has to be put into.
Let's come back to Mr. President's key factors for changing Nigeria. Now, in his speech, talking about the fact that we're criticizing his administration and we should be fair, he also talked about the fact that when the elites are criticizing his government, they should take into consideration the fact that Nigeria has been somewhere before he came. So we should look at where we've been, where we are today, and of course where we're going to. So let's take a look at where we've been under the Goodluck administration, and of course where we are now. This is the second tenure of Mr. President. We're 5 years into his leadership. Has there been a radical change of sorts? Let's be really fair and look at it. He said he struggled to pay. They've struggled to pay debts. He said he's invested in road repairs. He's been rebuilding and revamping the rail lines. Is there some credit that we can give to the president in terms of these things?
Let me start from this angle to say that as a Nigerian and as someone who pays tax, I feel bad and I feel insulted, honestly speaking, each time this administration makes reference to the Jonathan's administration. This is 5 years down the line. And you keep, every opportunity you have, you keep dragging us back. It simply means that we're not making progress. Yes, I would say that, yes, to some extent, the government is doing some things. But whatever you're doing as a government and the ordinary people are not feeling it, then you have failed the people.
Well, we're being joined live from Port Harcourt by Dr. Chidi Lloyd. He's a development analyst. Dr. Chidi, it's good to have you join us.
Thank you, Mariam.
Great. Dr. Chidi, the PDP had a few words for Mr. President, still on critiquing his administration and the things that he's done over the past 5 years. They did say that his stewardship was a failure. They said for the past 5 years, he's failed to justify the confidence reposed in him by the people who gave him the mandate in the first place. Can you speak on this?
Well, absolutely. I want to agree with the PDP. I want to agree totally with what the PDP has said, because although the president has tacitly agreed that all have not been well, and that's why he pleaded with critics to take it easy with him. So that alone is also something that gives us a cause for worry. He has accepted that things have not been properly done, but that they should take it easy with the criticism. I think that one is like taking Nigerians for granted. So what the PDP said cannot be far from the truth. Some of us supported Mr. President. You recall that I was...
Well, I was about to say that you were an ardent follower of the APC. You were an ardent supporter of Mr. President. You saw no wrong. And then all of a sudden, you flipped the coin, and now you are in support of the PDP. What changed?
Yeah, but what happened was that some of us had a lot of hopes when we heard about General Buhari when we were in the university. We saw a lot of the zeal that the general, as he then was, came with. So we supported him wholeheartedly while I was in the APC. But I'm sure that you wouldn't be supporting the president if any of your relations have been killed in the kind of massacre that is going on presently in Nigeria. So when I noticed that we have not done what we are supposed to do, Mr. President has not fully delivered on his mandates, because every government, what we say is that government must provide security, protect lives and property. So this has not happened. So that now made me change my mind to come back to my former political party, which I think is the only hope for this country. So that's what happened. And people like me must be commended to say sorry when it is proper and obvious that we should say so. So what the PDP spokesman said is just the truth. Imagine the millions of people that have been displaced in the Northeast. Imagine the kind of uncertainty. You cannot travel by road for fear of being kidnapped. And government seems to do nothing, especially when it is said, look, please, can you rejig the security architecture? Can you change the service chiefs? The president doesn't seem to listen to anybody. And it is supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So it does appear that the people's input does not matter. The National Assembly will come, sit down, come up with all sorts of resolutions to call for the rejigging of the security architecture. But nobody cares. Nobody is listening. So I do not think that we'll just join political parties for the fun of it. When the party where you were does not do well, you have the right to change. There is a pastor here in Port Harcourt that is popular, the pastor of OPM Church. He said, if your church cannot change you, you change church. So that is what we are saying. The APC has not done well, especially in the area of security.
But it beats me, and I'm just wondering, it's when you keep crisscrossing parties because you do not, is it not possible to stay in the APC as APC members to point your president in the right direction? This is what party is about. If the people are saying this is to be done, and you haven't done it, and you are in the same party with your president, it is your place to point the president in the right direction, bring the comments and the worries of your people to your president instead of running from party A to party B. Does that even change anything in the first instance? I mean, what possible change can you effect? And I'm not in any way criticizing the fact that you're in the PDP. I'm just asking, now that you're in the PDP, how do you hope to get Mr. President to do his job from the outside?
No, I must tell you, the issue of crisscrossing from one political party to another dates back to 1905. So it is not a new thing. And in Nigeria, it also dates back to 1951, when you recall that some members of the NCNC who were elected with Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe on the day of election to elect the leader of the Western region, defected to the action group. So it's not a new thing. What we have said is that, Miriam, the political party structure doesn't work the way your TV station works. You do not have what it takes to just write to Mr. President to tell him what to do. No, there are structures, there are areas. We are ordinary members of the party. We do not have the wherewithal to tell Mr. President what to do. If I were a member of the National Assembly or State Assembly, it would have been a different ballgame. But I am convinced, even as a former member of the All Progressive Congress, that what Nigerians are getting today is not what we promised them. And I think that one politician people should begin to applaud that I get to a crossroad and I come back. So it's not as if I crisscross alone. If I actually crisscross, it is members of the PDP that should get angry that I left the party. So I merely came back as a Catholic that I am. It is not too, people should not be too ashamed to accept when they make mistakes. Okay. What we promise Nigerians is not what they are getting. So shouldn't I come back to a party where we at least we set things in the right direction? Up till now, just like the gentleman in the studio is saying, we are still blaming President Jonathan. When we all knew, we knew, quote unquote, that he was not doing well. That was why we came. So why should Jonathan continue to be a recurring decimal? Every day, the same man that didn't do well is in the villa with the president on a daily basis. So who are they deceiving? So we should tell ourselves the truth.
Okay, Dr. Lloyd, let's talk about...
Does he go there to tell them how to do the...
Okay, all right, Dr. Lloyd, I'll come back to you. Back to you, Francis. In terms of security, Dr. Mohammed Junaid has also said that the president has failed in terms of security woefully, if I might add, and he has said that the president is a threat to the security and unity of this country, saying that the president is being economical with the truth about what's happening in the northeast of the country, and he said a lot of things, but what's your take on this? Do you necessarily think that the president is a threat to security and the unity of the country?
I think that is going too harsh on Mr. President. No one individual can be a threat to a nation. But I would say, yes, I agree that Mr. President has failed in terms of securing the lives and properties of Nigerians. It's not something new. It's not that we're just hearing it for the first time. Everybody has been saying it. And unfortunately, we seem to have gotten to that point where we have a president who no longer listens to the people. A president who doesn't even come out to talk to the Nigerian people. A president that, even in the first wave of the coronavirus, it was difficult for him to muster the strength to talk to Nigerians, to answer questions from...
But the presidency would want to differ on this, because they would say that the president didn't need to speak to Nigerians, but there were rollouts of programs, there were palliatives. programs that were put out to help Nigerians. And there was a question posed by a presidential aide saying, so if the president comes to speak to you, is that going to help your situation?
This is where...
And I'm just playing the devil's
I understand.
advocate.
This is where we're getting it all wrong. We did not elect a press release president. We elected a president that we expect to be up and doing, to address Nigerians. You see, there's a difference between when a father writes a letter and when a father speaks from the heart to his children. The children will react more to that that's coming from the heart. But you see, we've gotten to a point where what we have today is a press release president. Nobody sees Mr. President. All we see is every day there's one press release to a point where the only thing that happens...
There are pictures of Mr. President and the former president in Government House and other people who...
No. Miriam, the only thing we see these days
is that not seeing the president.
Congratulations messages, condolences. This is not the Nigeria we handed over to Mr. President. And this, I'll tell you the truth, the president we have today is not the Major General Buhari I knew as a young person.
Okay.
You know,
but can I ask a question?
Okay.
What does seeing the president do for you as Francis Chilaka, a Nigerian? What does he do for you?
It builds confidence. Check what has happened in America. Even with everything that is happening with Donald Trump, people criticizing him every day, he still comes out to talk to the American people. He motivates them. And that is what a president should do. When things are not going right, Mr. President should stand up and talk to the people one-on-one. When he was campaigning to be a president, there were no press releases. He went from one state to another talking to the people. And this is why I have problem with our politicians. Everybody is waiting. In the next 1 year or two, they'll start frying granite on the street, start selling akara. This is not what we want. We need to move. And that's why I want to say that, you know, the other man who just spoke, talking about going back to PDP or going back to APC. I don't even believe in PDP. I don't believe in APC. What we need is we need a new structure. We need a change in this country. The young Nigerians must be given opportunity to come out and take governance.
Oh, that's a whole kettle of fish. I would want to go into that. But let me come back to you, Dr. Chidi Lloyd. Let's talk about information management under the Buhari administration, because he just made mention of the fact that the president needs to be seen and heard, and he's not seen enough of that in the past 5 years. There have been messages that have been put out, there have been messages that have been rolled back, there have been corrections, there have been cancellations, there have been setting the record straight. Information management under this administration, how well has it been for the Buhari government?
Well, first, I'd like to react to what the gentleman in the studio said. It doesn't matter whether you believe in APC or PDP. But for you to make a change, you need to be in the system. You must belong somewhere. It's not enough to sit in the comfort of your sitting room and begin to talk. You must come out. See what is happening in Uganda. The 38-year-old boy has come to take the bull by the horn, and he's speaking. So we do know that we have two major political parties in Nigeria. Either you are in the APC or the PDP. So that is the reason that we must have a platform. It is not as if we enjoy moving from place to place. Well, having said that, information management in this administration is anything but below expectation, because you have people talking, you have all kinds of spokespersons or spokespeople for the president. The other woman, Mrs. Onoche, is saying one thing. They have a presidential spokesperson. They have spokesperson for the administration. Most times I find it difficult to know what Garba Shehu does, the difference between Garba Shehu's work and that of the former president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. So it is confusing because they shoot from from different sides of the barrel. So it is mainly confusing. You know, when the president say a thing, they are the ones who are coming to correct the president, when it should actually be the other way around. The spokespeople are supposed to make mistakes, then the president will clarify. And like the gentleman in the studio said, this is one president that doesn't talk to us. It doesn't matter. You know, the level of impunity is what even is painful to Nigerians. It's what is annoying. We look at for our president to speak to us, just as we see people Muslim clerics look out for the moon. It shouldn't be so. We should have a president that speaks to us. President Trump, like him, he's a president that is speakable. We all know that. He talks to the people. He still talks to the people. He's either tweeting or talking. So those are the kind of things. When information is not made available, it gives room for all kinds of suspicion. And this president, it's obvious, doesn't talk to us. So we shouldn't have a president who Nigerians are looking forward to the end of the tenure. That is because we are that frustrated. We are just waiting for the tenure to grind to a halt. It shouldn't be so. Even in America, you can imagine the number of people who are standing up for Donald Trump because they think that there is something he does well. But here, the insecurity in the land is alarming, it's crazy. So we do not even know, how do you have an administration, Marian, that you have universities closed down for a year?
Well, Dr. Lloyd, that's a discussion for another day. But I want to thank you because we're out of time. Thank you very much to Dr. Chidi Lloyd.
We are taking it holistically.
We will have this conversation another day.
It breeds insecurity.
We have to go now. Thank you very much. Dr. Chidi Lloyd is a development analyst joining us live from Rivers State. And of course, Francis Chiloka is a political analyst. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, we will be talking about the Kwara APC crisis. Now, it takes a new turn as the youth prevail. We'll be right back.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The concerned All Progressives Congress youth stakeholders in Kwara State threatened to disrupt the forthcoming party membership registration exercise if what it called the illegal removal of Honorable Bashir Omolaja or Bolarinwa as chairman of the caretaker committee of the party was not reversed with immediate effect. The APC youths also called on the National Caretaker Committee of the party, led by Governor Mai Mala Buni of Yobe State, to overturn the decision in the interest of the party in the state. Now, Bolarinwa was removed from office by the National Caretaker Committee and replaced by his deputy, Alhaji Samari Abdullahi. Now, joining us to have this conversation is Oladimeji Mustafa. He is the legal advisor for APC in Kwara State. Mr. Dimeji, it's good to have you join us.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you are welcome.
And of course, we have live in the studio with us, Biodun Shomi. He is a political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Shomi.
I'm pleased to be here.
All right. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Dimeji. What exactly is the reason for the youth in your party referring to the removal of Mr. Bolarinwa as illegal?
You said what? You said...
The youth in your party have said that the removal of Bolarinwa and being replaced by another person is illegal.
Well, you say his removal is illegal. To me, I don't think anybody remove him, and he cannot be removed. Hello?
I'm so sorry, but they have said that he's being removed and he's being replaced. But you're saying that he's not been removed and nobody can remove him. So you're obviously supporting the youth in your party. Why do you think that this is an issue as we speak?
As you must have known that I told you earlier on that I'm the state legal advisor of the APC.
Yes.
and we State ESCO of Kwara APC, Bashir Omalaja Bolanewa, Honorable, is the State Chairman, Caretaker Committee, and the highest ruling body of APC in Kwara State, APC.
Okay.
And at the same time, we have NEC, National Executive Committee, headed by Governor Buni, Memala Buni. And if there will be anything of such, there will be a communication to the State Executive Committee of the party, headed by Omalaja Bashir Bolanewa. And up to now, there is no any communication from the national level of the party.
But the information that we have is that the National Working Committee, the removal of Bolarinwa was at the behest of the National Working Committee, but you're giving us a totally different perspective. Can we say that there is a crack in the party, and that is why there's this different information from Block A and Block B?
Of course, there's a division in the party. And the division, which does not necessary. The division was caused, or is caused, by the Executive Governor of Kwara State, Madam Abraham Abrazak. Right from the time he has emerged as candidate before the general election, he has caused division in the APC. And this is a man, Honorable Bashir Bolarinwa, who took the party from the scratch after the exit of the former Senate President of Nigeria, Dr. Bukola Saraki, from the party. Then Bashir Bolarinwa took up the party as the state chairman, unanimously. All tendencies that formed the APC agree unanimously that Bashir Bolarinwa should be the state chairman of the party. And since then, he stood up to make sure the party have 100% victory in the last general election, 2019. Then immediately after the emergency of Malam Abraham Abrazak as a candidate, he has been giving the party problem, saying that he cannot work with our state chairman.
I have another question. Who exactly is steering the wheel of the party? Because I'm interested to know if this
who is doing what?
I want to know who's steering the wheel of the party. In other words, who is the party leader in your state? Is it the governor? Is it Ms. Saraki? Is it the Minister for Information? Who exactly is leading the party? Because Kwara State does have two ministers in the APC, and of course you have the governor. Who is in charge of the party? Ordinarily
and constitutionally, the leader of the party is the state chairman of the party. But conventionally, which is not in the constitution, the governor is the leader of the party in the state.
And does that give the governor the powers to decide who becomes the state party chairman, or is that the decision of the people in the party?
There is no rule. The party that has constitution, and there is no rule or law in the constitution that gave the governor any power to remove or unilaterally nominate anybody as the chairman or any officer of the party.
Okay.
He doesn't have the power. I mean, the governor, he doesn't have the power.
Interesting. I'll come back to you. Let me come to you, Mr. Showmi. This is what we see time and time again in political parties, be it APC or PDP, where there seems to be a crack in the party because there are too many godfathers within one party, and everybody seems to be struggling for some, big chunk of power. How do we see this power tussle, play out? Because, like I said earlier on, we have a Saraki in the APC who's also a minister. We have the Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, and we have the governor of the state. We also have Maina Buni sitting at the helm of affairs of the party, and people have referred to him as high-handed. How does this play out for the APC in Kwara State?
Yeah, what we see is that the crisis in APC started immediately after the elections, which was won by the governor, the sitting governor. It was over appointments
of commissioners and special advisors, there were disagreements between two power blocks. Before Mrs. Saraki, emerged, as a minister, there were divisions. You have the Artswell minister, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who felt that, look, he needed to be respected, he needed some influence within the cabinet and some post. And you also have the governor who is still determined to be himself, said, look, I will not tolerate the emergence of any godfather or anybody dictating to him. The fact of the matter is, if you go into history and you see how the governor emerged, you will realize that the whole party rallied around him, for him to emerge. So many people have thought that there will be a kind of consensus on the issue of appointments, to appease or to compensate different political groupings within the APC in Kwara State who fought to remove, the former governor. But from all indication, the governor seems to be determined, to assert his domination over the political affairs of Kwara State. On another score, when you actually look at what is going on, I disagree with the legal advisor, on his perspective that the governor does not have the power. What he's not addressing is that the governor has the capacity if he lacks the power.
Well, I think he's talking about
Tacitly.
legally and constitutionally as
Correct.
per the party's
Correct.
constitution. I'm guessing that's where
Correct.
he's coming from.
That's correct, but we should not forget one thing, because I don't have a horse on any of the thing. Now, we should not forget one thing. This is not an elected executives in power. This is a caretaker committee put in place. From all indications, it was not the governor that removed the chairman. It was the National Working Committee of APC. Yes, it may be true that they have not communicated, or there's a gap in communication or delay in communication between the National Working Committee and the state chapter. But I doubt if that would have happened without the governor being behind that. So he has the capacity. He may not have the legal powers, to dissolve or to remove the chairman, but he has the capacity to influence that direction. So I think the legal advisor is purely looking at a political issue from a legal viewpoint rather than looking at it from a political viewpoint.
Mr. Dimeji, have you received a letter, a formal information telling you as a party, as a bloc, that your chairman was going to be relieved of his duties? Was there any communication from the National Working Committee?
Up till now, there is nothing of such. Up till now, I'm telling you. I just came from Abuja yesterday in the evening, and there is not any communication whatsoever as to relief of his position.
So, but you said there might be a delay, and
it's quite unfortunate because such an announcement shouldn't have been made without communicating with important stakeholders like the legal advisor of APC in Kwara State or the person involved, the chairman or the removed chairman, whichever way you want to call it. That should have preceded any announcement. But if what Mr. Mustafa is saying, or Alhaji Mustafa, I don't know his, whatever, if what he's saying is true, I don't think that is right. I think, again, this is one thing we should stop doing in this country. You remove people and they only know through the radio or through the media rather than communicating, treating people decently.
Point of correction. Point of correction. He has not been removed at any quarter or by any executive or by anybody. It's just a purported removal by the state government.
Mr. Ladimeji, you keep making reference to the fact that he's not been removed, but the youth in your state have given a 24-hour ultimatum. They are speaking. So if he was not removed or purportedly not removed, how come the young people in your state are giving the National Working Committee a 24-hour ultimatum? How come they're asking the president to intervene if there is no such thing? Or maybe you're trying to say to yourself and to your people that it's not happening, even though it has happened.
Hello? Anybody is free to say anything. We have freedom of expression, of freedom of press. So anybody can go to press and say whatever he likes. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we have national executive body, national caretaker committee, who have the right to do otherwise about any party throughout Nigeria. It was this national caretaker committee that sworn in all the 36 state chairmen, which include our own chairman here in Kwara State. So I don't know if there will be any removal. The communication will be from the national headquarters and not anywhere else.
What do you think would happen to the party after now? Because of obviously you're pointing fingers at your governor. You're saying that this probably is coming from him. But then
this attempt is not his first attempt. He has attempted so many times to get him removed. And the last one was at Kwara Hotel, when he organized, the governor, he organized a fake rally, not knowing that they are planning a failed coup to remove our chairman. He has been failing. I will still fail this time around.
Okay.
He will still fail this time around.
All right, quickly, Mr. Showemi, before we wrap things up, going forward for the APC, and again, I'd like to make reference to the fact that the APC seems to be having these kind of similar issues everywhere. I mean, let's not forget what happened in Edo State very, quickly. It's the same power tussle that, put a crack in the party. And parties are somewhat, coming together and pulling their forces, getting ready for 2023. Does this in any way show that maybe the APC is not ready for what's coming in 2023?
No, I don't think so. I just think that the APC has failed to manage the crisis. Even PDP have their own crisis in each state. They all have their problems. But in the case of Kwara State, unfortunately, is getting more pronounced. The seeming crisis, which people thought, they would resolve it one way or the other, has not been resolved. And what you see is that there is a danger if efforts are not made to resolve this. There's a danger that it could also threaten the hold of the party, in power. Because when you have this kind of crisis going on, it's going to demoralize the members. You can see how Mr. Mustafa has been expressing his views very strongly, yes, from a legal viewpoint. And then also you have the political issues. If this issue ends up in court, what we end up realizing is paralyzing the party. And the party is central, is the vanguard to mobilize members for elections.
Well, Biodun Showemi is a political analyst, and of course joining us from Kwara is Oladimeji Mustafa. He is the legal advisor for Kwara State APC. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for speaking with us. All right. Well, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, before we come back, of course, Nigerians are going to tell you what they feel about the Buhari administration, how they feel about it, what they think it's done for them. Of course, when I come back, I'll give you my take.
So far, so good. Buhari administration has not been fair to the masses. I'm talking about the lower class, in the sense that those of us who are below the average earner, there's a lot of poverty in the land, no job. The country is disorganized. We don't know the way forward.
For me, the administration is not good. It's not fair for the poor people. We, the masses, we are suffering. That is what I have to say for now.
This is not what I expect from the Buhari regime, to be sincere. What I thought that, because even my wife, I told her within 1 year, by God's grace, you will see Nigeria will be settled. That is the first thing. But this, we are going to 4 years now. How many years now we are into? Things are not, they are just, maybe Buhari, I don't know. Some people are saying that they charm me, they do. All is a lie. Understand? Let Buhari focus on his regime and go through what masses are going through.
It has not been fair at all to every one of us. People have been complaining here and there.
We dey look say the Buhari government, the time wey in the rule, is not good.
You see Buhari government so far, well, he's doing well, but I just believe it's people around him that is working, not even him at all. Sure, you understand? But it's not so, the whole thing is that it's not favoring at all.
Well, here's my take. Mr. President, so much is happening under your watch, yet so little is seen and heard from you. We're being kidnapped, we're being killed, we're being shot at, yet we get no justice. We still haven't gotten over October 20th, 2020. We spoke up against bad governance and police brutality, but we were all shut down. The beauty of democracy, Mr. President, is being allowed to speak up and make demands of our government, especially when it seems that we aren't getting what we were promised. All we ask, Mr. President, Mr. Governor, Mr. Politician, is good leadership. All we ask for is good governance. All we need is a better Nigeria. This we desire. I am Mary Anacon, thanking you all for watching Plus Politics. Don't forget you can follow us on our social media, on Twitter, on Instagram, and of course on Facebook. And you can watch this show live on YouTube. Have a beautiful weekend. Good night.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh. Now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
Accident mark our place. Some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I would take the vaccine on a condition. That is if our politicians, the leaders, will test it first and will see it works in them before I will go into that.
Yes, I will, but due to what they say that prevention is better than cure, so I will take the vaccine for the purpose of in case of. But for me, I didn't believe there is COVID-19 in Nigeria.
It will depend on the science behind it, who's behind it, the pharmaceutical company behind it, the research behind it. Like I said, it's based on the science that is behind it. Can they show that they understand what COVID-19 is?
Would you take it?
For anything. Because I can't even experience that thing. My family and me, my people, we can never encounter that kind of COVID-19 because there is no COVID-19 in Nigeria.
I will not take it anymore. And anybody work close to me, I will not allow him to take anything like vaccine. I go school, I know something like about something like that. So I will not take myself to taking something like vaccine because I will not take like something like corona would attend to me, right? Because I didn't believe on it. That's it.
No. The whole corona, whatever, all those ones is a lie, I know. So it's a lie. So why will I take anything about corona or whatever? No, I won't take it.
Yeah, from my own point of view, I don't think I would want to. The reason is this. I might need them to run a check on it and then test someone else. Then if it works perfectly, then who am I to say no?
I'll take just to prepare myself now, to prepare myself. So, as far as all over the world, I take it to just, have any other cure for now, even in this country. So I'll take the vaccine to secure myself, my family, my children, my wife.
I'll take it if it's real, if it's not fake. It's fake. Everything they are doing is fake.
No. Why? They should use it to treat their family, not us. Nothing is wrong with us. We are not sick.
lè lo kò sílé kò ń bì nọ́mbà tó ló ń wà tó bá ti rẹ̀ èèyàn kọ́ má rí pé èèyàn wúkọ́ àbẹ́yàn sick lásán wọ́n máa ló ní COVID-19 nìyẹn.
Yeah, well, definitely I would if it's 100% guaranteed. If other people are taking it and things are really going on well, why not? I would take it.
I don't know. I will have to test the authenticity first.
Yes, it's for our safety. It's for our being. The deadly disease is everywhere. So we need to protect ourselves to be alive. Yes.
Of course, I will take it if it becomes available.
Why do you take it?
Because you have to be part of the global community. You can't isolate yourself from what is happening in the world. Everybody knows that COVID-19 is ravaging the world. It's a fact. So if something comes up, you understand, to prevent you from having COVID-19, you just have to trust your instinct and take it.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. we go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayua Mesale, and today I have one virtual and one in-house. So because we've not seen our virtual anchor for a while. So AK, how are you doing?
Thank you, Uwa. I'm glad to be back. I'm happy to be back. I missed you guys.
Missed you too.
Although I'm virtual, just imagine me virtually like hugging you.
I can't wait
We're
for
virtually receiving the hug.
No, I can't wait for her to come.
No, there's still social distancing, please. I virtually received the hugs.
Receive it until it is a safe time to give you the physical one.
Absolutely. So how was your trip and how was the holiday? I hope you had fun.
Oh, the holiday was a good one for me. I really did take time off to just decompress. I feel brand new. I feel rejuvenated. I feel I'm ready to take on 2021. So it was a good time away.
Awesome. So it was not those ones that were doing vacation.
Exactly.
No, it was strictly vacation. There was no work, and I really kudos to all my colleagues. They were wonderful. They gave me time away without interruptions.
So
if you're listening to me out there, kisses to all of you.
Including us.
Yeah, so at least we allowed you to breathe now. We didn't bother your holiday.
No, you didn't.
Absolutely.
Isi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
How was your training today?
Oh, my training went very well. I trained the teachers on elocution, and it was so interesting because they got to know some words they weren't familiar with, and some techniques on how to actually pronounce the words. So it was interesting.
Some techniques how to pronounce the words. We're not talking what's it called? Elocution today. We're discussing civil rights matters, the copyright matters.
Copyright matter.
All right, so here's what we found as today's quote. It's nice to think my ideas can still entertain and challenge people after I am gone, but I would like the royalties for them while I'm alive. That's from Stuart Stratford. What do you think? As in, when I saw this quote, I said, this is just the it quote for us.
Beautiful.
When I'm alive, give me the money.
Yes, let's receive it now, not when I'm dead.
Yeah.
Totally. It's just like they say teacher's reward is in heaven.
It's not in heaven, no, please.
We
Want it here on
want
earth.
it now.
So today we're talking copyright. Now, in simple terms, copyright is the right to copy. This means that the original creator of products and anyone they give authorization to are the only ones with the exclusive right to produce the work. So how well informed are owners of intellectual property in Nigeria? Mena Ajapovi, I hope I pronounced his name well, is here to discuss this. But first, we'll take a break for what's in the news. You're still watching Ways. Now we're going to go straight to AK. AK, what did you find for us in the news today?
Okay, so for me, the news is taken from The Nation, and the caption goes, breaking, schools resume January 18, says federal government. So we have been, it was proposed that schools will open on Monday, which is, will reopen on Monday, students will resume back. And we're thinking that January 18th will be moved for obvious reasons. There's a second strand, there is the rising of COVID cases, positive cases. But the federal government has come to confirm, after meeting with various stakeholders, that schools will still go ahead, to resumption will still happen. And you know why this story is particular to me, or I really pick interest in the story, is because I have children and I also know the struggle. So you're in between the devil and the deep blue sea. You have to worry about COVID, but you also will have to worry about, the sanity of your children. Apart from some children have been privileged to even say, let them do virtual learning. Some children have not been educated since March. So it's really a struggle. And you know that during the onset of COVID, the government has proffered solutions. Okay, we're going to educate them via TV or radio, but it's not sustainable, and it's not been really happening. It's not as effective as I want. So there's really that struggle, and it's not an easy decision to take. Some people say it's crazy, but then again, it's not as simple as it seems. You get? So I don't know what to think about this, because I really haven't taken a stand whether or not to let my children go back to physical school. So it's really dicey, and that's why I decided to share the story today.
Well, my children will be all right. They'll be in school. No, because today as I was coming, I stopped over to see a friend of mine. The husband was just saying that I am really tired. Honestly speaking, these children have to go back to school.
Well, everybody's tired.
Yeah, because
everybody it's
for you people that even have younger kids, it might be even easier to manage.
Exactly.
The older kids, come on. My children stay up till 5 a.m. playing Fortnite on PS. Like it is, you can't even control any, because you really, so they will tell you, what do you want me to do? I'm bored.
Exactly.
You can't take them out. You can't, so they are home. So I think for me, we'll just find a way. Like Lami said, you remember the beginning of this lockdown, Lami said that eventually it's going to boil down to herd immunity. So you have to boost your immunity. That's the truth. System. Because there's really nothing anybody can do at this point. The children have to go back to school. And like you rightly said, some children they've not been taught since March last year.
Exactly.
Not like the ones that are even privileged to do virtual learning,
Some students have missed a whole year of school.
Yes.
A whole year.
So it's actually a devil and the deep blue sea situation. But Isi, let's take your story.
What can I say? As an educator, I don't know what else to say. The key thing is that we want the kids back in school, but I keep saying one thing. The private sector will do what they have to do, but the public sector is where we rarely have challenges. We can actually talk to the private sector and tell them, okay, we want our children to be in this particular environment. We want the classroom to look like this. We can even contribute to that, to having that done. But in the government-owned schools is not possible. So that's where we really have a challenge. And well, while others are opening, Obaseki has decided to impose a 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew in Edo State. And he has also shifted school resumption to February 1st. This is to also check the spread of the second wave of COVID. And like I said, this is something we will always face. Yes, the governor of Edo State would probably want a situation whereby he must have talked to the Commission of Education and see what is obtainable in the public schools in Edo State. But we all know that the state of education in Edo State currently, or the schools, are not in good state. So that is also something.
Well,
and we also have
that you have said, okay, this is why I am moving this resumption. What are you putting in place? What is this? What data is backing up this shifting of the resumption?
Exactly.
You must not just assume.
Just move it forward like that.
Yes, you must back it up with data. You must say that, okay, this is an XYZ that we have noticed, and we are hoping that by February 1st, we would have put XYZ in place so the resumption can happen. Not
that's
just saying,
being practical.
Yes.
That's being practical. But what we have is an assumption, which is he is saying that is going to be based on whether the people of Edo State comply to the COVID protocol or
so while we're on
measures.
COVID matter, we should also realize that there's something really happening, looming, which is hunger and so food security. So FAO urges African countries to tackle climate change. So the Director General of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has appealed for an urgent scale-up of Africa's Great Green Wall initiative to restore degraded land, right, and create jobs and tackle climate change. This year, we are farmers. Not this year, sorry, 2020, we really saw the effect of climate change on the farmlands. We barely had rains, to be able to, water the farmlands. So there's a lot going on. While we are complaining about COVID and everything, we should put in cognizance the, the looming food security challenge that is coming, hunger and all of that. So African leaders, I think this Great Green Wall initiative is a flagship initiative to combat climate change and desertification and address food insecurity and poverty.
There was something
with the goal of restoring 100 million hectares by 2030. So this is a fantastic initiative, and I hope all the African leaders, will come together and make this a reality. It was endorsed by the Union in 2007.
This brings to mind what happened when we were much younger as kids, and then they would say plant a tree, and it helps to, suck in whatever
there are so many things that can be done to reduce desertification.
There is so much we can do.
So I think it just takes the will for all our African leaders come together and fight this and combat it.
And more enlightenment on the hazard of climate change.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. AK, do you have anything to contribute to my story, or you just want us to move on?
Yeah, no. So I was actually beckoning on you when Isi was talking about her story.
Yeah,
I wanted to lend the voice to what she was sharing.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how curfew solves COVID, or it's a solution to COVID. I don't know how that works. You get. People are exposed during the day. So the most active time of the day is even the time that is left open. And the funny thing about schools not reopening is that the parents that are going out, not observing COVID laws, are coming back home to those children. So that's why I said it's really between the devil and the BBC. I don't think really that a restriction and movement of time, especially during the night when we're all supposed to sleep, would help us solve COVID. Absolutely. But then again, it's the governor.
It's just doing the responsible thing. You just came back from a trip, right? You are self-isolating because you are a responsible citizen. You would have decided to come out to say you want to also join and just go about your business. So this COVID issue is not so much of putting these stringent rules and regulations. It's more of personal responsibility. Everybody just begin to care about the next person. Just care about the next person. That's all. When you start to put the next person first, I tell you, we'll fight this problem quicker than even all the curfews and all of those restrictions that have been put in place.
You're totally right, Tua.
Yeah,
you're totally right.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to take a break. When we return, we'll be discussing copyright in Nigeria. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, copyright infringement is the unlawful use of works protected by copyright law without permission for a usage where such permission is required, thereby infringing certain exclusive rights granted to the copyright holder, such as the right to produce, distribute, display, or perform the work, the protected work, or to make derivative works. Now, the copyright holder is typically the work's creator or a publisher or other business to whom copyright has been assigned. Oftentimes, we see creatives going on social media accusing producers of stealing their creative idea, or in today's case in point, for instance, Ms. Tobore, an investigative journalist who called up Mo Abudu on a movie she produced that was centered around sex trafficking, her true life story. Now, this is not new when it comes to intellectual property. So today we are talking to creatives and we are asking, how well informed are you about protecting your intellectual property? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WaveShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaveShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So I'm going to bring in our guest like in 2 minutes, but I wanted to hear, AK, I'll come to you first, then I'll come to EC. How well do you even understand anything about copyright, right? Because this battle, every now and then, you see it back and forth. Maybe a music artist that goes to sign under a label, the next thing they fall out, why? Oh, there was issues and all of that. But AK, let me come to you. Do you know anything about copyright, and protecting your intellectual property? How well do you know about that?
Well, I would say, Uwa, that I know a little bit about it. And let me explain also because I oversee a lot of small businesses.
Yes.
And it's the same thing as getting a patent. So maybe there's a difference between the patent and the copyright. I'll let the professional tell us. But there's always a talk about owning the rights to whatever it is that you produce, whether it's the product, by doing it the right way. Now, apart from even knowing it that way, or the little bit I know, this has been in the media too often for people to sleep on it. Okay, so you hear someone complaining and saying, someone stole my idea, someone stole my song. The thing is, how do you prevent that? You don't have to experience it before you learn. You can learn from other people's experience. And so we hear a lot about copyrights, what is mine, what is not mine, what should be mine. And I have a lot of questions today for again, because a lot of people claim rights. And Uwa, the first person that runs to the media always looks like it's correct. You get? Because I find out in the past that some people did not even know their rights well enough to accuse. So the thing really is, are you well informed? For example, one of the questions I want to ask is that, if I'm working for somebody, which is this case, does it mean that, okay, I'm working for my employer today. Do I own the rights to everything that I have done in that employer's premise?
That's a very good question we're going to ask.
Employer's name.
Yeah. We're going to bring in our guest. So let me just bring him in. So Mena Ajapovi is a partner at UUBO. That's Udo Udoma and Bello Sage partner. Intellectual property, litigation, arbitration, and alternative dispute resolution and telecommunications, media and technology department. Now he advises on copyright, patents, trademarks, domain name, broadcasting, music, movie, comedy, production, distribution, branding, image rights, franchising, licensing, amongst others. So he's the perfect person to have this conversation. Now, he has represented some of the world's biggest names and owners of IP in this disputes and relative issues in this area. So thank you so much for joining us, Barrister Mena. So you were just in a hurry to jump into AK's question. So maybe we'll start from there. So
yes, I wanted.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, shoot.
So in the case where someone, so let us probably bring it down first from the case in point tonight before we now give the broader advice to creatives, because the goal for tonight's show is let creatives listen, because I know that the law is not emotional. The law only follows what has been signed and documented. That is only when you can win some of these things. So in the case in point, right, you're under an employee, like what AK had said. Do you even have the right to say whatever it is that I produce under that employee, I can own that copyright? Is it possible?
Okay, so the law is very clear. Intellectual property is a creation of the mind. Now, people use the word copyright, patent, and any other thing related to it. Now, the mind is very creative, and the law says that the creation that comes from the mind, expressed in a particular way, is protectable. That's the law. Now, the law also goes on to define in what situation that kind of creation can be protected, and against who, and for what purpose. So it's not everything that comes from the mind that is protectable. For instance, ideas are not protectable. So if you like, you have an idea. I had this idea. Where is the idea? The law cannot protect idea. So now you made a statement that if you're working for somebody who owns the copyright or who owns the intellectual property to the things that come out from that situation, the law also defines it so that if you're an employee and there's an employer, the law says that the work that you produce, the output that comes out of it, first of all, belongs to you. You are the author. It belongs to you. However, that right that belongs to you can be taken away from you easily in your letter of employment. So if your letter of employment does not specifically say that the output will belong to the employer, then the author of those work owns those copyrights. That's what the law says. So I've heard people just saying, I'm a master and employer, I'm an employee, he's my employer, therefore anything that is created belongs to my employer. What if your letter of employment is silent about it? If your letter of employment is silent about it, then those work belong to you. That's what the law says.
You know, legal matters is very... Yeah, go ahead, AK.
Can I stretch my question? So let's even use a case in point. I'm the employer and I pay you for doing a particular kind of job. And because really, I think what we're talking about in this case is investigative journalism that is sponsored by an employer. Now, who really owns that? Because you're supposed to go and do the job. So I'm not talking about I'm creating a new product out of the air. What about if creating a product is what I am paid to do? So if I am paid to create a fantastic product, that is what I am employed to do. If I create that product out from my idea, does it mean that the product belongs to me, seeing that the product and the research is being paid for by the employer? Absolutely. I just need that clarification.
You see, it's a beautiful concept. It covers everything. The law also talks about the situation you just mentioned. And it says for publication, in a publishing house, it is usually the publisher, the employer, that owns it, because that is the whole idea of bringing you in the first place. There's a full provision of the Copyright Act, which subject to how the discussion flows, that I will have to read. So for publication, for journalists, for those people like that, the work belongs to the publisher, except you now use it for something else. Because that is the reason why you are engaged in the first place. But generally, see, the author owns the work. That's the first mention. First ownership belongs to the author. Then you cannot develop from there. And let me just add, copyright is not registrable. Attaches to you by law. So when you create it, as you're creating it, the law is giving you the power to protect it so that nobody copies it, nobody distributes it, nobody uploads it somewhere, nobody does anything that you are entitled to do. That's copyright.
Okay.
Thank you.
Barrister Mena, hi. So let's take a look at sales and royalties, okay? What is the role of sales and royalties as it affects intellectual property?
Okay, so it depends on the endeavor that you're talking about. So for instance, music, what you live by is the royalty. Your royalty and the sales and everything that comes about it. The exploitation, royalty is an outcome from the exploitation of your work. So you expect that when you put your work out there, after a certain time from the exploitation, either a songwriter, somebody uses that song to make something else, you expect royalties from it. So it's a legitimate expectation from the exploitation of your intellectual property. That's simple. That's how simplistic it is. A legitimate expectation in terms of funds, money, earnings from the exploitation of intellectual property. So you are entitled to it, and the law protects it. It's a property right. It's divisible. It's transferable. You can enforce it. You can do anything with it, and it will live on. The lifespan of your copyright, the law says, for instance, literary work, artistic work, the law stipulates that it's 70 years after the death of the person who makes it. Now, for music, it's 50 years. It's very long. So it's not, the law recognizes it. It's very beautiful. But one thing that you cannot transfer it, you cannot transfer your IP without having it in writing.
Okay.
So any transfer of IP that is not written down, it's not recognizable. So those are some of the things that owners of work should do. Creatives generally, they're very lax about it. They don't cross the T's and dot the I's.
Because they're not aware.
Barrister Mena. Yeah, so this thing you just hit the nail on the head when you said about, you see, so we are creatives. We just want to do the work, want to show the world, you know. But you are the lawyer, and you are looking at this person that, you have not come to sit down with a lawyer, you know, to tell you how you can go about your work. So if you had one thing to say to creatives in terms of if they conceptualize an idea and they want to push it out there in the world, what would be the first thing they should do with that concept before even taking it out to say they want to publish or whatever? What should they do?
The first thing you should do with your idea is to write it down. Write the vision, make it plain. Let me not go further on. No. So the first thing to do with your idea is to write it down. So if it's a song, sing it to your phone. Put it down on your phone in a place that it can be perceived, because it is the expression of ideas that is protectable. It is not the ideas dancing around in the air. One thing you must know, ideas are intrinsically parallel. The way it's hitting you is hitting another person in Kazakhstan. So it's not original to you, it's parallel. So the first person to give it expression is the owner of the work. So the first thing to do is to write it. Second thing to do is think of how to exploit it. If you want to exploit it, think of how to exploit it commercially. And be methodical about it. The law is methodical. It's not emotional. So when you cover those bases, and the next thing to do is to seek a lawyer. Come and look for me.
For upcoming people. Go ahead, AK.
Thank you very much. I like all this enlightenment that we're receiving. Now, there's a particular question I want to ask. Now, I feel that, please correct me if I'm wrong, you to say you have the copyright to something, you must have gone through the legal process of getting a copyright. Now, if you do not copyright your work and put it in the public space, if I want to, let's say, copy that work, do I need to come to you to get a permission when you do not have a copyright? You know, so if you release, as people release things in social media and, you know, it becomes popular, can I come later and say I was the one that started it if I have not registered it?
How do you claim what you don't own? If you have not seen it, if you've not put it out there, how would you not say, yes, I was the one that started it, I thought about it? So it goes back to what I said first of all. You must put it down in a medium where it can be perceived. Then we can now say who wrote it first or who did it first, who published it.
AK's question is, I have written it down, but I did not copyright it.
I've written it down, but I have not copyrighted it. I've not gone to the law to say this is mine.
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, copyright, if it's a trademark, you register it. If it's, so for instance, you're selling small chops and the logo with which you sell your small chops is a fist like this. So what you do, you came up with the concept of using a fist to sell your small chops. You go to the trademark office and register that trademark, that fist, for the sale of small chops. That is when you can boldly say, if anybody uses a fist for the sale of small chops, the person is violating your rights. That's what it is.
Okay. So no matter how popular it is, if I have not registered it, the first person to go and tell the law that it belongs to me, that's the owner.
So when you register it, law gives you certain rights of a registered trademark owner. Nobody can use that fist to sell. So for instance, you cannot use the word Coke to sell any drink with that color. No matter even if it is Zobo that is in your bottle, once you put that logo of Coke inside, it has transformed what is inside
into Coke.
Into Coke. Therefore, nobody. So you'll be passing off the business of another person as your own if you use that logo to sell your Zobo.
Yeah. Okay, so somebody has sent in a comment. I think her name is Alero. She says the Tobore issue is such an emotional one because of what she went through. I think, yes, legally she cannot claim anything, but Moabudu introduced a moral stand which she should have upheld to even when the channel distribution changed. I think it was supposed to show in cinema. There was no cinema, then they moved to Netflix.
Yes.
But you are a lawyer. You do not deal with emotions, right? So because they have moved that story into a different expression, which is in a movie.
Yes.
So does Premium Time?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I have to put certain disclaimer in talking about that issue. The disclaimers are these. First of all, I have not engaged both parties personally.
Yeah.
They did not give me documents to read.
Brief, yeah.
I did not know. So I don't have the benefits of the full facts. I don't have benefits. So what I know is what I gathered from social media, from publication, either judicially or they are resolved through mediation or settlement of some sort.
Yeah.
That is what both parties can do. But in resolution of that, the law will have to be referred to. And the position of the law is clear. It's not emotional. And the person to construe or to interpret the position of the law is the court, the judge. But whether here or there, I'm going to read out a particular provision of the law that will speak to it. No matter how they go, they must come to this particular provision of the Copyright Act to have a resolution. Now, it is found at Section 9 of the Copyright Act. I would not, because of time, I will just go straight to subsection 3. So it's Section 9, subsection 3 of the Copyright Act. With your permission, let me read it.
Go ahead.
Not the judge, but I'll just read that provision. Where a literary, artistic, or musical work is made by the author in the course of his employment by the proprietor of a newspaper, magazine, or a similar periodical under a contract of service or apprenticeship, as is so made for the purpose of publication in a newspaper, magazine, or similar periodical, the said proprietor shall, in the absence of any agreement to the contrary, be the first owner of copyright in the work, insofar as the copyright relates to the publication of the work in any newspaper, magazine, or similar periodical, or to the reproduction of the work for the purpose of its being so published. But in all other respects, the author shall be the first owner of the work.
In all other respects.
In all other respects.
So on that note,
if you are not using it for publication, in all other respects, the first owner of the work shall be the author. So that is the law. I can't speak.
Okay,
to
you know
it.
what? We will continue. We'll expand, shake more on that, but we want to just take a very short break. We'll be right back. Now, if you're just tuning in, our focus is educating creatives on how to protect their intellectual property and ensure they get paid for their work. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WaysShowAfrica1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I think the phone lines also will be open at this point. So, Barrister, before we went on a break, when you read that lengthy Section 9, subsection 3 of the law, the copyright law, you know, at the tail end, where you say all other works gives right to the creator of the work, that ending part, can you please expatiate on that? So does this mean that if they have published it, for instance, in the case we were talking about at Premium Times, does this mean that for the movie, she owns the copyright? Or explain it, I'm not a lawyer.
I don't know about Premium Times or anything. What it says, the section says that, but in all other respect, in all other respect, if it's not publication, in all other respect, the author shall be the first owner. That section deals with what we call first ownership. So it says that the first ownership belongs to the author. And those rights are they are stipulated there.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Barrister Mena. That was quite enlightening.
We're in the 101 class.
I'm learning so much, and I'm trying to take it all in. But what if there is a situation whereby there is no contractual agreement between both parties?
Did you say where there's no contractual agreement?
Agreement, yes, please.
So the presumption of the law is that the author owns the work. That's it. So let me even read it out. So Section 9 says copyright is conferred by Section 2 and 3 of this Act shall vest initially in the author, notwithstanding where a work is commissioned by a person who is not the author's employer under a contract of service or apprenticeship, or not having been so commissioned is made in the course of the author's employment. Copyright shall belong in the first instance to the author unless otherwise stipulated in writing under contract. So if it is not stipulated in writing that the copyright will vest in the employer, the copyright vests in the author.
Wow.
That's simple. But like I said, with regard to the Tobore matter, I've only stated what the law is. The construction of or the interpretation of that provision is not in my hands. It's in the hands of the court. So I would be presumptuous to say this because evidently I don't have all the facts. Because you see, I've experienced this so many times in court. The first person who will come will tell his story in such prolific way. So by the time you start hearing the other side, but then you start hearing all other things that are on the side, it will sway your view one way or the other. So it is very important that we refrain from, well, that's for me.
From taking
sides.
sides.
For me to refrain from taking sides. I've just focused on what the law says.
AK, you want to come in here?
Yes, so I was just going to ask a very educative question. Is that how easy and how long does it take for me to copyright my idea? So that people at home, especially the people that we're talking to, the creatives, can know that, okay, because a lot of people always assume that legal services are very expensive, especially when you talk about where you go to patents, copyright, and it might just probably be lack of education. So how this copyright, how easy is it for like a layman to work up and get?
Okay, so people talk about registration of copyright all the time. Like I said, copyright attaches to you by law, but there's a system of depository under the Nigerian copyright regime where you do your work, then you take it there to the Copyright Commission and you deposit so that they have a copy of it for purposes of, just knowing that the work was created and to ascribe it with some connection with you. So the fact that you do that does not mean that you own the copyright, because you may have stolen somebody's idea to do that, you just go and do that. So at some point you will not contest who did it first or whatever it is. So those are the things that you have to have in mind. With regard to a patent or a trademark, as soon as you create it, even the book that you're writing that is protected by copyright, as soon as you write it, it qualifies to be protected by law, and you can take it to the depository if you want to follow that. When you write your song, you produce your song, immediately its copyright attaches to it. If it's an invention, you now do the formality, write it, and take it to the registry and to register it, and you have a patent. Now, if it's a trademark, you have your logo, you choose the class of goods that you are trading in. So for instance, if you're dealing with bags, it's in a different class. If you're dealing with books, it's in a different class. If it's cosmetics, it's in a different class. So you have to be able to identify, you tell a practitioner what class of goods that you're dealing with, and they will advise you what class to put it, and you register your trademark in the class that is appropriate for you. And you get the protection, and nobody can stop you from using it. If that happens, you know what to do.
Okay. Barrister Mena, you want to have a...
Is there a site one can go to technically to get to know about all these in one place? Is there a site one can actually look at?
Meet a lawyer.
Aside from going to a lawyer.
You must be a lawyer.
You must come to a lawyer.
We have over how many thousands of lawyers in town, and the number of lawyers. We have several IP practitioners, very good lawyers all around town. So you should be able to meet one of them.
I'm telling you. Okay, so Barrister Mena, so when the case has gotten to the point where somebody out there has a creative work that possibly has been stolen by somebody else and it's dragging, how easy is it to actually even go through the works of going through court and all of those things? Which is the best way to even settle issues of copyright? Should we still go through the law court, or if I want to go to the court, how long does it take? Because in Nigeria alone, I think a lot of people, why they end up giving up on some of these things is also the judicial process. It takes so much time. It costs a lot of money. I mean, I was listening to someone that was saying that he ended up spending much more than the thing that he was even fighting for, because he was trying to pursue that case, right? So how do we
if it's worth fighting for, fight for it. Because the story of the judicial process is so slow, it's as old as the hills. Yeah. We've been saying it from time immemorial. So, but despite that, people are still enforcing their copyright, people are still enforcing their intellectual property If you sleep on your right, people will trample on it and you will not get anything out of it. So you have to insist. At some point, you get to a point where you have to insist on your right. And you forget, you won't even think about time. And even that time is a construct of the mind. Engage the process and pursue it, and let's see how it goes. It works. People are still claiming rights. People are still getting judgments. People are still enforcing their rights all over the place. It is very essential for the growth, for our economy, for intellectual property to be protected. And the most single and viable process of protecting is still in the law courts. This case of Tobore that we are talking about, at the end of the day, if you don't settle it one way or the other, you will come to court. This is, we're in a civil society. You can't take laws into your hands. You have to go through the process that is laid down. It's still effective. I'm not one of those people that would now say the judicial process, that is where I belong. I've been practicing this for years.
I was going to say.
Yes, and I've been very effective in giving results to my clients. So I believe in it, and I encourage everybody to take chance.
Barrister
It works.
Barrister Menda, I know because you're a lawyer. You know, people always say that lawyers like to go to court because, you know, that is only the way you will make your money. You know, if there's another way, you will not even tell us another way to settle this matter. You will say, let us go to court. You know, but that's the notion that lawyers and people have with lawyers.
So we all know about mediation.
Yes.
Trying to mediate, try to settle it amicably. That's available. It's not. There's not anything sophisticated.
Yeah.
You can call people that you can talk to, and they try to resolve it. But after everything, if that one doesn't work, you will still come to a court.
You have a comment.
Okay. My comment goes that I think Barrister Mena will really love this. Okay, this is from Nasiru. He says, my take is creative must read the fine lines of any and every agreement with a competent entertainment lawyer. So
perfect. You knew I would
like I said,
not any type of lawyer.
And not any type of lawyer. Like I said,
yes,
Barrister
there's
Mena
one
really
talking to you now. So
yes, there's one talking to us. But Barrister Mena, you know that the truth is, the people that have the biggest, and this is not to take light of other people that have issues, but the people that are the biggest victims of issues with copyright are startups, upcoming. You know, so you see, I just want to blow. So you see a record label, you do not think twice, they give you something because they promised you so many things. You've signed, you know, and you now realize 2 years down the line that you are making so much money, but you're not seeing the money in your personal account, right? The biggest victims of these issues with copyright and all this drama that has to do with, you know, intellectual property are the people that probably, you know, they're just starting up, they don't have the money and all of that. So is there something...
Let me cut you short there. This is my experience. You know that this upstart that you're saying, they meet an entrepreneur, they meet a business owner, they meet a record label who is willing to take a gamble, to take a chance on them. Because I've been on this side and I've been on the other side. Yeah. You meet somebody who's willing to take a chance on them and invest in you. Then after putting some money and putting everything together, because you now see some prospect that then the next thing you cut off, you start dissing the guy who invested money. And that's not fair. Then on the converse, these record labels or the entrepreneur, they want to now stifle, control, suppress, and prevent the star from rising by putting such ridiculous terms of the contract.
Yeah.
So there has to be a balance of some sort. So it depends on who you're dealing with. If they give you something when you know that even the banks, do they not treat you that way? When you go to the bank, you want money to do business. They give you the terms, sign it. If you sign it, you get the money. If you don't sign it, too bad. So it's for you to rise, you have to go through certain things. So it calls for patience, it calls for dialogue, it calls for balance. on both sides. I'm not going to diss one party at the expense of the other. I've been on both sides. I've represented people on both sides. But for what I would say for the upcoming people,
yes,
they make haste slowly. That's it.
Uwa,
yeah,
I'd like to add something here. So the something that creatives don't see is that they're also business people. I don't know why people that are creatives exclude themselves from small businesses, because that's what you are. And you want to make money with what you have. And there's always everybody that is advising small businesses, you have to start the right way. It doesn't matter how small you are, because that's not where you're going to remain. The plan is to scale, to grow, eventually blow. So you have to put the right structures in place from the beginning. As the Pastor has said, you have to make the right investment. And right investment, especially for people in creative, is to invest in an entertainment lawyer, which is, there is no shortcut to it. Because you should have learned from other people's mistakes. You know, when I opened, I said that you need to learn from other people's mistakes. You see this in the news every day. And the first thing you need to do is to submit to getting the right advice. It would cost, as I said, there's investment on both sides. So creators should start seeing themselves as business people. That's my own take. Fantastic. You are a business. All the business advice that people take, follow it. It's a business. It's not that the structure is different, but you're a business.
Trust me, the next time I present a paper, I'm going to take that your line. Creatives to start seeing them as business.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I've not copyrighted it.
No, it's not about copyright. At least you will give her end credits.
Exactly. So, and I will not make a movie out of it.
You know, but Barrister, on the final note, help our ministry for people that are upcoming and young. Do you have any package for them? At least let them come to you, because I know you do a thorough job when it comes to your work, right? But a lot of people are afraid when they just see your name alone, they will just run. You know, but do you have something that you have for young people?
I have several young people that I'm, you know, providing service for. It's not because it's my interest. The young shall grow. Yeah. So if you're not with them when they are young, when they are old,
they will not remember you.
So we have within my firm, we have a unit that deals with that, that is set up primarily for that. It's called ULaw. So ULaw deals with that. We meet you where you are and provide service to meet your current position. So yeah, well, it's not, there's the rule of exclusion does not apply to them. You have to be able to meet you at the point of your need. That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Barrister Mena, for a lovely time with you. We have been schooled. This is Law 101.
I'm telling you.
Or the entire law of 4 years in one day.
We'll still bring him back.
Yes. Thank you so much, Barrister Mena. Thank you so much. All right. So, AK, on the final notes.
My final note, I would say, you don't always need to get your hands burnt. Learn from other people's mistakes. You know, learn from other people's experience, and start the right way. Starting the foundation is very important, so that we can avoid stories that touch. And now see whether it's emotional or the law is not emotional. Shall have a backing, and Barrister Mena is there for you. He has even said he has people on his team to help.
I tell you. How about you, Isi?
Seek an entertainment lawyer. That's all I know.
Well,
Don't try to do it all by yourself.
Yeah, I would say that the truth is when there's so many water has gone under the bridge, right?
Absolutely.
Like this case that is currently brewing right now in the. Exactly. I think they should just get to a point where everybody will say, you know what, let's meet at a common ground. You know, everybody should be seen to be fair. I know the law is not emotional, but I mean, this particular story is quite, you know, so let them find a middle ground. Let them find a middle ground. So thank you so much again to Barrister Mena. Thank you, AK. Thank you, Isi. We had a fantastic conversation. Thank you, everyone that sent in their messages. Sorry we couldn't take calls today. Ways was birthed from the need to inspire, influence lives, and transform them towards action. And this year, we're starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company and you have internship slots that you would like to give us, please partner with us on this. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles. Now, this is going to be an all-year-round engagement, so keep telling your friends, to tell their friends, to keep all their eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. It's nice to think my ideas can still entertain and challenge people after I am gone, but I would like the royalties, Biko, for them while I am alive. Please, please, please. We'll see you live on Monday as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. Today I'm your host Maida de la Salette with the latest in celebrity news, film, sports and television around the world. Let's begin. A Happy New Year to you all. To kick off 2021, we have a special episode for you this week focusing on film and television as we continue to stay home and binge on our favorites in preparation to the upcoming awards season. We begin with British supermodel Naomi Campbell, who spoke about the upcoming Apple TV Plus docuseries The Supermodels in an interview with the Associated Press at an event in Lagos.
The series explores how she and fellow models Linda Evangelista, Cindy Crawford, and Christy Turlington rose to fame in the late 1980s. The four women co-produced the series, along with Ron Howard and Brian Grazer.
It's about our life. It's about the Cindy's life, my life, Christy's life, Linda's life, basically how we came together, how we've worked together, how we've remained friends of all these years, and what we've been through in the experience of being in the business for all these years. Behind the scenes, yes, because I did put the deal together, but I think it's important because we get to really tell our story the right way instead of people trying to tell our story for us.
The series shows how Campbell and other so-called supermodels transcended the brands they modeled for to become superstars in their own right with immense cultural capital. It will also feature exclusive portraits of the women, taking an intimate look at their ongoing friendships and the highs and lows of global fame.
I'm looking forward to this journey, and I hope people will understand a lot more about me and Linda and Cindy and Christy, because I think they just think about famous, famous, famous. It's not what it is. It's a lot of hard work.
Film company Solidify Productions and the distribution branch of Urban Home Entertainment, Trial X Fire, have teamed up for the release of 2 films now available on Amazon Prime and Vimeo. The feature film titled Joseph tells the story of a young Jamaican doctor who hopes to reconnect with family from the Ashanti tribe in Ghana. Shot in Ghana, Jamaica, and Barbados, the film won Best Diaspora Narrative Feature at the 2020 African Movie Academy Awards.
Preserving the family legacy is also your responsibility.
You are descendant of Nani, many mighty warriors.
The documentary film titled The Unity Ride tells the journey of 2 cyclists on a 2,700-mile excursion from New Orleans to Toronto to map out a path of the Underground Railroad. The film conveys how the 2 men from different backgrounds come together for the journey and ultimately become very close. Let's start off 2021 on a kind note. That's what filmmakers Kahani Cooperman and John Hoffman hope to bring to light in their documentary, The Antidote, which offers stories about acts of kindness in communities across America. The filmmakers tell VOA's Penelope Pulu that their film reflects Americans' collective humanity and empathy.
Kindness is the word that inspired Emmy Award-winning filmmakers Kahani Cooperman and John Hoffman to make The Antidote. The documentary focuses on how American communities across the country are coming together in times of need.
My name is O'Connell. I'm Dr. O'Connell. What do you need? Anything?
I need mental health. Dr. James O'Connell, founder of Boston Healthcare for the Homeless, goes out in the streets to treat homeless people.
I'm Russell. I work here at the college. Tell me your name again.
In Amarillo, Texas, Russell Laurie Hart, president of Amarillo College, helps underprivileged students manage their personal lives, thrive academically, and escape generational poverty. At Peter Johansson High School in Modesto, California, Sherry McIntyre teaches a class about religious tolerance and the diversity of faith in America.
We need to protect the rights of the smallest minority, because in doing that, we're protecting our own rights. We can't get too comfortable. We have to stand up for each other.
The stories go on and on.
We came up with 6 questions that completely informed our creative process, which are: how do we raise our children? How do we teach our children? How do we take care of the sick and the dying? How do we live and work together? How do we welcome the stranger? And how do we lead?
Hoffman says the film was made as a counterpoint to the growing political and social divisions in America.
Those stories are all examples of working to right these systemic wrongs that we call fundamental unkindnesses.
It's, fundamentally unkind to not have a safe place to sleep. Fundamentally unkind to not have access to health care. Racism is fundamentally unkind. Homophobia is fundamentally unkind. Sexism is fundamentally unkind.
Cooperman says that although the film was made just before the country was ensnarled in the grip of the pandemic, it is relevant today.
More relevant, perhaps, than when we even started. Certainly with COVID, it was about communities coming together.
Such as how communities in Anchorage, Alaska are welcoming African refugees, or how elderly communities in Portland, Oregon are caring for children in foster care. The filmmakers hope the documentary inspires people to reach out to one another and to feed the force of good rather than fan the flames of hatred and divisiveness.
Even before the Netflix hit The Queen's Gambit aired on television, COVID had sparked more interest in the game of chess. In this piece narrated by Anna Rice, Elena Wolf talks about the game with Russian Grandmaster Garry Kasparov.
Start your clock.
Every second and a half, someone in America asks Google how to play chess. The online portal chess.com has registered 28 million players, and Amazon is apologizing to clients because many chess sets ordered online won't be available in time for Christmas. The meteoric rise in the popularity of this ancient battle royale has a lot to do with the popularity of The Queen's Gambit, a hit Netflix show about the rise of a troubled chess prodigy.
This is the biggest thing since 50 years. Fischer against the Russians in Reykjavik. The last time this country saw this madness, or what we call chess fever.
Americans have always had a complex relationship with chess, in part because it was one small battlefield of the Cold War between Russia and the United States. In 1972, the American Bobby Fischer won a game dubbed the Game of the Century when he beat the Soviet chess champion Boris Spassky. The Netflix show The Queen's Gambit is something of a retelling of that story. It focuses on an orphaned girl from Kentucky who beats her own demons and an unbeatable Soviet grandmaster in a game that transcends the decades-long conflict between the two great superpowers.
The antagonists, the Soviet chess champions, are depicted very warmly. There's no extra conflict added to the show about the Cold War, about fighting. There's no mean-spiritedness.
World chess champion Garry Kasparov was supposed to play the Soviet grandmaster Borgov in the show, but instead, he choreographed all the games in the show. He says the games are all real. Kasparov controlled every single one of them.
It was a question of prestige for me. I knew that my colleagues would be watching the show very closely, watching every game. And I promised myself that they wouldn't have anything to criticize, that each game would be perfect.
Even the chess figures the orphan Beth Harmon conjures on her ceiling are not just the show's invention.
In reality, chess players, when they think about chess, even during a game, oftentimes there are chess players who actually literally look up at the ceiling and are calculating variations.
American-Hungarian Susan Polgar became a grandmaster at the age of 15.
I was never involved with alcohol or drugs or lived a lifestyle as Beth Harmon, but I, of course, have been told a lot worse things, and including sexual harassment and including physical intimidation. But, verbal abuse was just an everyday thing, that girls can't play chess, girls don't belong in chess.
The show, however, focuses on the idea that the game of chess is humane and eternal, and even in the middle of the Cold War, there's room for warm embraces.
The last scene in the show, she goes to the boulevard where men are playing chess.
Over 50 movies have been made about chess, but not many managed to make the game look so human and warm and fun. For Elena Wolf in Florida, Anna Rice, VOA News.
COVID-19 was the main protagonist of the film industry in 2020. This nefarious character dominated the saga of Hollywood's struggles at the box office, with moviegoers staying home and theater chains going bust. On the plus side, films focused on stories about minorities and gender equality, reflecting the diversity of movie-going audiences. Before we say goodbye, let's take a look at some of the films in this story by VOA's Penelope Pelou.
We're trying to prevent World War III.
I'm not saying Armageddon here.
No. Something worse.
Tenet, a mind-boggling sci-fi by award-winning director Christopher Nolan, could have been one of the year's blockbusters had it not been for the pandemic's virulent effect on movie theaters. Hailed for its special effects and intelligent plot, the film was released theatrically last spring to scant audiences.
How would you like to die?
Old.
You chose the wrong profession.
The film's cautionary tale urged Warner Brothers and other studios to either postpone their productions or release their blockbusters to theaters and streaming simultaneously. One of those is Wonder Woman 1984. The Warner Brothers superhero sequel by filmmaker Patty Jenkins, starring Gal Gadot, is playing both on the large screen and on TV for HBO Max subscribers. Warner Brothers announced all of its 2021 blockbusters will open on HBO Max and movie theaters at the same time. Pixar's animated film Soul is playing on Disney's streaming platform Disney+. Heading to a music audition, pianist Joel Gardner, played by Jamie Foxx, has a serious accident. His soul disconnects from his body. Time is of the essence before the soul finds its way back to Gardner's body. The film has garnered acclaim as the year's best animated movie featuring a predominantly black star-studded cast. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom is a film adaptation of the theater play by Pulitzer Prize winner August Wilson. Oscar winner Viola Davis stars as the 1920s mother of the blues, Ma Rainey, performing next to ambitious trumpeter Levi, played by Chadwick Boseman, in his final role before his death last August. Boseman may receive an Oscar posthumously for this role. The film is streaming on Netflix. It wouldn't be the holidays without a Tom Hanks blockbuster. News of the World, a Western drama, follows Captain Kidd, a widowed Civil War veteran played by Hanks, on a perilous journey accompanying an orphaned girl to her relatives. The girl had lost her family and had been raised by the Kiowa, a Native American tribe. The film throws light on white children who were abducted and raised by Native Americans in the 1800s and the difficulty these kids had rehabilitating into Western culture. Universal Studios hedges that this Oscar hopeful, with Tom Hanks and director Paul Greengrass at the helm, will bring wide audiences into movie theaters this holiday season. Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. It was a pleasure being here with you. I'm Mayra de la Salette. Production was with Bárbara Santos. For more on your entertainment news, check us out on www.voanews.com or on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Until next time, everyone.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
family. They're going to know this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I would take the vaccine on a condition. That is if our politicians, the leaders, will test it first and will see it works in them before I will go into that.
Yes, I will, but due to what they say that prevention is better than cure, so I will take the vaccine for the purpose of in case of. But for me, I didn't believe there is COVID-19 in Nigeria.
It will depend on the science behind it, who's behind it, the pharmaceutical company behind it, the research behind it. Like I said, it's based on the science that is behind it. Can they show that they understand what COVID-19 is?
Would you take it?
For anything. Because I can't even experience that. My family and me, my people, we can never encounter that kind of COVID-19 because there is no COVID-19 in Nigeria.
I will not take it anymore. And anybody work close to me, I will not allow him to take anything like vaccine. I go school, I know something like about something like that. So I will not take myself to taking something like vaccine because I not take like something like corona would attend to me, right? Because I didn't believe on it. That's it.
No. The whole corona, whatever, all those ones is a lie, I know. So it's a lie. So why will I take anything about corona or whatever? No, I won't take it.
Yeah, from my own point of view, I don't think I would want to. The reason is this: I might need them to run a check on it and then test someone else. Then if it works perfectly, then who am I to say no?
I would think just preparing myself now to prepare myself. So, as far as all over the world, I take it to just, have any other cure for now, even in this country. So I'll take the vaccine to secure myself, my family, my children, my wife.
I will take it if it's real, if it's not fake. It's fake. Everything they are doing is fake.
No. Why? They should use it to treat their family, not us. Nothing is wrong with us. We are not sick.
lè lo kò sílé kò ń bì. Nọ́mbà tó ló ń wà tó bá ti rẹ̀ èèyàn kọ́ má rí pé èèyàn wúkọ́ àbẹ́yàn sick lásán ọmọ àná ní COVID-19 nìyẹn.
Yeah, I would. Definitely I would if it's 100% guaranteed. If other people are taking it and things are really going on well, why not? I would take it.
I don't know. I will have to test the authenticity first.
Yes, it's for our safety. It's for our being. The deadly disease is everywhere. So we need to protect ourselves to be alive. Yes.
Of course, I will take it if it becomes available.
Why would you take it?
Because you have to be part of the global community. You can't isolate yourself from what is happening in the world. Everybody knows that COVID-19 is ravaging the world. It's a fact. So if something comes up, you understand, to prevent you from having COVID-19, you just have to trust your instinct and take it.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. When you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
We try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. I was looking forward, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, I produced this song on the album, I produced a song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, that was obviously way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Share me to Kojaye," which means my work has passed that level that I was probably too not relevant enough, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
On Plus TV Africa News tonight, President Muhammadu Buhari, Vice President Oshibajo, others lay wreaths to mark Armed Forces Remembrance Day. In Uganda, President Museveni in early lead as vote counting continues. Britain tightens borders to keep out new COVID-19 variants. Well, many thanks for joining us. I am Justin Akadonye. President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday led up government officials and members of the diplomatic corps to honor the nation's fallen heroes. The event was the traditional laying of wreaths marking the end of the activities in the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Buhari, Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, President of the Senate Ahmed Lawan, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila, and the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Tanko Muhammad, led the nation's security chiefs to lay wreaths in honor of the fallen heroes. The solemn event was held at the National Arcade opposite Eagle Square, 3-Arm Zone, Abuja. The event featured special prayer sessions for living and fallen heroes, a minute silence in honor of fallen heroes, gun salute, release of doves to represent peace, and signing of the anniversary register, among others. And Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, the Governor, Dakpo Abiodun, has called on Nigerians to shun calls for division, insurgency, banditry, and all inter-ethnic, religious, and politically motivated wranglings capable of disintegrating the country. Rather, he urged Nigerians to embrace team spirit, brotherliness, and compassion for fellow beings. The governor made his call on Friday at the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day held at the Arcade Ground in Abeokuta. Represented by his deputy Noimot Sarako Oyedele, the governor said that whatever peace cannot achieve, war is not likely to achieve it, urging Nigerians to rebuild confidence and trust in the nation's system and leadership. He noted that in order not to make sacrifices made by the country's fallen heroes be in vain, Nigerians must encourage the use of democratic and appropriate institutions in the process of seeking redress.
Rebuild confidence and trust in our system. Far above all, let us bequeath a nation that is free of troubles and woes to our children. As we gather to celebrate those heroes of our nation, we must appreciate that they sacrificed their yesterday to give us today. We owe the repayment to give our today to offer a better tomorrow. By doing that, we are building our future together.
Well, back here in Lagos, the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has commended all officers in the military, Nigerian police, and the Legion for their efforts in protecting the country against external aggression and keeping the peace internally. Speaking at the year 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day Parade and wreath-laying ceremony at the Remembrance Arcade, Governor Sanwo-Olu said Nigerians should be thankful to God for celebrating this year's ceremony despite the COVID-19 pandemic. Governor Sanwo-Olu, while applauding the organizers of the program, said despite the current situation of the COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria and other parts of the world, they could keep up with the yearly ritual while adhering to safety protocols.
It's usually a yearly ceremony, and we're thankful that this year's ceremony could still also be observed. I want to congratulate and commend all of our officers in the military and also the Nigerian police, but more especially the men of the Legion, everybody that has participated in this year's Armed Forces Remembrance ceremony, the parades, the men on guard, and everything. I think it's been also a testimonial and it's a yearly ritual that we're thankful to God that we can still keep this year's activity as important as it is. We're still able to observe all of the protocols, and you can see that everything has gone very, very well. It's just a 1-hour event, and we're thankful for the organizers that they've been able to put this together again.
The Edo State government has called on its indigents to join hands with the government to fight against diverse insecurity challenges rocking the state. A governor of the state, Godwin Obaseki, who made this statement while speaking to newsmen at the Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration in Benin City, stated that security is everybody's business and expressed readiness to work with all and sundry to make Edo State peaceful. Also, Governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, and his counterpart in Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, performed the traditional laying of wreaths. Plus, TV Africa monitored these ceremonies in the state. Here are the reports.
The Armed Forces Remembrance Day is an annual celebration of the fallen heroes and living legends of the armed forces, including those presently in active service. It is usually marked on the 15th of January at the federal, state, and local levels in the country. Osun State Governor Gboyega Oyetola applauded the nation's security operatives for sacrificing their comfort to ensure that the citizens enjoy required tranquility. According to the state helmsman, the patriotic conduct of the Nigerian Armed Forces in the face of threats defended the nation's sovereign integrity, peace, and unity. He acknowledged the invaluable contributions of the Nigerian Armed Forces to nation building, particularly their avowed commitment to containing the activities of terrorists and bandits across the nation. Oyetola, however, pledges renewed support of his administration to the cause and tasks of nation building, thereby assuring an improved state contribution and prioritizing of the welfare of the Nigerian Legion.
We shall continue to hold these loving memories very dearly in our hearts. Indeed, our continued existence as one people with common destiny pays enduring tribute to the heroic sacrifices. To all living heroes and gallant officers, you are our pride. Your dedication to duty continues to guarantee our collective peace and security. We assure you that your welfare and that of your families of the fallen heroes will continually be prioritized. Rest assured that you are constantly in our prayers and our one wishes are with you. You have put our interests first, so also shall we consider yours.
The Osun State Chairman, Nigerian Legion, Oladimeji Olalere, commended the state government for the yearly sponsorship of the occasion. He, however, called for improved welfare of legions in the state, also appealing to the state government to meet some of their pressing demands to ease their burden.
One of our most pressing challenges is this question of vehicle, to ease our mobility, our movement from one place to the other. One. Secondly, we want the government to give us job placement. That is, we have some youth being raised from out of Nigeria Legion. If they get them employed, I think we'll be able to get something coming in as our income to cater for the welfare of the legionnaires generally.
It is expected that these will not only be once in a year attention, rather it will be a constant reminder to treat these dependents as real beneficiaries.
Governor Nyesom Wike, who acknowledged the efforts made so far by the country's security chiefs in the battle against insurgents, noted that despite full military engagement with Boko Haram and killer bandits, the threats appear to be overwhelming the country's security agencies. Governor Wike said Boko Haram, bandits, and killer herdsmen have continued to overrun communities, randomly killing and abducting helpless people.
A country is as strong as its armed forces, and our inability to defeat the Boko Haram insurgency despite years of full military engagement shows that all is not well with our approaches and commitments to the battle against internal insecurity. Today, therefore, also raises the need for all of us to be worried by the deteriorating security situation across the country and restate the call on the federal government to do everything necessary to bring the security threat by Boko Haram and armed bandits to a decisive end in the shortest possible time.
The governor stated that all Nigerians are gracious beneficiaries of the various sacrifices made by the armed forces as they put their life in line to defend the country. Governor Wike reiterated the need to have an enduring reward system for officers and men of the armed forces to encourage them in their sacrifices to the country. He said his administration has continued to implement such financial support policy for security personnel of Rivers origin.
As a government, we believe that society must endeavor to move beyond the yearly ceremonial rituals and comfort speeches of today to provide adequate care and support to the families of every one of our soldiers. It is for this reason that we have since adopted and implemented a policy framework that guarantees some financial support for the immediate families of any soldier from Rivers State that pays the supreme price or suffers permanent disability at the battlefield in the course of his or her service to our nation. We have also fulfilled and continue to fulfill our promises and commitments to our veterans through the Rivers State chapter of Nigerian Legion. 2 days ago, we released the sum of 70 million naira to the chapter.
Governor Nyesom Wike was accompanied by the head of security chiefs during the march past, laying wreath and release of pigeon amongst others.
As Rivers State joins the rest of the country to celebrate the 2021 Armed Forces Remembrance Day, widows of the Nigerian Legion have lamented lack of adequate welfare for legionnaires and families left behind. Some of the widows who spoke in Port Harcourt urged government at all levels to care for the welfare of the wives of the fallen heroes and support in their children's education and empowerment.
We have so many things in vogue that we want the government to do. We have a land. We bought a land some years ago. I would like the government to help us. If we develop this land, we can put it in rent. In short, I bought this land because I wanted us to do agric. They trained us. But since there is no finance, there is nothing I can do. So the land is still there, lavishing for all the years. So if they can help us to establish that land, I'll be very grateful. Even though the governor have given us something to make us happy, if they can help us to develop, I think that should be every year we get something out of it and give to the local government that are concerned.
The governments, they've been trying, but I want them to try more to help us and see to the education of our children, and to see we have some educated widows. If they can fix them somewhere, it will be better and it will go a long way in helping them.
They are supposed to be looked upon and make sure that their dues are being paid.
High point of the event is the march past, laying of wreath by the state governor Nyesom Wike, heads of security agencies in the state, release of pigeon, among others.
In another development, the Defense Headquarters says the air component of Operation Lafayette Dole has eliminated scores of Boko Haram terrorists in an airstrike on Jacana axis of Borno. The coordinator, Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, said that some terrorist logistics and facilities were destroyed during the air raid. He said that a Nigerian Air Force intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance aircraft dispatched to the area subsequently spotted the terrorist vehicles at the location. A talk in health matters now. The Edo State government has postponed the resumption of all primary and secondary schools in the state to Monday, February 1, 2021. Governor Godwin Obaseki disclosed this on Friday at a press briefing in Benin City. He stressed that the state government will officially carry out an assessment of health facilities across the various states and ensure strict compliance with COVID-19 protocols. Now, the Lagos State government has affirmed its earlier pronouncement that all public and private schools in the state below tertiary level should resume on Monday, January 18, for the second term 2020-2021 academic session. This was contained in a press statement by the head Public Affairs Ministry of Education, Kayode Abayomi. The statement quoted the Commissioner for Education, Folashade Adefisayo, as saying that the resumption is in line with the federal government's resolution after reaching a consensus with relevant stakeholders. Adefisayo also urged students and members of staff to stay safe and adhere strictly to COVID-19 guidelines. Meantime, the state government is set to reopen 2 more COVID-19 isolation centers for more patients as cases of the infection rise, leading to a second wave of the pandemic. State Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, announced this and added that the reopening will boost confidence in tackling cases as they arise. The commissioner also said that the government is working on building oxygen plants for more health facilities. Nigeria on Thursday reported 23 fresh COVID-19 deaths and 1,479 new infections within 24 hours. Now, 39 out of the total of 1,479 people who tested positive to COVID-19 in Nigeria were recorded from Osun State. Nigeria Center for Disease Control made this known in its daily update on Thursday night. The 1,479 new cases were reported from 25 states, including Osun, which recorded 39 confirmed cases, accounting for 2.6% of the nation's total for the day. Meantime, the National Youth Service Corps has banned all forms of religious gatherings on its orientation camps. The NYSC Camp Safe Reopening Project lead, Dr. Oyeladun Kuromade, stated this on Friday at the sensitization webinar for the 2020 Batch B Stream 2 Corps members. The NYSC DG said the service will not hesitate to decamp any Corps member who fails to adhere strictly to COVID protocols on orientation camps. Ibrahim said Corps members would be allowed on NYSC-approved camps nationwide from January 19 as against the January 18, 2021 earlier announced date. He said Corps members would also resume 200 daily and would be tested for COVID-19 upon getting to the NYSC camps. He added that those who test positive for the virus would be isolated at approved NCDC health facilities, while those who test negative would be allowed on camps. Now, legal luminary Afe Babalola has warned the federal government against tampering with the academic calendar of private universities without justification. The university founder, reacting to a debate on whether schools should reopen on Monday, 18th January or not, says the lockdown experience and other closure have affected the finances of private universities owners while distorting their stable calendar. He insists that many private universities have passed the tests of COVID-19 compliance, unlike public universities, which he describes as not ready for resumption and weak in capacity to check the spread of COVID-19. He warns government that blanket rules that could delay resumption of private universities will only affect youth negatively and damage the nation's education system.
Keeping schools closed a moment longer than is absolutely necessary, socially intolerable, economically unsustainable, and morally indefensible. Without resumption of formal education, a generation of children is likely to have its employment and earning prospects blighted. Make mass orders, they don't distinguish between anybody. I'm of the firm view that the mass closure of schools is unquestionable, disastrous, and counterproductive. It is highly unjust to the parents, to students, teachers, and proprietors of schools like me, and also violates the rule of natural justice. You know what that means anyway. When you talk about natural justice, we must hear the other side.
Now, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says government does not have the facilities to store their 1,800 vaccines allocated to the state by the federal government at -70 degrees centigrade. Here are details of the report.
At a press conference held at the Government House to address the second wave of COVID-19 and issues bordering on insecurity in the state, Governor Seyi Makinde noted that the number is also grossly inadequate. Therefore, the state is exploring all means of getting these vaccines to its people. He pointed out that between March 2020 and December 2020, the state conducted 20,000 tests, of which 3,000 were positive for COVID-19, admitting that COVID-19 is still very much around and urging residents to join hands with government by slowing down the spread by taking precautions.
From December 2020 till date, we have conducted a further 14,000 tests, and I've had about 696 positive cases. The federal government, from what we read, has allocated 1,800 vaccines for your state. And again, this number is grossly inadequate. We're exploring other means of getting these vaccines to our people.
The governor also declared that the government will do everything possible to end the kidnapping and insecurity in the state by working with all security agencies, including the newly introduced Oyo State Security Network Agency, also known as Amotekun Corps. The governor maintains that the safety and security of all residents of the state remains a top priority to his government.
We're also putting in place other policies to address insecurity, especially with regards to youth restiveness. The safety and security of all residents of Oyo State remain our top priority. We will continue to work relentlessly to tackle cases of kidnapping and insecurity in our state. I repeat that we will ensure that any member of the Amotekun Corps proved to have been high-handed in the discharge of their duties will face the full wrath of the law.
He also argued that some individuals want Amotekun to fail by feeding the public with all sorts of misinformation and fake news.
Now, South Africans have called on their government to speed up processes to acquire COVID-19 vaccines. The South African nation is battling a second wave of the virus, largely due to the variant which scientists are currently studying. Now, residents acknowledge the government's effort, but say the clock is ticking. So far, more than 35,000 confirmed deaths have been reported in South Africa. In Soweto, locals are also concerned about the surge in coronavirus cases. Now, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa says the government has already secured 20 million doses of the vaccine. Still ahead on Plus TV African News, Bobby Wine says his life is in danger as military officers surround his home in Kampala. The details when we return. To join us again.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Welcome back. In another part of Africa, Uganda's incumbent President Yoweri Museveni is currently leading in the presidential election, followed by Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, popularly known by his stage name Bobby Wine. The Electoral Commission, based in Kyambogo in the capital Kampala, announced that the first result of the election is trickling at the center. Museveni is leading in the polls by 61.31% of the votes, followed by Wine with 27.9% of the total votes counted. Meantime, opposition candidate Bobby Wine says his life is in danger as the government deployed armed security forces around his compound in Kampala as the disputed vote count continues in Uganda's presidential election. Wine, who is also known as Robert Kyagulanyi, showed newsmen around his compound where several armed men were seen through a fence communicating via radios.
His name is Sheriff. And tell them what happened.
Yeah, I had come to see what was happening because people had sneaked inside, yet all the gates were closed and we didn't expect anyone inside. So I was to be conscious of what is happening. But when I went to talk to them, their reply was just to beat me up. They made me roll on the grass and in the mud. So they beat me up.
I thought I should inform the world that our lives are in danger, and should anything happen to us, at least we have had the opportunity while still alive to expose everything that is being plotted on our lives.
In other news now, the European Union has suspended budget support for Ethiopia worth 88 million euros until humanitarian agencies are granted access to people in need of aid in the northern Tigray region. In a blog post published on Friday, the EU's top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, said Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed now needed to live up to the Nobel Peace Prize he was awarded in 2019 by doing all it takes to end the conflict in Tigray. In December, the government's task force for Tigray said it had reached a deal with the United Nations in which Addis Ababa would call the shots on access for aid agencies. Now, conflict erupted in Tigray on November 4 between Ethiopian federal forces and the party ruling the northern region. Thousands have been killed, millions displaced, and more than 50,000 refugees have fled to Sudan. The number of people fleeing violence in the Central African Republic has doubled in just a week to nearly 60,000. The UN Refugee Agency said as post-electoral violence intensifies. The CAR's government has been battling rebel groups seeking to overturn a December 27 vote in which President Faustin Todera was declared victor despite fraud claims. The UNHCR said nearly 5,000 people have arrived in Cameroon. Others have arrived to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Chad, and the Republic of Congo. Now, CAR has had 5 coups and numerous rebellions since independence from France in 1960. The United Nations has called for an investigation after reports that Cameroonian soldiers opened fire on fleeing civilians during a weekend raid, killing up to 9 people. 3 witnesses told journalists that soldiers entered the village of Mautu in the southwest region at the heart of a separatist insurgency, raided homes and shot civilians as they ran for cover under nearby cocoa bushes. The Cameroonian military denies wrongdoing. It said it was conducting a raid on separatist positions when it came under fire and had killed what it labeled terrorists. Sunday's attacks come as 3 soldiers face trial for their alleged involvement in the killing of 21 civilians last year in a village in the northwest region. The number of people fleeing violence-prone areas in the Central African Republic has doubled just a week to nearly 60,000. We'll bring more details when we come back from this quick break. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is PLOS TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Well, welcome back. At least 46 people were killed in a bloody attack by a rebel group in the northeastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The attack, perpetrated by elements of the Uganda rebel group Allied Democratic Forces, targeted the chiefdom of Walese Vonkute, a locality near the North Kivu province, where the Congolese armed forces have been fighting the ADF rebellion for more than 6 years. Localities around Beni, Irumu, and Mombasa territory have become an ADF center of attacks for over a year. The ADF rebels originating in Uganda's northeast in the 1990s have been attacking and killing civilians, as well as UN personnel in eastern DRC for the past years. Turkey has condemned a deadly terrorist attack in Timbuktu, Mali, that left 4 soldiers from Côte d'Ivoire dead and 5 wounded. Peacekeepers from Côte d'Ivoire lost their lives and a further 5 were wounded in a terrorist attack in the Timbuktu region of Mali. It also extended condolences to the families of those who lost their lives, as well as to the friendly and brotherly people and the government of Côte d'Ivoire, and wished a speedy recovery to the injured. MINUSMA was established in 2013 by UN Security Council Resolution 2100 to stabilize Mali after the 2012 Tuareg rebellion. And outside Africa, with the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden less than a week away, officials are implementing unprecedented security measures amid warnings of possible attacks by groups involved in the siege of the capital. Security enhancements include road closures and the deployment of 20,000 National Guards. The perimeter of a high fence surrounding the capital was pushed out to encompass the U.S. Supreme Court and the Library of Congress. Hotels, airlines, and other businesses have also ramped up security, with several boarding up their storefronts. Meantime, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi did not answer when asked about when she plans to send a single impeachment article against President Donald Trump to the Senate, which would begin the trial process in that chamber. Pelosi told reporters at a briefing that the House had just passed the article on Wednesday.
In order to serve here with each other, we must trust that people have respect for their oath of office, respect for this institution. We must trust each other, respecting the people who sent us here. We must also have the truth, and that will be looked into. If in fact it is found that members of Congress were accomplices to this insurrection, if they aided and abetted the crime, there may have to be actions taken beyond the Congress and in terms of prosecution.
And away from the U.S., Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte says the government will continue to lead the country's COVID-19 response team until elections already scheduled for March. Prime Minister Mark Rutte's government stepped down on Friday after it emerged that officials had wrongly pursued thousands of people over welfare fraud. Rutte called a cabinet meeting in The Hague where ministers had to make up their minds on quitting just 2 months before a planned general election. Now, following the meeting, Rutte informed King Willem Alexander of the government's resignation. The Dutch tax office had accused thousands of families of fraudulently claiming child welfare payment between 2013 and 2019. Now, Britain is tightening border controls to prevent new strains of COVID-19 coming into the country, suspending all the travel corridor arrangements that had meant arrivals from some countries did not need to quarantine. The change comes into force on Monday and means all passengers must have a recent negative coronavirus test and transfer immediately into isolation upon arrival. The isolation period lasts for 10 days unless the passenger tests negative after 5 days. Now, Prime Minister Boris Johnson made the announcement during a news conference when he praised the country's vaccination program.
And it's precisely because we have the hope of that vaccine and the risk of new strains coming from overseas that we must take additional steps now to stop those strains from entering the country. So yesterday we announced that we're banning flights from South America and Portugal, and to protect us against the risk of as yet unidentified new strains, we will also temporarily close all travel corridors from 0400 hours on Monday.
Up next, Nigeria's inflation soars to 15.75%, highest since 2017. But that's on business news. After this break, stay with us. Welcome to Business Reports. The Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited has completed a process for sales of its 30% interest in oil mining lease 17 in the eastern Niger Delta and associated infrastructure to TNOG Oil and Gas Limited for $533 million. Shell said it has received approvals from the relevant authorities of the federal government of Nigeria to complete the process. According to the statement, TNOG Oil and Gas is a related company of Heirs Holdings Limited and Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC. Let's now join Osaoge Ogbon for more on business reports.
And now in business, the Consumer Price Index, CPI, which measures inflation, increased by 15.75% year-on-year in December 2020. In its monthly report released on Friday, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, said the increase was 0.86 percentage points higher than the rate recorded in November 2020, which was 14.89%. It also said that increases were equally recorded in all the classification of individual consumption according to purpose divisions that yielded the headline index. On month-to-month basis, the NBS explained that the headline index increased by 1.61% in December 2020. This, it said, was 0.01% rate higher than the rates recorded in November 2020, 1.60%. The percentage change in the average composite CPI for the 12 months period ending December 2020 over the average of the CPI for the previous 12 months period was 13.25%, representing 0.33 percentage points increase over 12.92% recorded in November 2020. The federal government has revealed plans to convert its loans from the CBN in 2020, over 11 trillion naira, into formal borrowings by designing special instruments that could be repackaged and sold as bonds. It had partly financed the 6.1 trillion naira deficit for 2020 by ways and means, and is also likely to do same in 2021. The impact of this will be a huge injection of over 11 trillion naira into the fixed income market in 2021, which will trigger a rise in fixed income yields. This supports the forecast of a shift to a high interest rate environment in 2021. This could also have negative consequences for liquidity in the entities market, which has been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the lack of fixed income securities. The federal government will also increase its total borrowings, now at $73.57 billion, but will not take any new facilities from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. And also in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has issued the framework that will guide quick response code payments in Nigeria. This is a proactive move by the Apex Bank towards ensuring the safety and stability of the Nigerian financial system, as well as promoting the use and adoption of electronic payments and foster innovation in the payment system. Quick response codes are matrix barcodes representing information presented as square grids made up of black squares against a contrasting background that can be scanned by an imaging device, processed and transmitted by appropriate technology. The codes are used to present, capture, and transmit payment information across payment infrastructure and further enable the mobile channel to facilitate payments. Nigeria is leading the West African region in liquefied natural gas export and relatively exposed to spot market. Exports of LNG from West Africa's 4 producers showed impressive resilience in 2020 despite the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on gas demand generally. Total LNG exports from the 4 exporting countries in the region, Nigeria, Angola, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea, totaled 39 billion cubic feet BCM, broadly in line with 2019, the data showed. This was despite sharp falls in LNG utilization rates in other parts of the world last year, particularly in the U.S. over the summer, while spot-exposed Egypt halted LNG exports almost completely in the April-September period. The Cross River State government will receive a $20.4 million grant from the World Bank's States Fiscal Transparency, Accountability and Sustainability Program, SFTAS. The Commissioner of Finance, Asukwu Akpeyong, said the money would be plowed into the implementation of the state's 2021 budget, which has emphasis on job creation for the youths. Akpeyong said the assessment exercise for pre-qualification was carried out in September 2020 by the World Bank's Independent Verification Assessor, IVA, from the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation. And also in business, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has confirmed its talks with Kenya to renew a 165 billion shilling, about $1.5 billion standby loan facility. IMF Director of Communications Department, Jerry Rice, said the lender's mission, which was in Kenya in late 2020, reached an agreement in many areas on implementation of the fiscal plan. The IMF withdrew access to the standby facility in June 2018 after Kenya failed to meet program objectives such as reducing the budget deficit and modifying interest rate controls. And the exchange rate between the Naira and the US dollar for Friday stands at 470 Naira to the dollar in the parallel market. The rate closed at 470 to the dollar on Thursday. In the same vein, the exchange rate between the Naira and the British pound sterling stands at 625 Naira to a pound on Friday, and the rate had also closed at 625 to a pound on Thursday. Meanwhile, the exchange rate between the Naira and the European euro stands at 570 Naira to a euro on Friday, and it had also closed at 570 Naira to the euro on Thursday. And that's all in business. I am Osaogi Ogbon.
And away from business report, up next is entertainment news with Ife Omai.
And in entertainment, it's been learned that taping for The Real Housewives of New York has grounded to a halt once more because someone on set has COVID-19. And this time we are told it is a member of the cast who have been struck by the disease. Production was shut down out of abundance of caution, and that an insider said the show is proud to be setting a good example to help stop the spread. The Housewives franchise have suffered indeed plenty from this pandemic. In July, Real Housewives cast member Ramona Singer announced that she had tested positive, while Shannon Beardor and Emily Simpson of Real Housewives of Orange County and Deandra Simmons of Real Housewives of Dallas have all had the virus. As the rest of the world was shutting down to starve off COVID-19, US star Anne Hathaway found herself starting up a whole new movie project, a rom-com heist caper set in the pandemic, still raging around her. And I quote, "I don't think either of us quite know how we pulled it off." Hathaway told reporters as she sat down with her co-star Chiwetel Ejiofor to talk about Lockdown, the result of their labor that started streaming on HBO Max on Thursday. The film tells the story of a couple on the verge of breaking up until coronavirus restrictions leave them stuck together in London. The frustrations from their forced cohabitation and a series of plot twists boiled over into a scheme to steal a diamond from Harrods department store. The Kardashians love their E! Crew big time. After Keeping Up with the Kardashians wrapped its final episode on Friday, Kim, Kourtney, Khloe, and Kris surprised their roughly 30-person crew with Rolex watches, according to TMZ. The famous family reportedly thanked everyone with speeches and swapped sentimental stories from the set prior to presenting the team with the pricey timepiece, on which they spent a total of around $300,000, or about $10,000 each. The family announced last September that their Keeping Up with the Kardashians will end after 14 years on the air. But this isn't the last time we will see of the Kardashians on TV, as they have already inked a deal with Hulu to create exclusive streaming content set to debut in 2021. Sylvian, the guitarist with trailblazing 1970s rock band New York Dolls, has died at the age of 69. His death was announced by his wife Wanda via his Facebook page, as she revealed the guitarist passed away after battling with cancer for the last 2.5 years. Sylvanus' death leaves only one surviving member of the New York Dolls originals lineup from the 1973 debut album, frontman David Johansen. Sylvana was born in Cairo, Egypt on Valentine's Day in 1951. The musician lived in France as a child before moving to New York with his family. After playing in several bands as a teenager, he co-founded the New York Dolls in 1971, taking the name from a doll repair shop called the New York Doll Hospital. American actor and filmmaker Tyler Perry is set to receive an honorary statue at this year's Oscar for his humanitarian work, including his efforts to get the entertainment industry safely back to work during the coronavirus pandemic. This news was announced by the Academy on Thursday. The Black entertainment mogul has set up a self-contained 330-acre campus at a Civil War-era military base in Atlanta, Georgia, where hundreds have been employed after COVID-19 shut down productions in Los Angeles and elsewhere. Tyler Perry is known for his diversity in Hollywood, as he has produced dozens of films and TV shows starring mainly African-American actors, and last year paid funeral costs for victims of police violence, including George Floyd. And finally, in entertainment, The Weeknd, Harry Styles, and Tones and I have taken the top spots for ARIA's 2020 end-of-year charts. The Weeknd's hit single Blinding Lights lynched #1 for the top 10 ARIA single of 2020 and held its position for a total of 11 weeks, longer than any other single that year ever since it was released in November of 2019. Blinding Lights was followed by St. John's Roses, Dua Lipa's Don't Start Now, and Tones and I's Dance Monkey. Harry Styles also made it to the top 10 ARIA's list with his sophomore album Fine Line. While it debuted at #1 and only held the position for a week, it remained in the top 10 for 48 weeks in total. And that is a wrap on entertainment news today. The best in sports is coming after this.
And in sports, the Golden Eaglets booked a place in the final of the Wafu B tournament in Togo following a hard-fought 1-0 win against Burkina Faso in their semi-final clash. Fatai Amo's side also picked a ticket to the Africa Under-17 Cup of Nations in Morocco following the victory against the Young Stallions. The Under-17 AFCON will hold later this year in the North African country. And the win for the Eaglets was their first of the competition following a defeat and a draw in their Group B fixtures against Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. And away from Nigeria now, Swiss Federal Criminal Court has denied FIFA access to case files associated with investigation into its president, Gianni Infantino, and former Attorney General Michael Loba. Criminal proceedings were opened in July last year against Infantino over dealings between the FIFA president and Loba. The case centers on undocumented meetings that Loba and Infantino are alleged to have held in 2016 and 2017, and both have denied any wrongdoing, with Infantino insisting the meetings were in no way secret and most certainly not illegal. The investigatory chamber of the FIFA's Ethics Commission also closed an investigation in August, concluding Infantino had not breached the body's code of ethics. FIFA appealed to win third-party access to case files compiled by Special Prosecutor Stefan Keller, only for its request to be rejected by the Swiss Federal Criminal Court this week. And going over to Manchester United now, and of course, the England great Wayne Rooney ended his illustrious playing career to take up the job of managing Championship side Derby County on a full-time basis. Derby confirmed the 35-year-old former forward had agreed on a permanent deal until 2023, having succeeded Philip Cocu on an interim basis in November. Rooney was in charge for 9 matches as interim boss, winning 3 and drawing 4.
Yeah, I think normally this happens at the end of a season, and the player, as a player, you'd have time to reflect on it. But for me, it obviously happened during the season. I think the last couple of months obviously has helped break that in, and for me, it's given me time to sit down and think about that. But as I said a few weeks ago, my future, I feel, is in management. I've had a great career, enjoyed every minute, some ups, some downs, but I wouldn't change anything I've done in my career as a player, and hopefully I can start now.
And Rooney, who captained Manchester United and England, hangs up his boots as the all-time leading goal scorer for United and his country. And lastly, new Paris Saint-Germain manager Mauricio Pochettino has tested positive for COVID-19 and will miss the weekend's game against Angers as he goes into self-isolation. Pochettino's assistant Jesus Perez and Miguel De Agostino are set to take charge of the squad for Saturday's league encounter. Pochettino, who was appointed earlier this month and replaced sacked German manager Thomas Tuchel, claimed his first piece of silverware in only his 3rd game in charge when Paris Saint-Germain won the French Cup on Wednesday. Defending league champions Paris Saint-Germain are a point behind leaders Olympique Lyonnais at the halfway stage of the season. Wishing Pochettino a quick recovery in that one. And that's it on Sport Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Well, many thanks, Udoka. Sports does it for us on the news. But just before we go, here is a recap of our major headlines. We told you that President Buhari, Vice President Oshibajo, others laid wreaths to mark Armed Forces Remembrance Day. We also told you that President Museveni was in early lead as votes counted continued. And we brought you a report that Britain tightened borders to keep out new COVID-19 variants. And that's the news at the ZAR. For more updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens.
Are you for real? There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Hello, welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of headline stories, an event that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. We begin with the unusual watch night services. Maybe we should call it December 31st service, since many churches complied with government directive to observe curfew between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chenda reports.
It's an unusual crossover service for 2021. A crossover service of nose masks and social distancing as the fear of more spread of the dreaded COVID-19 variant, even as the Lagos state government has tasked churches to hold services before 12 midnight. Christians here offer prayers to God even as they recount the lockdown and the consequent economic downturn, as well as the NSAS protest and Lekki massacre that accentuated 2020. Lagos clergy Ichwa Igodalo, who is visibly full of thanks, offers the communion to congregants and charges Christians to keep the hope alive despite fears of increased COVID-19 infections.
May that favor follow you to 2021. God can never be put to shame. God can never be defeated. So what you need to do in 2021, you need to encourage yourself by remembering what God had done in the past. 2021.
At another church visited, Christians are asked to be more optimistic about 2021.
It is with faith that we come into 2021 knowing that everything we need, God has already done it, and God has gone ahead of us. How do you create your 2021? By speaking the word of God. So what we've spent time doing most part of this evening is speaking the word of God to 2021 and customizing our experience in 2021. Please mask up. We observe social distance in the church, wash your hands, live a healthy life, live a clean life. That should become a habit for us. The biggest problem with COVID is the fear.
Christians generally express gratitude for 2020 and hope for a better 2021. While some Christians make it to church, others join online.
We survived, we're alive. That's just something to be very grateful for. So we thank God that we made it to the precipice of 2021.
We are sure the word of God has assured us that the better things are ahead. It's thoughts of good that he has towards us. So that's all that I'm expecting in my 2021.
Meanwhile, at this House on the Rock Cathedral, services close early enough.
It's 10:30 p.m. at this House on the Rock Cathedral, and crossover service here is over. Worshippers have been dispersed so that they can go home before 12 midnight. Now, with over 1,000 COVID-19 related deaths in Nigeria, Christians are still hopeful for a prosperous 2021. From the House on the Rock Cathedral, right here in Lagos, Nigeria, Mary Chinda reporting for Plus TV Africa.
The consensus here is that the directive from government was with good intention to keep people alive to serve good. Still on the controversy surrounding this tradition of watch night service, Osaroge Ogbonwa in this next report tried to find out how people view the government's directive.
The last day of every year marks the end of a chapter and a new start for many Nigerians. The Christian faithful for many years have developed a culture of thanksgiving for the journey so far and an opportunity to seek God's grace in the start of another year. The 31st of December sees many Nigerians run into church for service and to enter the next year in the church. This act for some assures them of God's guidance in the new year and a perfect way to begin the year in God's presence.
Number one, we try to enter the new year with optimism together. Optimism, enthusiasm, energy, fire, praise. That's the first thing we do. Say, wait a minute, we're ending together and we're entering together. So you can do that at home.
There is no greater asset to Africa than its youths. According to United Nations, Africa is attributed to a high rate of youth unemployment and underemployment, with the demography making up to 60% of the figure. This could be attributed to lack of financial literacy and poor employability skills. Recently, I was at a press briefing organized for special recognition of young people who have demonstrated exemplary leadership. Take a listen.
It is said that there is no successful nation as well as any continent without her youth's involvement in capacity building. Thus, young people representing different African countries believe gone are those days for blames and excuses.
There are a lot of issues and challenges. There are a lot of problems. And I just believe we shouldn't be waiting for the government every time. This is the time for we, the youth of Africa, to stand up. We can't depend on the government 100%. I think there's the limit to what they can do.
If you're a youth and you're not doing anything for your community, that's an excuse. You have so much potential. As I was saying on the stage, we're all blessed with gifts. No matter what your gift is, it's meant to help somebody else. We all have potential. Everybody has potential. Every single person has potential.
Exploring and expanding leadership potentials in Africa was also highlighted at the gathering.
Irrespective of the challenges that Africa may currently be going through, we have bright minds that have so many innovative ideas, especially in the area of technology.
I really want to encourage most African graduates that it is not about the history which you study in university, it's not about the anthropology, it's not about the biochemical sciences or whatever you studied. It's about getting a skill which can make you fit in the job market.
It does not matter what the government is doing. We youth are the largest, occupy the largest population in our countries, and it is our responsibility to go out and to volunteer and to also cooperate in the initiatives that our governments are doing in our countries. And in that way, we'll be able to develop as African countries as a whole.
Technology is rapidly changing the employment landscape, generating jobs that demand a range of digital skills. The youths are therefore encouraged not to wait any further in contributing to the growth and development of the continent.
Well, the take-home message here is that there's no time for blame game again. There are so much that can be done with our youthfulness to develop the society. Away from youths and leadership, again, Nigerian government increased electricity tariff by over 50%. The hike is coming barely 2 months after the implementation of a controversial tariff increase. Anita Felix in this next report took a look at how Nigerians are taking the news.
In November 2020, many Nigerians opposed the hike in electricity tariff, with an outcry on social media and protest on the street. This was, however, reverted when the labor unions also demanded return to pump price when it was increased. 3 months later, in January 2021, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, surreptitiously increased the tariff, though it insisted it hasn't. Here's how Nigerians have been reacting to the news.
The bill they brought for us, each flat is 20,000. Can you imagine? There's one flat that man is Alhaji. He doesn't stay around. They still bring 20,000 for him.
Last year we paid 1,000 in the company, you understand? But now you are paying 3,500. It's very bad.
Last week now, I recharged my meter 5K. You never even reach how many days the thing don't they finish. Why should they increase the tariff?
The regulatory body said the increase in electricity tariff is because of a 14.9% inflation rate rise in November 2020. Foreign exchange of 379.4 naira to a dollar as of December 29, 2020. Available generation capacity, US inflation rates of 1.22%, and the capital expenditure of the power firms to raise the tariff. But the people are concerned about the survival of small businesses.
Some small business, they are going down now, and with the pandemic, I think they should just, if there is a way they can just bring the tariff down, because so many people are out of jobs.
Economic analyst Gbolahan Olojede recommends that the government adopts the pay-as-you-earn system in power billing to cushion the effects of the recession and the pandemic on low-income earners.
The lowest rung of the ladder needs help. And it is the duty of the people that are up there to carry them along. So the people up there carry a higher burden while the lower people carry a lower thing.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, is determined not to take this sitting down, just like they did in 2020. The Congress has issued a warning to the government to reverse the increase in electricity tariffs or face an unprecedented industrial resistance. Anita Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Meanwhile, the hike has been suspended as at the time this report was filed. Now to ravaging COVID-19 pandemic. Days after the Yuletide season was over, Plus TV Africa tried to find out how Nigerians celebrated amid the virus, if they were mindful or not.
The Yuletide celebration is over, and Nigerians have ushered in the new year 2021 with COVID-19 still staring in the face. Some pertinent questions require answers in the wake of the second wave of the infection. How did Nigerians celebrate? Did they observe preventive measures? Were they carried away in the spirit of the season, or were they careful?
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
We went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Most people don't wear face masks anymore. Just only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks.
Yeah, people are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, like, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
Plus TV Africa speaks to a medical expert via telephone. He believes the people need to do their part as government has done its own.
In all fairness, government has done enough because it has reached a level whereby people have to take responsibility for their own health. So the government aspect of it is to generate awareness, which has been done, to provide necessary infrastructure to ensure that those who have symptoms are tested, which is available. So I think now the only thing that is lacking is the fact that a lot of people are thrown caution to the winds and they are doing whatever they like, forgetting that the COVID-19 is still here with us.
Another question hovers. Is it not time for the government to bring back the isolation centers?
It's very expensive to manage COVID-19 cases. The best thing to do for us is to ensure that we take personal and individual responsibility to ensure that we protect ourselves.
The fight against the pandemic should be a collective one and not to frustrate or disrespect the government's directives.
Sadly, we do not have a choice than to observe all the preventive protocols to stay alive, especially when the vaccines are yet to arrive the country. Still on the pandemic, in this next report, a cross-section of Lagos residents have expressed worry over possibility of a second lockdown following the rise and the spread of COVID-19. Plus TV's Africa's Mary Chenda filed the report.
10 months after the first COVID-19 lockdown was imposed on Nigerians, there are fears of a second lockdown with numbers spiking up by the day. On January the 5th, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced 1,354 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, totaling 92,705 confirmed cases, 76,396 discharged persons, and 1,319 deaths. These figures have put a lot of people in the panic mode.
COVID-19 is real.
People are still going about their business, people are still going to parties and all that. So people are not, I don't think they're really taking the second wave that seriously.
Some say another lockdown would be totally unacceptable despite the rise in statistics.
Nigeria will not survive for the second lockdown.
But we can't really stop, we can't start the lockdown again. The lockdown will be bad.
Because people have suffered a lot in the past lockdown. So it affects so many things. And we can't start that again in 2021.
But this respondent thinks another lockdown holds the solution.
People's lives are involved here. So I feel if it gets to that point where there should be a lockdown. There should be, because we're not really observing social distancing on its own.
Just 5th of January, here is the distribution. Lagos has 712 new cases. The FCT has 145 new cases. Kaduna has 54, Rivers 37, and Enugu 20. Yet, there are still some who don't believe that COVID-19 is real.
I said coronavirus to me is not real. It's not real in Africa, so not only Nigeria. We see countries that have coronavirus. It's killing them in tens of hundreds, thousands.
With African countries like South Africa taking the second wave of COVID-19 seriously by imposing a national lockdown and a ban on international flights, health experts have called for strictness in curbing the spread of the virus.
Locking down is not going to pay us because poverty is going to kill us more than COVID. We have to be very realistic about our country. My advice as an epidemiologist is simple. Let us strictly enforce the social distancing rules. And this means hand, space, and face. Let people wear the face mask.
Irrespective of government's determination to prevent a second wave of COVID-19, experts believe that it may just be inevitable if the attitude of Nigerians does not change. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
We definitely don't pray for second lockdown, but how much are we all doing in observing these protocols to at least control the spread? Reactions have continued to trail border reopening after almost a year and a half of closure, which came as a surprise. Details in this next report.
The commercial isolation ordered unilaterally without consultation had not been appreciated by Nigeria's neighbors affected by the measure. It was a subject that came up often behind the scenes at every meeting of the region leaders. Nigeria could not keep its borders closed indefinitely, and this reopening was not a Christmas present. It came a few days before the entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area on January 1. Although the benefits of the border closure have been seemingly very slim, the reopening is only partial. The cross-border marketing of products such as rice and chicken, for example, remains prohibited. Business developer and serial entrepreneur Chris Imomwalen says the policy framework may not favor some businesses.
The policy have been made, the policy have been adjusted again. I think there is a good and bad to it. But of course, policy change often a time like this does not really tell well to business environment, does not really encourage investor to want to invest in a nation. A lot of persons are careful in investing in those products that closure of border would have helped.
The benefit of the measure has been to curb imports, notably via the port of Cotonou in Benin, such as rice and fuel, which were destined to the Nigerian markets. But for the time being, the Nigerian agri-food industry and oil refineries may have not improved their performance.
A lot of investors came into rice farming in Nigeria. You know that the statistics of farmers that went into farming of rice and other products that usually were smuggled from neighboring countries grew, and consumption of Nigerians for local rice also grew, and I think it was effective. And I think if there is, even if with the reopening of the border, if there is a strong enforcement from our border patrol agencies, the custom and the rest of them.
As Nigerians and indeed Africa welcome all the benefits derivable from the border reopening and indeed the new free trade area which is in force, the country has been advised to carry stakeholders along in its policy formulation.
Well, another angle to it is that opening of the borders without effective strategies in place to combat smuggling may see a reversal of the fortunes of the companies that had previously benefited from the border closure. You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break. Thanks for staying with us. Another recent trend, of course, from the social media is the case of paternity fraud. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Osaroge Ogbonwa took a look at this with other angles to the conversation.
The conversation around paternity fraud is trending across Nigeria, with recent tales of fathers finding out that they may not be the true parents of their kids. The most recent being the case of the current managing director of the First City Monument Bank, Adam Nuru, and accusations against him involving a female junior staff. Unverified statistics from a few years ago stated that Nigeria had the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world, only second to Jamaica. These figures have not been completely verified with data or statistics, but it has started a conversation nationwide about infidelity in Nigerian marriages and the high occurrence of workplace relationships in our society.
A lady working in an organization spends more, even a man, you spend more time in the office than at home. And so you relate more with your colleagues in the office. And so as a spouse, take time to communicate. You started by communicating. You must end with communication. So, but in the absence of communication, just like you say, when you don't talk to your kids, somebody will talk to them. In the absence of communication, be sure that somebody else is talking to your partner.
Many times as adults, as we make decisions, we tend not to understand the long-term effects. And I would say that I can only hope that in the midst of all that's going on, the children are thought about and the long-term effect on the children are considered.
The cost of DNA testing in Nigeria may also be one of the factors working against its popularity.
Many of Nigerian facilities are primary care centers and secondary centers that are not really prepared or advanced for DNA testing. So it's not readily available in Nigeria, but is accessible in Nigeria as well.
Paternity fraud is real, but will our society and culture accept that the very definition of fatherhood may be changing, or that the emotional ties between a man and the child are just as important as the biological relationship? Osaogie Ogbonwa, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Sadly, it is reported that Nigeria ranks high in paternity fraud. While the debate continues across different platforms, the consensus here is that there is no illegitimate child, and the children in this case must be protected irrespective of who is right or wrong. And this is on Osun State, where the governor, Gboyega Oyetola, has restated its commitment to setting the state on the path of sustainable economic revolution.
Governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, stated this position at the inter-religious service organized for the state civil servants to usher in the new year at work. Governor Oyetola, who was represented by his deputy, Benedict Alabi, urged workers to redouble their efforts in a view to realizing government's visions.
I must equally challenge you to work harder this year. Your commitment to improve service delivery is central to increase productivity.
He also promised to continue to ensure the state bureaucracy becomes one of the most equipped and remunerated in the country.
Our state is only as worthy or as efficient to the extent to which you contribute your individual quota to our collective aspiration.
Religious leaders offered prayers for the state and those at the aim of affairs. In their separate sermons, Dr. Taufik Abdulhamed and Apostle Victor Musadumi urged the gathering to change their ways and shun all acts capable of incurring the wrath of God.
As we begin the year 2021, it is important that we commit our affairs in the hands of God once again, beseeching Him for His grace, mercy, and benevolence on the state and the entire world for an end to this pandemic and other social crises.
Repentance has to do with changing your behavior, changing your attitude, changing your disposition. If you claim to be a Muslim, be a good ambassador of Islam. If you claim to be a Christian, be a good ambassador of Christianity.
Iṣẹ́ tí Olúwa gbé fún wa ní ọdún yìí nìyẹn.
To ensure that the event is in compliance with NCDC safety protocols on COVID-19, only workers on grade level 12 and above were in attendance.
The U.S. 2020 presidential election between incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden has been riddled with lots of intrigue, controversies, suspense, and truths. Our correspondent Destiny Momo gave a review of the electoral journey between the two political giants and the aftermath of November toad pool.
It's risky, but you got to get out.
The 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the 46th President-elect, Joe Biden, had some pivotal moments from a dizzying election year. At the beginning of the year 2020, things were looking up for the Republican president. Impeachment trial ended in Senate, with him being cleared on 2 charges brought by Democrats. The fallout from the Mueller report was no longer hanging over his head. The economy was roaring and prospects of his re-election looked relatively strong. Trump delivered a coronavirus address March 11, 2020, after weeks of downplaying the coronavirus threat, with cases skyrocketing in the country. Trump delivered a rare national address from the Oval Office in an attempt to reassure a G3 public.
We're years ahead on vaccines, and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election.
For Biden, he won South Carolina primary on February 29, 2020, after disappointing finishes in the lower caucuses and New Hampshire primary. Joe Biden's presidential bid looked bright. Democratic hopeful Bernie Sanders dropped out on April 8, 2020, trailing Biden badly in delegates, with the coronavirus outbreak paralyzing the nation. Bernie Sanders became the final rival for the Democratic nomination to drop out of the race. The first Trump-Biden debate happened on September 29, 2020, needing something to turn his fortunes around. Trump came into his first debate with Biden looking for a fight.
My transition team is already working on what I'll put forward in the next Congress to address the multiple crises we're facing, especially our economic and COVID crises.
After a large turnout of voters for both candidates, making the largest in America's 240 years democracy, Biden won convincing, both with majority votes and Electoral College. Despite this, U.S. President Donald Trump said he will leave the White House if the Electoral College confirms Joe Biden's victory in the election. But speaking to reporters, he suggested he might never concede, alleging again without evidence there was massive fraud in the vote. In a dramatic form, Trump's supporters invaded the Capitol Hill to stop the certification of Biden's victory on the 6th of January. Worse still, the president urged the supporters on, which led to him being suspended from Twitter and Facebook come January 20, 2021. Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris will be sworn in as the 46th president of the United States, barring another unforeseen circumstances. Destiny Momo, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Soon in this January 2021, Americans should have the 46th president. Hopefully, that should end this drama. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
জানে নাই যে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি, আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
ini bersebut selalu kambing menantu anakku yang tahu mereka ada gue magang dulu itu mdogo dia nikafanya nikafanya pia kishmika imermeza zake دائما میداد بازم به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم بازم به رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالم نخو بودم که برم صنف 8 من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم امی خسول و خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم بازم به رقم تیر میکردم همین تا با مشت و لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله به شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارو مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگشتم.
Unë quhem Orkida Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën në operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën në operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egyptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 20 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price for their innocence, independence, and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د میړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم اپشین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کوي نو ډوډۍ موټۍ راوړم دا کوچنیان خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. ته اوس سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मैं नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा होसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे के तो वडी थी सी पे मैं बिलावन डो है ना वडे छोकरा बिलावन सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े ने नंढी उम्र पे करने तला पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने दी थी मैं और मैं जैसे तो पे मैं शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुयमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां
बोले शादी को मुझे शादी थी वही तो पो भी मुझे शौक आए वो पर मैं शादी के पीछे भी मैं इसको मैं शौक आया मेरे पढ़ाने दा मैं जब मैं पढ़ा सारे छोकरे इवें करेंगे ना दिला पानी से चाहिए तो शादी कर छोड़े शादी के पहले मैं आज़ाद हो मैंने घर जो काम कर अपनी मर्जी से करेंगे हम पीछे वाले माँ पे वादे करेंगे हम ना तो ठे बैठी होंगी हम वादी बैठी होंगी हम और शादी के पीछे वाले सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सजी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई तो सजी घर का कम कार मना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़ना घर की सजी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वही थी सी पीछे करवाई सारी
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja kan. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar da kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash, u detyrova që ikë sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাতে হয়ে গেল আজ যদি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودنا که همه بی سوادن ایران گفتم مام طور نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم شوهر مخول بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد از من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo fika siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mama, mimi naolewa tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku, akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria. Sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para ir a las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up. I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other. We want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا میکنی و در خانه بودم برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها و خلیجی‌ها ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادرم یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri. Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban. Kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, ja to podzielu.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma kisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japin një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort. It's a country effort. It's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know. Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. On this episode, I'm nothing short of excited about our guest. Stephanie Obi is an author, a speaker, coach, and tech founder. She helps entrepreneurs create, launch, and sell online courses. She has worked with over 200 women to create their online courses. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thank you too. I'm happy to be here.
The queen of online courses in Nigeria. It is not what you have that limits you, but it's what you have but don't know what to do with it. Tell us what inspired that particular quote.
A man called Fela Durotoye.
Okay.
And it really hits me because I see this all the time when people people take what they know for granted, and they always focus on what they don't have. Oh, I don't have money, I don't have, oh, if only I had this, if only I had that. Meanwhile, they have wealth in their head, like they have knowledge that they can monetize, but it's just there sitting down doing nothing. And if only they can package that knowledge into an online course and sell it, they can sell it to Nigerians, they can sell it to Africa, they can sell it to people in any part of the world, and they can earn a healthy stream of income just by sitting down in their houses and getting credit alerts.
Now, this is something you do for a living.
Yes.
How many countries or how many continents have you been able to reach via training online?
Oh, I've stopped counting these days, but I remember the first time that I launched my first online course. It was such a, I was shocked at the number of countries that we reached. I was just, what year was this? 2013. I launched my first online course, and people from over 9 countries signed up. I was having people from Saudi Arabia, Tanzania. I'm like, what? Oh my God! Like, I didn't believe it, but it was happening. So now I've gotten used to it, and it's no longer a big deal for me. But I found that the internet is so powerful. When you just put something out there, you don't know how people somewhere will get a hold of it, and they can patronize your product.
But how did it all come about? How did you start this particular niche? Because it's quite foreign for some people.
So at the time, I had this hobby, Ankara accessories. I knew how to make Ankara accessories, so I used to make them. All right, and then one day I said, you know, I would like to teach other people how I make these accessories. I've done this thing for a while. I've earned so much money from it. It has helped me all. He helped me all through when I was in school, when I was doing my masters, my first job. Like, I always had this nice side hustle. So I said, just imagine if other ladies can also have an extra stream of income. You know, let me do some trainings for them. I did my first training. I planned it. I created, you know, work toolkits. I did all sorts of things, and nobody showed up. Nobody, not one person. And so, you know, it was a very it was very emotional for me. I cried and cried and cried, and after crying, I cleaned my eyes and I said, there must be something I did wrong. Let me figure out what it is. And I realized that I didn't market it properly. I didn't market it online. At the time, I thought that social media was a fad, and it would just, you know, after a while, all these buzz about Facebook would go. But when I saw that I had this training program, nobody attended it. I said, let me go and try social media marketing. Let me really put myself out there. And so I did this training, and the first class, 4 people came. I said, okay, all right, it's a good sign. It's a good sign.
A good place to
so
be.
I kept marketing it online, and then I started getting people, messages from people in Yola, Ekiti State, Calabar. Stephanie, I really want to attend your training, but I can't travel right now. Can you come to my city? You know, I was getting messages from different places. I couldn't go to all these cities. And so I said, okay, what if I do an online course? What if I do an online training, and all these people can watch my training videos, and I don't have to travel to all these different cities?
It's exactly the same thing you'd have thought if you were present there.
Yeah. So I created the online course. It was an experiment. You know, I didn't really have a lot of expectations. Let me just see if it will work. This was 2013. The internet was not that, you know, a lot of people did not have access to data.
The internet bubble that we have now wasn't
and at that time, we even did not really have 3G, so your phone was always on GPRS, then you had to change the setting to 3G. So it was, you know, not everyone had access to smartphone, but let me just try. I did, and to my amazement, people paid for these trainings. People kept on paying for these trainings, and they kept on paying from different parts of the world. And it opened my eyes to this online education industry. And what I did not realize at the time is that this industry was already over worth $100 billion in the Western market, and it was very well developed. So people already knew what it was to create and sell online courses. But in Africa, we had not even hadn't even started, because we were just getting access to the internet and stuff like that. That's how I discovered it, and I've been launching online courses ever since then.
Because Because we see even Harvard Business School now has their online platform where they are monetizing, you know. Well, let's talk a bit about people's skill and experiences. Do you think we're taking advantage of our skills and experiences well enough?
I think that we haven't, I'm talking as a country now, we haven't done so well. And the first problem is that a lot of people don't know that they can even monetize their knowledge. So people don't even know. So they have skills, they have expertise, but they just have it.
Or maybe they don't know how to go about it.
Yeah, so some just have it, they don't know anything about it. Some don't know how to do anything. Some don't know what to do. Some are a bit scared about tech. It looks complicated.
Oh my goodness.
And so because they don't want to start, you know, but it's a big opportunity that we can all take advantage of.
I mean, when people hear tech, I'm running away. And I don't know.
Yeah, so there's this widespread phobia, and it's very common among women. If you talk to women about creating online courses, the first thing they'll tell you is, hey, I'm not a techie. I'm not a techie. And you know what I always say? So when I was starting out my first online course, I had to build an online school. Like there's so many techie things I had to do because there were no platforms.
Did you have that background before?
I had a first class in computer science.
Okay.
And so I guess I wasn't scared of technology. Thank you. And so I could say I can figure this out. You know, I had that attitude. But I found that as I started helping women, they struggle with the tech. Not everybody is like me. Not everybody, you know, has studied, you know, computer science. Not everybody wants to do anything with tech. Some people have had very horrible experiences before, and so
now I've had my own experience. I won't share, but I've had my own experience.
Yes. So I was discovering all of this, and so we decided to then build a tech platform that makes it very easy for anybody to create and sell online courses. So we now have it. It's called Train Quarters. And so what I now tell people is that it's now so easy to now create and launch an online course because you don't have to be a techie, you don't have to know how to code.
You don't have to develop from scratch
anymore. If you can use Facebook, if you can use Instagram, you can use this kind of platform because we've made it easy for you. Just open an account and then you're good to go. So, but when I was starting, it was tough. And I will admit it, it was tough. Oh God.
I can't imagine.
There's so many things we have to figure out, but yeah, it's now easy.
So now you specialize in helping people monetize their skill online. How has this experience been for you? And what are the basic things that are necessary to create like an online platform?
So
first, for starters.
First of all, you need to be clear about what you want to teach. All right, just look, what do I have that I can teach? And the mistake a lot of people make is that they think it has to be one
something out of the moon.
Look, it can be anything. It can be how to cook. It can be how to style your hair. We have clients who have done courses in all these kind of topics. Very simple, easy-looking topics. But what somebody is very good at, and that person will be weak at that thing. So, you know, if you're good at something, don't think everybody is good at that thing. Some people don't know how to do it, and they want to learn how to do it too. So the first thing is to pick a topic. You have to just decide, I'm going to teach you this thing. And of course, you have to see whether there's a market for it. If I decide to teach this thing, and there are people who are going to pay for this online course, that's the first thing, to validate your ideas. After that, the second step is that you structure your online course. This is going to be my outline. This is how I'm going to deliver the course. It'll be over 6 weeks, over 8 weeks. I will title it this. This is how much I'm going to sell the course. You know, that is just packaging the course, structuring it so that it becomes like an asset. It becomes property, you know. The next step is that you now start growing your audience. Because each time you want to, when you create a course, you are creating it for a set of people.
Yes.
When you want to market the course, you're marketing it to a set of people. So you need to have that audience that you're grooming and nurturing them, talking to them, attracting them. Because online, it's like it's kind of a scary place because you don't know if you're going to get scammed or if somebody's going to steal, you know, take your money and
there are quite a number of scammers.
Yeah, things like that.
You must say.
So you have to first of all, attract your audience. Then get them comfortable with you. Get them to trust you.
I think that's very important.
Yes, it's very important. So that they feel like, oh, if I send her money to pay for this online course, she won't run away with my money. She's going to give me the videos I paid for.
Yes.
So that's very important. Growing this audience and getting them to know you, to like you, to trust you, to rave about you, talk to their friends about you. When you have this audience, you can then sell your online course to them. And you can sell multiple online courses to them, but this time they'll easily buy from you because they now trust you, all right? And then, funny enough, the last step is to create your course content. Because all this is work. Growing that audience, getting them to trust you, that is where the work really is. But the last step is shooting videos and talking. If I wake you up from sleep and say, come and teach you this thing, you know it. So you just quickly talk about it. But the part that requires more work is getting people to trust you online.
All right, you talked about creating videos, for example. Do you have particular kind of cameras that you recommend that these people make use of? When they take a look at some of the videos you create, not some, all of them as a matter of fact, there's this crisp, pretty, almost very clear touch to it. What's the secret? Because honestly, I've seen some videos online, just the quality puts me off. Once what was this person thinking? Sometimes the person's head starts from here. What happened to the rest of your head is gone. So what are those particular things I should also take note of while creating videos for your online content?
One of the things I always think about is I think about how my viewer will feel when they're watching this course. So in particular, because I talk about tech, I know that they're scared of tech. I know that they already have fences up. And so I try to make them feel comfortable. So make the place look nice, make it look, so it's intentional. So you make the video, the ambience look nice. They enjoy watching you. They enjoy listening. They don't even know when they're like, okay, this is not that scary.
Tech in a pretty space.
Yeah, it's not that scary. But that's for my own audience.
Okay.
Now, if I was speaking to a different audience who did not care about all those, bells and whistles, you can make it, okay, guys, this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to do this, that. So it really depends on the audience you're speaking to and how you want to make them feel. That will then determine the ambience of your course, of your videos, the voice you use, the decor, like the background and all of that. It really depends on the audience. Secondly, there are no hard and fast rules about the equipment and all of that. If you don't want to get involved in it, you can just outsource it. If you want to do it yourself, you can get a camera. I don't like making the barriers to entry very high. So any camera you can afford, you can start with that.
Whatever phone.
The great thing about online courses is that you can launch version 1. After a while, you upgrade it and launch version 2. After a while, as your brand grows, you can look at those videos and say, this video is not what my brand. I need to
upgrade.
Scale it up. Yeah, but what's very important is you start. So no matter what level you are, you can decide to do it yourself with whatever camera you have, or you can decide to outsource it to someone who can do it for you. Or you can even decide to record your slides, do video recordings, where you're just recording your slides. But it depends on what kind of online course you're teaching. When I was creating my first online course on how to make Ankara accessories, that one was a practical class, so I needed videos to show my hands and what I was doing. But if you're teaching something like maybe English, or something like
just you
communication, it's just me talking and I'm just explaining certain things to you. In that case, you can actually use a slide presentation and just record your voice over the slides. Yes.
How expensive is this? Do you need a capital of what? 100,000, 200, 300? So, because people tell you, I have the skill, but the money I don't have.
The beauty about this thing is that no matter where you want to start from, there's a way to go about it. If you want to say, I'm going to do DIY, you can just use your phone. You can use your phone, you won't pay anything. If you say, I want to go high tech, nice videos, I want the animation to go like this, that's all you pay for that. So it depends on what your budget is. Any amount.
All right, so we're going to hold on for a bit now.
All right.
We'll take a quick break. Remember, you're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. Do stay with us.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Thank you for staying with us. All right, Stephanie, let's just talk a bit about consistency. I know we touched a bit on it before we went on break, but when you're creating your online content, the need for consistency.
So there are different reasons why you need to be consistent. Number one, I'll start with
clarity of idea as well.
All right. So I'll start with the one that I'll start with one a lot of people like to hear about. Number one is the money. Now let me tell you something. If you launch your first online course, let's say you just launch your first online course, you can make your first $1,000 from your first online course. If you relaunch it again, you can make more. If you relaunch it again, you can make more. I've seen clients go from $0 to $10,000 just by being consistent, relaunching the course over and over and over again. So that alone is enough motivation. But you know what I find? People who are led to teach people, they're teaching because they really want to impact lives. So that's another angle. When you start impacting lives, you will start hearing the stories of the lives that are being transformed. And if you just hear one testimonial, that can keep you consistent. I can remember that the first online course I launched, back again when I was in Ankara Accessories, one girl from UK sent me a message. She said, Stephanie, when I came on your online course, I felt I was very sad. I was out of a bad relationship, and so I didn't feel like, I didn't feel like I could do more with my life. I was broken. I came on your online course. I learned Ankara Accessories. I started my own business. I'm now making my own money. Like, I don't have to rely on men anymore. I feel confident. I feel like I can achieve something. I've always wanted to go to fashion school, but I didn't feel I was good enough. I applied to fashion school, and I got in. I want to tell you, thank you for changing my life. Now, this was just one of the testimonials I got. I kept getting testimonials consistently. And so what you find is that this business helps you to impact lives and also make money. So it's a win-win. So no matter what you're motivated by, if you're motivated by impact, it works. If you're motivated by money, it also works. So that would help you to become consistent because you wake up and say, the work I do is important. There are lives that need to be changed. And if I put myself out there, if I keep launching these online courses, their lives will be changed, and I'll also earn a stream of income. Yeah.
All right. What are those major challenges that your clients complain about before they start their online courses?
So there are a number of them. The first one is clarity, like you mentioned. I'm not sure what to teach. I'm not sure if anybody wants to learn this topic. I'm not sure if I'm good enough. Who am I for people to pay me? And I'm not techie, I'm not pretty enough, I may not make sense. And so what I find is that a lot of the challenges that they're going through is all in their mind. So something, over the years, there are things that have told them consistently that what they have is nothing, that they cannot be more or do more. And so they're holding on to those limiting beliefs, and it holds them down. So when they come on the program, it's like war against these negative thoughts that I've held for so long. But when they break through, it's like when they break through,
they start to blossom.
You start seeing them doing all sorts of things that they thought that they couldn't do before. But now they can now, you know, you see them launching all sorts of programs. It's like they've come into their own now. So the biggest challenge really is the mindset. The second challenge they have is strategies. Okay, you've told me about launching an online course, but how? How can I do it?
I know what I want to do, but
how can I do it? How can I get these results? The third challenge is the tech. They're terrified of it, or they've tried it before, it couldn't work out, so they don't think that they are the kind of people who can launch online courses. But now that has been resolved because of our tech platform that we just launched, Train Quarters. So those are the major challenges that they have.
How can online course providers ensure that they remain their contents consistently add value to their clients? Are there certain questions you should ask yourself?
Yes, but before you ask yourself those questions, you also have to ask the audience. So let me explain this. An online course is not just about you selling your knowledge or selling information. An online course is a solution to a problem. So before you create an online course, you must have identified the problem. These people are complaining about X, Y, Z. So when you come and say, when you come to the online course, you're asking, what can I teach them that will help them to resolve that problem that they have? So your course, when you're creating your curriculum, you'll be asking yourself, what's the first thing they have to know? What's the second thing they have to know? What's the third thing they have to know? All right, so you are asking yourself questions in response to the problem you have identified. So the first step is to go and do the research and to hear people complain about a particular problem. Then you go back and say, okay, based on the results I've achieved in my life, how can I help this person? Now, that when you go and do that research, there are times where you will say, this problem, I cannot solve it. It's not my problem. Maybe another person will solve it. But then you will also hear problems that you can solve. So your online course will focus on solving those particular problems. Now, if you focus on solving problems for people, that's the only way you can remain relevant. Because they will continually thank you when they've gotten results.
They'll keep coming.
They will keep referring, referring your work. They will go to the hilltop and scream it that, oh God, this course changed my life. And because of that, a lot of people will sign up for the course. So that's why you will see online courses. The first time they launch, maybe 10 customers. Second time they launched, and they now have testimonials from the first set. They can double their number of customers. They can triple. They can grow times 10. And each time they keep relaunching, as they are relaunching and showcasing the testimonials of people who have been through the program, more people keep signing up.
Yeah. We need to leverage on these online platforms more, but we see that some businesses are still very comfortable using the traditional methods of selling.
Well, you know, like what they say, the day you wake up, it's your morning. The day you wake up is your morning. Sometimes when you see people doing stuff online, you don't realize how much they're making. When you start hearing how much people are making from doing online courses, you will wake up.
Oh, wow.
Especially because, you know, the thing about online courses is that you just do it once. You do the video recording once. And then you start selling those set of videos over and over and over again. Now, if you compare that to you always doing physical, always expending energy, doing physical training, and then you have to pay for the hall, pay for food, pay for power, pay for this, pay for that. If you just do the numbers, you see which one is more profitable. So some people have just not seen the business opportunity, but one day they will see it. And
this particular conversation requires a lot of marketing, which some people may not be able to do themselves. So how would you advise that they push, you know, these platforms?
Well, especially if you're speaking to consumers, like individuals, there's no business, B2C related business that does not involve marketing. So if you are somebody who doesn't like marketing, it's a bigger problem. It means that other parts of your business will suffer. Yeah. So
this is something you have to outsource if you're not the...
I would say that you need to just deal with the reasons why you don't like marketing. Yeah, deal with it, because, you know, marketing and sales is the soul of the business. So it's what keeps money coming in consistently. So if you have a problem with marketing your business, then there's a bigger problem.
Plus
We have to then deal with why are you not comfortable marketing your business? Do you feel like you're not giving value? If you're giving value, I want you to think of, I like to paint this picture. Imagine somebody has headache and you have Panadol. Or you have a brand that a drug that can solve that person's problem. Or the person has a disease or something, and you have a solution to that problem. Are you going to stay down in your house and say, I don't like marketing, let that person die? Is that not wickedness? Marketing is saying, I have a solution. Let me come out so that people who are suffering can see my solution. That's how to look at it. So it's not about forcing your product down people's throats. It's about saying, let me go out there and showcase my solution. People who need this will pay for it. And when you go with that mindset, it's not difficult to market an online course or any other product that you have.
And I think one of your selling points, I must say, at this at this particular juncture is your smiling, because I think that is one thing that everybody wants to come to your page and see you smiling. Oh, if you're running an online course, I don't want to see you. Well, is this supposed to be the person teaching me for the next 1 month?
Let me tell you something. It's just my own brand. Because some people come and see me smiling and they're like, oh, this girl, she's smiling. She does not know serious business because she's smiling. Let me go to somebody who, wears a jacket and be serious face. So you attract your tribe. So I've attracted a tribe of people who want to see a smiling face, happy people, and at least they are smiling as we're talking about the tech. All right, but some other people want somebody who's a bit more serious and stern, uptight. To each his own.
Each man know your business, know your tribe, and just stick to it. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. And that's all on Ladies Talking Business. For more content of this nature, do follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. You can also follow my social media handles at Ubani Irene on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Thank you and bye. Until next time, I remain your host, Irene Ubani.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Good morning to you, and thank you for joining us on The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's another Friday morning. Many people will be excited about this one, and I hope you are same. I am Osaugi Ogbon. Good morning.
Good morning, and I am Anetta Felix. Indeed, the start of the weekend. Everyone's really excited, looking forward to their day. And welcome again to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Today we're discussing key issues in the country, and we can't wait to dive right into it, from our newspaper review to examining events that, shape the course of Nigeria's history, talking about today in history and beyond the African continent as well. And then we're talking about maritime security, looking at that issue in detail in the first segment on The Breakfast today.
We'll, of course, be going as far back as 1966. It was officially the first, I think it was one very major event that shaped Nigeria's history and, of course, created, an avenue for the civil war back then. But we'll talk about that a lot later on the program this morning. For now, it is good morning to you. And aside talking maritime security, we're also going to be talking about something called fixed politics. A lot of people argue that outside Nigeria, in the United States, there is schools, where people go and learn the art of governance and learn about politics and, basically shape themselves to eventually take over power 30 years later, 20 years later. Do we have the same system here in Nigeria? Do we have people just jump into political positions simply because they can afford it or because they have good godfathers?
Exactly.
So some of those things we'll be talking about on the program today. Also, the World Bank investing $5 billion in some African countries will be part of our discussion also. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting Friday.
Indeed, very interesting Friday. Can't wait to dig in. So stay with us. It's The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Now, welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we're kicking off with a look at the big stories on the front pages of the newspaper today. And joining us to analyze this is Jide Johnson, who's a chief lecturer at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. Good morning, sir, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Good morning to our viewers all over the world.
Good morning.
All right, let's begin with the Punch newspaper. It says, Northern elders, Kuka, Obi, others warn of another civil war. Nigeria's daily oil production sinks to 1.17 million barrels. FG bans overcrowding, assemblies, others as school resumes Monday. 96 firms bid to repair NNPC pipelines terminals. Can defends Kuka demands arrest of people threatening Bishop. Police bust Ogun drug syndicates, recover 10 million naira had drugs. Lagos eyes bonds others to fund 192.49 billion naira deficit. Army detains civilian for 7 months over owed Facebook video. Amotekun dismisses call for killing Okada driver, delivers him for prosecution. As well as these other stories, gunmen seize 18 traders in Edo, demand 25 million naira. 10 jailed 1 month for dumping refuse on Ekiti roads. And Assembly threatens to order Ogun monarch's arrest. Mr. Johnson, which of the stories would you like to speak on this morning?
Let's start with the headline, which the Northern Elders spoke out on us. When Frederick Kuka gave his speech, it caused an uproar when he highlighted things that has happened and is happening in Nigeria, pointing out the need for us to address some of the things that is causing division and disharmony in the society. A lot of people call for his head, who are still calling for his head. Now we have seen others joining in raising an alarm concerning this particular issue, that is the issue of equity, justice. If it is not addressed, the problem. You recall that only a fool makes the same mistakes twice. You recall that if you look at the factors and the issues that led to the first civil war and the complaints of other constituent units about the lack of representation and the domination of one section of the country in the management of the affairs of this nation, was what led to the first civil war. Now, we are seeing those indices being evident, and people are raising the flag because no nation can survive 2 civil wars. And the earlier we sit down as a people and as a nation to address this issue, and the better. So it's no longer the lone voice of Father Kuka in the forest. Other voices have joined, and they are drawing attention to it. Now, Nigeria is a federation, and there's a need for the constituent unit to have a sense of belonging. And there's a need for those that have been charged with the responsibility of managing the affairs of the nation to understand that, one, they don't represent a particular interest group, whether by tribe or by race or by religion. 2, they have to have an understanding that they are representing the whole nation. So everybody must be given a sense of representation and a sense of belonging. And a stitch in time saves 9. The need for us to sit down. The unfortunate thing is that this particular government, the party responsible for this government across the nation, is a party that believes in the progressive ideology. It's a party that ran on the issue of national conference, on the issue of equity, on the issue of getting everybody involved. But you know what? It's quite unfortunate that even parties that we believe do not share progressive ideology had national conference. It's
also interesting.
Jonathan had his own. Now, the APC has not had anyone that has brought people, whether in one form or the other, to give an expression to their views as to how the affairs of this nation will be managed. So it's quite ironic and a travesty that a party that claims to be believing in progressive ideology, a party that believes in having a sovereign national conference when it was in opposition, is totally against it.
All right,
and I think we need,
hold on.
Need to sit down.
Yeah, it's also interesting to note that the events that led to the now we're talking about civil war. The events that led to the first civil war happened also today in 1966. We'll be bringing that up. The coup that led to the killing of Tafawa Balewa happened also today in 1966. So it feels like a conversation that has come up again decades later. But I would like us to also quickly speak on.
Pray that we never have any coup again in Nigeria.
Definitely.
We will never have anyone.
I would like you to also speak on the Amotekun call We've heard reports of killings, of extrajudicial killings, if you can call it that, in the last few weeks. It's one of the fears that people have always had with regards to the training of persons that you give weapons in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Yes, a lot of people might support the idea of having a security force, that is, for states and for certain regions. But if they don't go through the same training or the required training that makes them respect the rights of every single Nigerian, aren't we putting ourselves back in the same problem that we've had with the Nigerian police force?
It's a Nigerian thing. It has nothing to do with them. Training is a key component part of what you have said. But I'll give you an example. Where you work, you've seen the way some even security people that are hired to man your gate in your place, in our places of work. You see the way they react. Sometimes some of them show aggression. If you just keep going to some of them, those of us that even work in some organization, they will have shut us before they know that we are actually working in that organization. It's a Nigerian thing in the sense that when people are given power, the responsibility, he said, power comes with responsibility. And I think this particular matter should be dealt with dispassionately. It should be transparent, it should be open. These people should be prosecuted. It shouldn't take any time. So as to send a signal to others, to let them understand that the fact that you're a law officer does not make you to be the law executioner. You can't be the police. They are the executive. You can only execute. You can't adjudicate. So that is for the judiciary. And I think that, like you said, there's a need for proper training of those in Amotekun. But this particular one is a test case. The matter should be addressed, and it should be open, it should be transparent, and it should be dealt with dispatch. And let it serve as an example and as precedent for others, for them to know that you cannot take laws into your hand. It's because people take laws into your hand and they get away with it. That's why others try it.
All right, Mr. Johnson, right now the COVID-19 statistics in Nigeria is over 100,005. The federal government has insisted that it will reopen schools on Monday, January 18th. But the federal government is now saying they're banning overcrowding assemblies and others on schools as they resume on Monday. Do you think they can actually properly, ensure this?
You see, we are just playing the ostrich. Let's face the reality. We are playing the ostrich. All you need to do is to send your cameraman, or you put out a drone to go all over Lagos and outside of Lagos to others and capture images for you. And it will tell you the reality of our people. One, man is a social animal. There's no way you can constrain man to, when I mean man, I mean both the male and the female gender. To constrain, they will always relate. They can't isolate. The era of Kusu has ended, where me, myself, and I on an island being stranded there. So the issue of government saying overcrowded, that's just a public statement, just to assuage the feelings of people. Overcrowding is everywhere. Or you need just visit the market, visit the mall, visit anywhere. So overcrowding is. Now, if you have 100,000 cases in Nigeria, you do that across the population of Nigeria, you discover that in statistics, that is absolutely insignificant because it's not up to 5%. If you look at globally, as with respect to COVID-19, I think the earlier we learn to live with it, the better. The earlier it has come to stay. There's nothing we can do with it. In fact, they developed we learn to live with smallpox. We learn to live with different pandemic over time. And I think a lot of fear was created around COVID-19 because if you look at the recovery rate and if you look at the mortality rate, and before the development of the vaccine, what was the mortality rate of someone being infected with COVID is less than 5%. The recovery rate is about 97%. And there's no drug for it in the first instance until the vaccines were created. And once you contracted the disease, what do they ask us to do? You have to self-isolate and you allow your body immune system to fight it over time.
All right.
I didn't say
All right.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Let's move to the Guardian newspapers. I think some of these things would also come up there that you can share. The big one there says Nigerians say no to another lockdown. We also have on the Guardian, no harm must befall Kuka, Khan warns. Nigerians remain at NIMC offices as MTN targets service rollout. Presidency lists military feats as Nigeria marks Armed Forces Day. We also have Southwest speakers endorse Tinubu for 2023 presidency. A few others on the Guardian. January 18th resumption date for schools stands, and that's by the federal government. And also Donald Trump risks post office conviction as Senate defers impeachment action. Those are the big ones that you can find on the Guardian newspapers this morning. Mr. Johnson, you can kick off anywhere, anyone that gets your attention.
Let's start with no to lockdown. You know, when we look at the lockdown and you see the sudden change in ardent supporter of lockdown globally, I'll give you an example. His name is Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York. Last week, he said that they must open up. And yesterday, the strong woman who happens to be the mayor of Chicago said that they must open up. It's so funny that people that were key advocates of lockdown are now saying that, no, there should be no lockdown, we should open up the economy. You know what Andrew Cuomo said? He said, if we don't open up the economy, we have no economy to come back to. I have always been anti-lockdown, and I've told people we first started with 14 days, from 14 days to 21 days, 21 days to 3 days, to 21 days to 1 month, 1 month till we got to 6 months of lockdown. And that was said that it will mitigate, it will control, it will reduce the spread. And the area we open up the economy. If you're a businessman, you run your own private business and you employ people, how do you pay them? Now, we live in a society where government is not giving us any stimulus check, either to businesses or private individuals. So what will people eat if government should lock us down? And then the palliative even they shared were ordered in people's homes and their warehouses, and others were using it to celebrate their birthday. So as far as Nigerians are concerned, judging from their experience in the past and looking at how other nations responded when they did lockdown, I'll tell you, if you do a sample survey, 99.9% of Nigerians will say no to lockdown. So I agree with them. There shouldn't be any lockdown, because if we keep locking down, what will we come back to? On the issue of Southwest Speaker endorsing Tinubu for 2023, I wish him all the best of luck in his presidential ambition. But one thing that is absolutely certain is that my only true experience that I've seen, he could be an outlier, is that everyone that has expressed his desire to be president of Nigeria did not become the president. Everyone. Every president of Nigeria that we have are always reluctant president. I'll give you, Shagari was a reluctant president. As even as a ceremonial president, he didn't bargain to be a ceremonial president. He wanted to be prime minister. Obasanjo was a reluctant president. He went to prison to bring him out. Yar'Adua was a reluctant president. The man had planned to retire and go back to his academics before Obasanjo went and dragged him out. They dragged Obasanjo out of prison. Jonathan was a reluctant president. The man did not even see himself as becoming president, not even seeing himself as becoming the governor. You remember in 2011, when the president cried publicly and said he will never contest presidential election again, and they went and dragged him out. So from history, from historical perspective, every president we have had in Nigeria, I have termed them to be reluctant president. There's nobody that aspires to be president that becomes president. In 1978, when M.K. Abiola intended to become the president, he wished, but he never became the president. In 1993, after Babangida banned all the presidential aspirants, that was when they went to drag Abiola to come and be the presidential candidate of SDP. So I wish Ajiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but historical antecedent in Nigeria works against him, probably would be an outlier to that effect. But I think it's too early for us to start talking about 2023. There are many issues that should be addressed in this nation, and these people should be speaking to this particular issue on how we can bring about development, on how we can give about the liberties of democracy, on how we can assuage the feelings of people that are feeling that they have been left out in the management of their affairs.
All right, let's take a few stories from the Nation newspapers before we wrap up.
Yes, the big one here says how 27 states force the federal government to reopen schools. COVID-19 protocols to be enforced on teachers, pupils from Monday. And doctors warning here saying reopening schools now, dangerous. Government pushes up plan on 50 billion naira export expansion. Hospital deceived us on Kanu's recovery, says widow. Kuka is speaking here saying Nigeria learned nothing from civil war. And Joshua to earn $100 million for Fury Showdown. We also see here on the front page of the Nation newspaper, security lockdown in Washington, D.C. ahead of Biden's inauguration. Lagos targets 512 billion naira tax, 193 billion naira loan to fund 2021 budget. Amongst other stories here on the front page of the Nation newspaper. But which of them would you like to speak on this morning?
Well, I would like to talk on the security lockdown in Washington for Biden inauguration. Human beings are short on memory. All we need to do is just to go on YouTube and do
Mr. Johnson.
And look at what happened.
The network is a little struggling a little bit this morning, Mr. Johnson. Can you hear us clearly?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. I said I want us to go a bit international, talking about the Washington lockdown, security lockdown in Washington. If you watch the inauguration of Donald Trump in 2017, there was heavy riot, burning, and destruction of properties in 2017 when Donald Trump, which should have sent a signal to the security agencies in America that there's a need for them to deal with the issue of the division, the deep division within their society as a result of whichever camp loses the election, putting up temper tantrums. So it did not start today. It has always been a feature of their democracy since 2000, when we had that issue, Bush v. Gore, concerning the contesting of the election. From that period, the loser of the American election have always been bitter about the result of the election. So it's good that it's becoming clearer that democracy is not a perfect system, and with time we begin to nurture and correct whatever deficiencies we see in democracy. So we are looking forward to Joe Biden's inauguration on the 20th.
When you say the losers, when you say the losers have always been bitter, do you know of any time when a person who lost a U.S. election reacted the way Donald Trump is reacting now? From Clinton to
in 2000, it took 37 days. Reaction is a product of narrative. Whether you reacted, when you contest in 2000, you recall that it took them 37 days until the Supreme Court ruled on 5-4. 5 Supreme Court justices that were appointed by the Republican president voted for that election that was contested in Tallahassee in Florida, and 4 voted against the certification of that result. 5-4. It was a split decision. Since then, and then you talk about Bush versus Kerry in 2004.
Yes.
Bush versus Kerry in 2000. In 2004, the departure you have was Obama's election. That was a departure that you have. Obama's election. There was a departure. In 2016, I can show you clips and clips and clips and clips and clips. People marched in Washington concerning the election. So when that thing happened in the Capitol, I said, what happened in America is not new. So it's no news. Because prior to that, we have seen that some days before that incident last week, we saw people attacking the house of the Speaker and the house of the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, was defaced. So the signals were there. It's there in their side. All you just need to do is to follow it. I take a deep interest in American politics, so I follow it. I don't listen to the narrative of one media organization. I follow all media organizations so that I have an holistic view. So it's good that
all right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
That the military, we have seen that the military also play a component part in sustaining American democracy. And we hope that our own military will understand that their loyalty is not to the president, their loyalty is to the nation. Unlike Nigeria, where you have the chief of army staff and all the armed forces pledging their loyalty to the president and not to the nation. We saw in the United States of America where the security agencies were pledging their loyalty to the country.
Mr. Johnson,
not to the nation. And I think those are the lessons.
We're out of time for this conversation. We're out of time. Thank you so much for your very interesting perspectives on these stories. And we look forward to speaking with you again.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much. Right. Have a wonderful day. And
you too, sir.
Happy weekend.
Remember to stay safe.
All over the world.
All right. I guess I actually do remember that, when Donald Trump was sworn in, there were people who, weren't very happy, about it. There were, small rallies here and there. Maybe not as violent as, this one was, but there's always been, a little bit of those skirmishes here and there. All right, that's all we have for you on today in the newspaper review for today. We're going to go straight into talking about what happened on this day, on the 15th of January, many, many years ago. And that comes up right after this short break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning once again. Welcome to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. As always, every morning on the show, we like to take you back a few years ago in history. And today, the 15th of January, we're looking back at 1966, something that eventually led to the Nigerian Civil War. It was tagged the Igbo coup, even if there's a lot of people who wouldn't agree. But it was on this day that two people, and they of course named Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu and Emmanuel Ifedrina, led the coup that led, of course, to the killing of the Prime Minister back then, Tafawa Balewa, while Nnamdi Azikiwe was out of the country. It also led to the death of 22 people, including Nigeria's Prime Minister, like I mentioned, many senior politicians and army officers. Unfortunately for them, this coup was unsuccessful, and eventually, due to a lack of proper communication, General Aguiyi Ironsi, who was the general officer commanding of Nigeria back then, took over power. He was in Lagos at the time that all this happened. Eventually, then took over power. But this is where there was a little bit of controversy. after he took over power, there were then insinuations that it was pre-planned, and all of this was pre-planned so that Aguiyi Ironsi, who was also from the southeast, will take over power. As always, every coup that you hear about, most African countries, and maybe also across the world, is always blamed on corruption and a failing economy, and that the persons in positions of power are mismanaging the country. And this one wasn't in any way different. So Aguiyi Ironsi was in power for only a few months before he was killed in a counter coup. It's a very sad. If you look at the stories and look, at the look back in history at the way that Aguiyi Ironsi was killed, along with Fajuyi, who was the governor then in Ibadan, a really, really sad way that they were killed. But anyway, that's not part of the story. So yes, there was a counter coup that eventually led to their ouster sometime in July. What else? Yeah. So yes, other parts of this story that I found interesting were some of the people who took part in the counter coup that I will also mention, and that were, of course, Theophilus Danjuma, Muhammadu Buhari, Murtala Mohammed, Sani Abacha, and Ibrahim Babangida. They were some of the major components in the counter coup that eventually led to the killing of Aguiyi Ironsi and Fajuyi sometime in July that year. Theophilus Danjuma apparently was seen as the person who led the counter coup and led, of course, soldiers to Fajuyi's residence where Aguiyi Ironsi was at that time. And so, yes, it was on this day that the coup of 1966 happened, led by Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu and Emmanuel Ife-Ajuna.
Yes, I think this is a very, very interesting. It was a very interesting time in our country's history. Was I born then? Let me see. I don't think so.
Of course you weren't.
51 years ago, just how much have we learned? We've seen statesmen in the country speaking to this issue, saying, "What have we learned from the Civil War? Have we been able to truly forgive ourselves? Have we been able to move past it? Are we still hiding under the guise of, remember at a time when history was scrapped from our curriculum and there's just this mystery shrouded around it, Nigerians trying to hide this, not wanting to come to the realization of the fact that we do need our history if we're to progress and move forward. But the great thing is that at the end of the day, the war was over, the war ended, and we saw Yakubu Gowon coming out to say, no victor, no vanquished. He began the process of reconciliation, rehabilitation, reconstruction, right? And that led to the creation of the NYSC, the National Youth Service Corps scheme, saying, there's so much tribalism, there's so much ethnicity, we need to come together as one, realize that we are one nation, and that we need to do that from the scratch and get Nigerians to mix to other parts of the country. If you're from the south, let's send you to the north, experience the culture, love them, and let the people get to know you for who you are. I remember I was posted to Adamawa State for my NYSC, and even though most people run away because of insecurity, I stayed back and I don't regret it. I found I saw parts of Northerners that I would have never known if I hadn't lived the state with them. They're very hospitable people and all of that. So, but the great thing is that the NYSC is still in progress. We're still, Nigerians are able to intermarry. We've seen cases where people, go to the north, or people come from the north to the south, they're able to intermarry. So we're seeing that ethnic tension is not as terrible as it was before. But the thing is that we still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go, and let's hope that we can be able to bridge the ethnic divide and come together as one truly united nation.
So there is aspects of this that I agree with. The fact that of course there were moves that were made to reconcile and to reconstruct and bring people together, but it doesn't change or take away the fact that tribe and religion has continued to be a major factor that has basically, decided the way that the country has been run for a very, very long time. The very reason that there was a counter coup in the first place was because this was seen as an Igbo coup, not simply as a coup that happened, by army officers in officers of the Nigerian army. It was seen as an Igbo coup. The people who then eventually championed the counter coup were from the north. And so if we don't, like you mentioned, history was taken away from our curriculum for a bit. If we don't start to actually have certain conversations, we will never really be honest with ourselves and accept, some of the mistakes that we made, from the past and we're still making till today. There's still talk about nepotism in Nigeria today in 2020, 2021. There's still, those type of discussions about, certain parts of the country being favored and certain parts of the country being hated or, being relegated. There is still those conversations going on today. One thing that I would also say that we've also failed to do is have a very honest conversation about the Civil War. The 1966 coup happened. The counter coup happened, much later, the same year. The Civil War started in 1967. It was 3 years of a very, very dark time for Nigeria. Led to the death of, people have estimated about 3 million Nigerians, mostly from the southeast, that were murdered, simply because of the coup. There was, of course, the part where they were, they used hunger as a tool of war back then. But until we get to a place where we can truly have conversations about the mistakes that we made back then, we may never really move forward. When you bring up these conversations, a lot of people get very, very irritated.
Yes,
it's a very sensitive conversation for certain people who don't want to accept that mistakes were made, who don't want to accept that, they erred, in that time. The Igbos also are very, very, very sensitive about these things because they also have heard and they've, been told stories of what happened back then between 67 and 70. And so we need to have certain conversations. The same way we run to Rwanda almost every year to join them in their commemoration of the Rwandan genocide and pay respect to the dead and, the apologies that are necessary. We need to do the same here in Nigeria. We cannot be running to Rwanda and forget what happened here in Nigeria.
Exactly. And we can't always put, I studied international studies and diplomacy, technically history in school. And you see that much of the curriculum is filled with history of other countries, the American Civil War and all of that. And you find out that just how much time is dedicated in our schools, even for history students, to looking inwards and examining where we're coming from, how far we've come, and looking into the future.
Absolutely.
Well, that's it. January 15th, 1966. Let's now look at this day, January 15th, 1929. Martin Luther King Jr. was born. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He was the son of a Baptist minister. He received a doctorate degree in theology. And in 1955, he helped organize the first major protest of the African-American civil rights movement. It was called the successful Montgomery bus boycott. King advocated civil disobedience. He advocated nonviolent resistance to segregation in the South. These were often met with violence. He became the youngest person to win the Nobel Peace Prize. In the late 1960s, King openly criticized the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War and turned his efforts to winning economic rights for poor Americans. In 1968, he was planning a national occupation of Washington, D.C., and this was to be called the Poor People's Campaign. When he was assassinated on April 4th in Memphis, Tennessee, he was fatally shot at 6:01 p.m. on Thursday, that April, as he stood on the motel's second-floor balcony. His death was followed by, many riots in U.S. cities, and there was an allegation about his death, about James Earl Ray, the man convicted of killing King, that he had been framed or that he acted in concert with government agents. King was posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom and the Congressional Gold Medal. The Martin Luther King Jr. Day was established as a holiday in cities and states throughout the U.S., and that was beginning in 1971. And the holiday was enacted at the federal level by a legislation signed by President Ronald Reagan in 1986. Wow, King has indeed become a national icon in the history of American liberalism. He was an orator, very powerful speaker. He was able to rally people around when he gave speeches about his ideals, his values, and his dreams for the American society. I mean, remember the I Have a Dream speech that has become so popular. And it's so sad to see just how much of, the situation of what it was at that time in America is still prevalent today.
He will, always be one of those names that, would never be erased from history, mostly because of the steps that he took, for the black community. There's people who would also always criticize him and say that, he sometimes also played to both sides. But, for the greater good and for the, the stance that he had, he would always be remembered. I wish that we would have same here in Nigeria and see people who would actually stand up for what they believe is truth and stand up for the people. Yeah,
We do have
maybe
civil
Ken
rights
Saro-Wiwa.
activists, we do. But you know how the government reacts to
Always.
dissent.
But anyway, yes, in
1929 was
29.
when Martin Luther King Jr. was born.
And also in 1966, I hate to call it the Igbo coup, but that's what it's popularly called. But the coup, that ousted and led to the death of Tafawa Balewa happened today in 1966. That's what we have for you today in history. We are now going to be moving to the Niger Delta, where apparently there is some crisis with pirates. It's a conversation that is not popularly had across the country because for some reason, these are criminals that just exist, but, do not make it into the national discourse a lot of times. And so we're going to be talking about a protest that happened a few days ago, where people from Bonny Island had to walk to Government House and to the National Assembly in River State to demand an end to piracy and better security in those regions. That comes up right after this short break. Stay here with us.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The protesters, who are mostly youth, say the most recent of the attacks was on January 5 this year, when 2 indigents drowned after pirates attacked their boat. They said despite the multinational companies in the area and launch of Operation Sting by the River State government, there has been no improvement in the security situation in Bonny Island. After a few hours, they were attended to by the Commissioner for Youth Development, where they read their 5-point agenda.
No one is having peace. You don't sleep with your eyes closed any longer on the island. And so we decided to say, okay, let's come and meet our father. That's why he's there. We voted for him. And one of the reasons he promised to give us is security.
We are protesting because of the killings on our waterways. We are tired. See, our elders have been kidnapped for 4 months. No news about them. No issues, no case about them. See, our lives matter to this country.
The key demand is to put houseboats, security houseboats, at strategic points along the Port Harcourt sea routes with an ambulance and with security personnel.
We cannot travel by a public boat. The way we used to travel, we cannot travel like that. People are dying. Our mothers are being raped. Our sisters are being raped.
In his response, the Commissioner assured that the message will be delivered. Also, Deputy Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Yomi Oladimeji, urged members of the public to provide the police with adequate information.
I want to give you an assurance. This thing will get to the governor today. And the governor will liaise with all relevant stakeholders.
If you believe that the information is not safe in the hands of even the OC Marine there, don't hesitate to come straight to headquarters here and inform the Commissioner of Police.
Bonny local government area can only be accessed through the high sea, as the federal government's 37-kilometer bridge, which cost 120 billion naira and is meant to connect the islands to the mainland in Rivers State, is yet to be completed.
You're welcome back. What you just watched was residents of Bonny local government area of Rivers State protesting at the government house, Port Harcourt, lamenting the incessant killings and attacks by pirates on their waterway for many years. We have now joining us Goto Jumbo, Editor-in-Chief of Christina Reports. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Yes, good morning.
Now, for many years, residents of the Niger Delta have, complained about sea piracy and kidnappings. But we find that this issue, as serious as it is not, being discussed as you would find, the insurgency in the Northeast, but it's just as important. So could you kindly give us a sense of, the seriousness of this issue and how it's affecting people in the Niger Delta?
Okay, the Niger Delta is actually clusters of communities spread across Akwa Ibom all the way to Ondo State. Now, these communities are connected by rivers, by creeks, and other forms of waterways. Now, for people to travel from the urban area, like Port Harcourt, like Uyo, like Calabar, to some of these communities, they have to travel by sea. Now, Bonny Island is one of such places. Bonny Island is the host of the Nigeria NLNG, the Shell Bonny Crude Oil Terminal, the ExxonMobil Bonny River Terminal, and several other federal government investments. Now, the only way to access Bonny is by sea, except recently when the NLNG introduced a flight service basically for its staff. Now, the Bonny Sea route comprises the Bonny River, and then other creeks that take you to other communities outside the mainland. Now, for you to go to your village, for you to go to Port Harcourt, to Bonny, you have to travel by sea. And the same applies to Kola, to Bile, to other parts of the River State and the Niger Delta. Now, somehow, unfortunately, some criminals, some hoodlums have made it a hobby to go harassing travelers, terrorizing travelers on these waterways. You find them robbing people on the sea, maiming, killing, kidnapping. In fact, Bonny, in the case of Bonny, it's been very, very terrible that even women are raped right there in the open sea. When they accost the boats they want to attack, they injure the men. Sometimes they cut them with cutlasses. Sometimes they order everybody into the river. They don't want to know whether you can swim or not. And then they order you out into the river. And then for the women, in fact, there was a case, some 3 or 4 years ago, that some women were raped, including a pregnant woman, under broad daylight. And then all these situations. And this is not, peculiar to any particular waterway. Those traveling to Kula are experiencing the same thing. Those traveling to Bile and other places. Now, in the case of Bonny, it's an issue because Bonny hosts, a cumulative investment of the federal government, in excess of 1 trillion naira annually. And we are worried that the place that holds so much value for the Nigerian federal government can be so neglected that people have to, travel with their hearts, in their mouth every time you pray from one end to the other until you embark from the boat at the other end. You don't feel safe. So
Jumbo,
this is the situation we're dealing with.
It's you've painted a very, very sad picture, and this might also be seen as a continuing conversation from the abandonment of the Niger Delta over the years. that has, of course, led to, little riots here and there, right from, if you want to look back at the Ken Saro-Wiwa days also. But I want you to share your thoughts on the government's efforts at, making the Niger Delta safe and the waterways in the Niger Delta safe. The River State government, had made some investment, donated gunboats. There's something called Operation Sting. I also read about the Nigerian Army having its own operation. I'm going to have to find the name of that. Yes, it's called Exercise Shark Shiver. So there are these military exercises. There's investment by the government in with regard to security. How come they are not working? And tell us, what you know about that.
Okay, yes, I will acknowledge the efforts of the River State government. I cannot say for some other states like Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Delta, and all of that. But for River State, the executive governor of River State, His Excellency Chief Nyesom Wike, has bought gunboats at different times for the security agencies. Now, I think the challenge is having to leave it to the local authorities to manage, like, having the local governments to fuel them, to, take care of the personnel who man these gunboats. Now, I think that's where the fault line is. But the governor himself has been proactive. Every time he's been called upon, to intervene in this issue of insecurity on the waterways, he has responded, adequately. But managing them, that's where the problem is. And we think he may need to pay a little more attention to what actually happens, because the gunboats will not man themselves, the gunboats will not fuel themselves, and the security agencies, need the funding, the provision of all these supportive resources to be able to drive that. And yes, if we talk about the Nigerian Army, like the 146 Battalion based in Bonny, and then the Operation Delta Save, the forward operation based in Bonny and other localities. These security agencies, for me, in the course of my interface with them, I have seen that passion, I've seen that commitment, I've seen that dedication, to want to, intervene in these situations. But they are limited, they are incapacitated by the right funding. So we think the governor and the federal authorities need to look beyond just providing gunboats for them. They need to look at just providing, rifles and other things for them. They have to, what about the cartridges? Do they have enough? What about the fueling of the gunboats? What about the area surveillance? I think the Nigerian Air Force needs to overwatch, from the air, these waterways, so that they can provide better intelligence, for the ground troops who are, surveilling the area in the gunboats.
All right, Mr. Jumbo, what was showing on the screen right now? Youths protesting, the killings of students, killings of people on the waterways. And on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021, Sea Pirates allegedly killed a former students' union leader and yet another student in a Creek community. This has now sparked protests at the government house. Please walk us through these events and what the government is saying about this after the protest.
Okay, fine. For the incident of, January 5th, that's like, where the climax, happened. Now, on the 5th, these people went to one of the communities called Dema Abbey, to part of the festivities of the period, and then they were on their way back to the mainland, Bonny main town, when these sea pirates accosted them in the night between 8 and 9 p.m. and then ordered everybody into the boat. And these particular two young men, we don't know what particularly, pissed them off with them, and they had to kill them. And, in killing them, they don't just kill them. They butchered these two young men. You need to see the pictures, that emanated from that incident. They butchered them, and then before dumping them in the river and, walking away with their boats and all their properties, phones, bags, and whatever else. Now, these two guys, like the guy you mentioned, the former Bonny student president. Now, that is just one of many incidents. On the 12th of September in 2020, five senior citizens of Bonny, LGA, were weeks away, kidnapped from one of the communities, Banigo.
That will be the Banigo 5, right?
Yes, that's the Banigo 5. They whisked them away, and this is, 4 months, and they are still in captivity. They've not been rescued. And then you can backtrack to several incidents. It's even, affecting even the high seas. Ships have been attacked, on the high sea. You remember the Max Shea Line. You remember the NLNG ship. The Cadiz B. All of that. These are incidents that are happening on that river. Now, it is assuming a dimension that is not only daily. Sometimes it is the attempt. Somehow, maybe the pilots of the boat are smart enough to, speed away, and they are not able to catch up with them. In one particular instance, the pilot of the boat had to drive the boat into the mangrove and ask the passengers to run into the bush. And so when these pirates eventually got to where they were, they couldn't find them, so they had to leave with all the properties. They had to evacuate all the properties in the boat into their own and drive away. In some cases, like the case of the Blessing Dan Jumbo, they accosted the boat, ordered everybody into the mud, and then took him away. And up till now, we haven't seen him. We don't know what has happened to him, whether he's alive or not.
Jumbo,
in another case,
Jumbo, just a minute, please. This issue of the Banigo 5, it's so important because these guys have been missing since last year. They've been missing 5 men. They actually demanded 150 million naira ransom that was later reduced to about 30, then 15 million. This ransom was paid. These people are still not found. Why would you think that, this issue of kidnappings and, paying ransom still persists in the Niger Delta today, despite the best, efforts of the government?
Okay, yes, I'm aware that, 15 million was paid, and somehow it was paid in 2 tranches, 5 million, and later, 10 million. Now, when this money was paid, we understand that the kidnappers, changed the goalpost in the middle of the match, and that convoluted the whole process. Now, the security agencies, are trying to, also work on how to locate them and see they can retrieve these men from them. But the issue of, a kidnap for ransom is being fueled by the perception that this is business. The perception that, you could actually make a fortune from this. And, the security environment around the Niger Delta is so porous that, small arms and light weapons can get around easily from one area to the other. So if you could get access to weapons to use to intimidate people, to kidnap people and all of that, and you have locations where you could keep them and they cannot be traced. So why wouldn't you want to, go into this? And then the bigger issue is the one that, these young men, are getting patronage from the political class. They deploy them during elections. They deploy them during certain situations to be able to, achieve certain things for themselves. And then you have a problem. The security agencies, they apprehend them, and before you know it, calls are made and they are asked to be released. So this is the situation we are dealing with. So ordinarily, this is where the interest to want to continue in this line of business.
One of the things that was mentioned was the failure to fix a bridge, at least to limit the traffic on the waterways and to, of course, give citizens an option where, they can, of course, go across, places in the Niger Delta. The federal government has not finished that bridge. I think it's a 37-kilometer bridge, I believe, that has still not been finished. So I would like you to quickly speak on that, the efforts, that have been put into convincing the federal government or maybe funding so that alternative routes basically can be created for people in the Niger Delta. I would like you to speak on that. And then second, the conversation, and this is what I've noticed, is one thing that I mentioned earlier, the conversation about the proliferation and the presence of arms and ammunition all over the Niger Delta really has not been addressed. The militarization of the Niger Delta really is a situation that seems to have been ignored simply because, there's not a lot of pipelines being bombed anymore. And so, of course, the movement for the emancipation of the Niger Delta and other groups like that seem to be quiet. But we have taken advantage or taken, that silence to almost seem like there's no problem. But obviously, there is a problem in the Niger Delta with these, militants and criminals. So, first of all, speak on alternative routes and the government's ability to create or, fix that bridge. And then second, the militants in the Niger Delta that seems to be ignored across the country in the last few years.
Okay, yes, the Bonny-Bodo Road is under construction as we speak. That is one of the measures being taken to create an alternative. But the Bonny people are also asking, there is a particular project called the Bonny Ring Road, which is supposed to connect all the communities, in Bonny to the mainland. Now, that project was supposed to be done by the NDDC. They mobilized to site, and before you know it, they disappeared. And up till now, no action has been taken. And the Bonny people are demanding, in the course of this protest, as one of the demands, that road needs to be paid attention to. The federal government, the NDDC, the Rivers State government need to synergize and get that road off the ground. If that road is constructed, there will be alternatives. People will not be traveling by the river, and then be exposed to all these kind of, unfavorable situations. So they are demanding for that road. And another measure is, there is a flight service the NLNG has introduced to Bonny, but it's mainly for its staff. We are also asking, why not expand that service to be a full-fledged, commercialized service, so that other airlines can fly into Bonny? Because as we speak, Bonny is no more a small community. Bonny is a cosmopolitan environment that everybody comes to, Nigerians, foreigners, and the 27 project is bringing about 70,000 people to that island. A lot of these people, a major fraction of these people, will be coming from other parts of Nigeria and even, parts of the world. Now, we think that airport needs to take off the ground so that people can also fly in, people can drive in, and then if you want to use the waterways, you can still use it. So you have options. That would de-escalate this tragedy that the people of Bonny are facing. Then talking about the Niger Delta militants, promises were made to these young men to drop their arms. You remember the amnesty program of the late President Yar'Adua. That program, is it being properly implemented? We need to ask. For Bonny in particular, the agitators who were bearing arms in the days of the militancy, they were brought together and a covenant was made between them and the authorities. They dropped their arms and then promises were made in terms of empowering them with jobs and other resources. We are asking, those promises, have they been fulfilled? Have they been fulfilled? Because, you have to survive. And for these young men, some of them lack education, some of them lack skills, some of them, even that are educated and have the skills, don't have the resources to push their economic fortunes beyond the level they are. So you find that, criminality becomes, attractive in the face of frustration, in the face of, disempowerment. So we think the federal government needs to liaise with the state government to be able to intervene in this area. And then we think also that the security agencies need to, go full scale into mopping up arms across the Niger Delta. Across the Niger Delta is important, because these weapons are available. As a journalist, you find a situation where you just know where these weapons can be gotten, easily. And if it is like that, then it's a problem. So the security agencies need to look at how to mop up these small arms and light weapons across the length and breadth of the Niger Delta, so that people can be able to, live their life safely and in a peaceful environment.
Finally, of course, as we would continue to hope and pray that the Banigo 5 return to their families and they are reunited with their communities, I want you to quickly just share with us your maybe top 2 immediate solutions that must come into play here to ensure that the Niger Delta is safer for its residents and for people who want to use the waterways. Suggesting that the roads and bridges are built, and of course the airways are also made as alternative routes. Yes, it's a good thing, but we should not live in a society where we're scared of our water and our waterways. So quickly share with us, maybe top 2 immediate solutions that must come into play here in the next 1 minute, so we can wrap this up.
Okay, for the media, I think we need to step up. Journalists in Nigeria need to step up. Boko Haram is not the only security challenge facing Nigeria. Insecurity in the Niger Delta is an issue. So we need to mainstream it. We need to prioritize it. We need to put it where the authorities will see that these things are happening. And we need to ensure that political actors do not succeed in sweeping these incidents, these issues under the carpet. The problem is there, and they have to be faced head on, And then we also need to shy away from scaremongering. We're not saying that, it is so bad that, on a good day, you cannot travel from one point to the other. We are saying that, you travel and then, surprisingly, a day maybe you are not thinking, they just show up. So while the security agencies are doing their own, we also expect that there should be serious stakeholder engagement, in the course of managing this. Because part of the problem also has to do with militarization of the Niger Delta. If the security agencies are all over the place and you can't have a voice, you can't go about your daily activities, in peace, that people are being harassed, that for one reason or the other people are arrested arbitrarily and locked up and all of that. That is also an issue. So we think that the security agencies need to engage the community actors, the political actors, the business community to be able to, find a holistic solution to the issue under review.
Dr. Jumbo, we're out of time. Thank you so much for taking our time to share, with us how bad the situation is, and we hope that it does improve and it does get better. The governor of Rivers State and of course governors all across the Niger Delta would continue to be encouraged to ensure that security of lives and property is top priority in the Niger Delta. Thank you once again, Mr. Jumbo.
Thank you for having me.
All right, good morning to you.
All right, the next issue on our agenda would be fixed politics. We have with us the acting CEO, School of Politics, Policy and Governance, to tell us more about a school, an unconventional school, so to speak, that aims to train leaders and teach them about politics, leadership, and good governance. And that would be right after this break. Do stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl,
do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back to The Breakfast. A citizens-led movement, Fix Politics, has launched the School of Politics, Policy and Governance. It's called SPPG, to enhance the leadership performance in Africa by training young Nigerians. The launch, of course, held virtually yesterday, and the program would commence on March the 1st, 2021. This next report has the details.
The Fix Policy Initiative has designed an unconventional school. Their aim is to change the structure of political leadership in Nigeria by educating present and future leaders to truly listen and serve as chair of the advisory board of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, SPPG, Obiageli Ezekwesili explains.
The School of Politics, Policy and Governance will be admitting every 6 months some 500 people that will be given this program of 7 thematic areas with more than 52 topics of courses that would enable them to become competent, ethical, and capable leaders. We have designed courses basically that speak to the problems of development in Nigeria and Africa.
The courses will be taught by renowned national and international leaders and academic experts, including organizations like the Hertie School of Governance, Germany, Lagos Business School, and Nexford University.
We have a situation where anyone can get up and say, I'm running for office. They may not have a track record of execution. They may not have a track record of serving anywhere, and they want to run for office. Our desire is to bridge the gap. We want them to run, but we want them to run with understanding. We want them to run with knowledge.
We're trying to bring a paradigm where quality people are the people that run for office on our continent. And so this is the leadership preparation system that we're innovating in Africa.
At the end of the course, participants would implement lessons learned and execute projects that solve problems in their communities.
There's a lot of attention to the center, and we have forgotten what is happening at the community levels. And that is why our students will be coming from the community, and they would also be giving back to the community through different dimensions of capstone community projects.
Fix Politics would grant a full scholarship to the first 500 cohorts in the program. And by December 2023, they aim to have trained 3,000 youths who would constitute Africa's new leadership class and improve public trust, reduce corruption, and form sound economic and social policies.
And we now have joining us the acting CEO, School of Politics, Policy and Governance, Alero Ayida Otobo. Good morning, Ma. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Thanks
loud
for joining
and clear.
us.
Good morning to you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for inviting me.
Always. I want to start by asking for everyone who's new to this or hearing this for the first time, the selection of people who make up the board and panelists at the SPPG. What went into consideration before putting these names together? Let's start with that.
Putting the name of the politics, policy, and governance together? Or
No. The persons who make up the board, of the
who make up the advisory board?
Yes.
Ah, excellent question. You want to know the faces behind? Yes. Very interesting. The journey started by Obiase Ekwesili going on a journey of finding out and investigating why do we suffer the problems that we have in not just Nigeria, but Africa. So she carried out about 6 months of research, and that research threw up evidence of what the problems are. Then she invited about 25 of us to come to Germany, Berlin, Germany, and we spent about 24 hours listening to her and various other professors, and they were able to identify what the solutions will be to the problems that we face in Nigeria and in Africa. From the 25 of us that listened, we then had our first conference in February 2020. And at that conference, we're about 300 in number. From that conference, we are now about 125 leaders of character, competence, capacity, people who have served, people who are professionals, people who have identified the issues, and they've taken a decision that we want to solve the problem. Out of these 125 of us, about 7, 8 of us are on the advisory board. So it's people that were bought into the vision and the mission of fixed politics.
All right.
So many of us have served, like I've served for about 4 ministers. And one of the things I noticed is that there's a difference between a minister that understands the issues and understands the solution, and one that comes in and doesn't have a clue as to what to do and how to do it. So the question that arises in our mind is, why the difference? Who knows what to do and who doesn't? And it's knowledge gap, understanding gap. And the advisory board of Fixed Politics and the School of Politics, Policy and Governance are made up of people who want to fix the problem of leadership in Nigeria and in Africa.
All right.
So there are people who understand the issues and they come on board and they joined hands and we're solving the problems together.
Let's now talk about that knowledge gap. After that conference, the research that was carried out, what was discovered to be missing in the practice of politics and governance, as well as leadership in Nigeria?
That's a big question. And I will try and say it in very few words. The knowledge gap showed that a lot of our politicians that serve, like I said yesterday at the media launch, many have the heart to serve, but lack the understanding and the knowledge. What's the knowledge gap? How does the economy work? What are the parameters that govern economic growth and bring prosperity to a developing nation? What are the fundamentals of good governance and building institutions? How do we understand how public leadership and innovation works together? Because if you're a public servant and you're not 21st century compliant, how are you going to serve in the 21st century? And then we also find that there are gaps in understanding how does a democratic country, how does it work? How do you engage with those that you are meant to serve and govern? We find that many do not understand that it's about servant leadership. It's not about lording over those that you're called to serve. It's about understanding inclusive growth and shared prosperity. It's about understanding how do you manage natural resources. All the things I'm mentioning are the things that we're going to teach in our School of Politics, Policy and Governance. We're going to be able to highlight the theory and practice of disruption. Agricultural productivity, how do you improve it? Right. How do you understand the innovations that need to take place? How do you even understand the political science and public policy and policy formulation?
Okay.
All this and more is what we want to be able to talk about and teach.
I want to jump
That's
in
the
here.
knowledge that we have at the moment.
Some of the things that you've mentioned, I believe, are things that normally people should be able to learn while going through our education system, from primary, secondary, and of course, to universities. But it doesn't, from what you're saying, it doesn't seem like we have a lot of those things, that are impacted in students by the time they finally graduate. And the people who eventually make it into public office, lack a lot of this knowledge from what you've described. So I want you to first of all address that, our education system, and what it lacks with regards building up persons who can take over these positions in the future. And then second, it speaks of disruptive thinking and what you hope to achieve with that. But can you have disruptive thinking and this drive with the same system that we run in Nigeria today? People would argue that no matter how brilliant you are, you can't function in this system.
Okay, let me start with your first. And I could go on forever, but I'll keep it short, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
I've been working in banking for like 14 years before I pivoted into the public sector. And you remember I said I served 4 ministers. Guess what? They were ministers of education. So I was bang in the ministry, right in the center of Ministry of Education and over 21 parastatals. And within the first 3 months of being there, I realized why, as a nation, we had the problems and the challenges that we have. Our educational system is broken. At that time, and this is more than a decade ago, we were in a crisis in education. And the truth is, we're still in a crisis. Our children are not learning. Why are children not learning? Because our teachers are not qualified. And it's a general statement, but I want to qualify it by saying there are some excellent teachers in the system, but we don't want them to be the minority. We want excellent teachers to be the majority. So one of the key issues is that because our educational system is dysfunctional, you can have a student leaving primary school and they cannot read or write. And we have enough evidence. There's Learn Nigeria that has done a lot of work over the last 3 years that demonstrate that our children still cannot read or write. So we have to fix our education.
All right.
And that is why we shouldn't be surprised that our leaders are not as knowledgeable and as skilled as they should be in managing the economy and in managing the nation. It's not something that I would like to say that it's not their fault, but also we have a responsibility to empower ourselves. So the education system is broken. And there's a team called the Education Reform and Innovation Team that I'm part of, and we're trying to do something about
All
it.
right. Quickly also talk about...
Yeah, so that's the first answer.
Yeah, okay.
People are working and people are trying to do something about it. Now let me pivot to the second question. And that second question was, you were asking me about, now you're going to have to remind me because...
I was asking about, a situation where you have the most brilliant minds in a flawed system.
And yes, that is, now I'll tell you, yes, disruptive. How do you can have the most brilliant mind, but the system forces you to comply with inefficiency and mediocrity. So how do we fix that? And I think the key is a change in our curriculum. If we're going to go back to education, and our curriculum has to begin to focus on character education. Our curriculum needs to focus on innovative thinking. Then, for those that are already adults, it's forming a critical mass. And that's why I'm glad that in the presentation, we noted that one part of our output is 3,000 leaders by 2023, but it's not about 2023, it's not about 2027. It's about building a critical mass of people that have character, competence, and capacity in our nation. And we can only do that by deliberately and intentionally building people and pushing them out into the system over a period of time, so that over 10 years, the norm will be what we see now as the exception. I hope I've made sense.
Yes, indeed.
It's just rolling up our sleeves and working hard. rolling up our sleeves and taking the decision that enough is enough.
All right.
And you know what? It's about staying power. I could go on and on. You know what? But you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And I'd like to quickly ask you, it's sad that we're in a country where lots of our politicians face certificate scandals, from as basic as the WAEC certificate to university to NYC and all of that. So for this School of Politics, Policy and Governance, would this be, do you see this in future being a prerequisite to run for public office, or maybe an advantage to emerging politicians or aspiring leaders?
I would say, can I start by telling you that we are probably one of the few countries in the world that does not vet the individuals that run for office. So the answer, short answer to your question is that yes, we would like to see that those who go through the SPPG will be at an advantage because they have the knowledge and they now have the qualities of running for office and for serving well. And I would also like to sort of like inform you that if you take the United Kingdom, you can't wake up and say you want to be a member of parliament and run for office. A committee is going to vet you and confirm and affirm that you are prepared and that you're ready. And if they say no, you now have to go through a preparatory period where you now get equipped and close the gap that committee had identified. But Nigeria, we don't have that yet. So our hope is that SPPG and the qualification will be not just an advantage, but one day will be a prerequisite.
All right. Finally, I want you to quickly speak and share your thoughts on the organization and the structure and the mindset of those persons who organized the EndSARS protest. Did you see that energy and that level of organization, as something that was exciting, or did you see it as just another incident in Nigeria? Though, from what you're trying to build, did you see any form of leadership, in that maybe you were happy about?
EndSARS is one of those destiny-defining moments for any nation. Something shifted in our nation with EndSARS. But that shift started from October 1st, when we turned 60. If you are perceptive, you will know that something changed on that day. That October 1st was not the usual October 1st. There were many citizens-led initiatives that were announced, that were celebrated on that day. So what we then saw with EndSARS movement was a continuation of something that had started way before EndSARS. And EndSARS is something that should be celebrated because it shows that the next generation is ready to take leadership reins. The next generation understands what the issues are and what the problems are, and they are willing to solve it. And I believe that what has started, it may change its complexion or its complexity, but it has come to stay. And I dare say that even initiatives like Fix Politics and other such like initiatives are all going to strengthen the EndSARS movement. I salute and I celebrate every single courageous youth that took that risk and died for us. I salute them and I commend them. And I believe that their death will not be in vain. I really do believe it.
Amen.
I believe that Nigeria has changed forever.
Amen. Thank you very much, Ma Alero Aida Otobo, the Acting CEO, School of Politics, Policy and Governance, for speaking with us today. And we do hope, like you shared the vision yesterday at the media launch, that this program eventually becomes something that, the whole of Africa and, leaders around the African continent can key into benefit and become the leaders, the exact type that we need to take our country or Africa, our continent, to the place where it belongs in the Community of Nations.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a real pleasure talking to you.
Thanks for stopping by. Have a great weekend once again.
You too. Enjoy it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Totally love that conversation. And,
Me too.
You know, it's, you know, unfortunately, and it's the reason I asked, you know, the question that I asked about the education system, these are things that you would expect would be taught, you know, will be taught rather, you know, when you're journeying through school.
This should be what governments in school should be all about.
Study political science, you know, and come out and know nothing
science,
about politics, you know, study political science and eventually become, you know, militant or you know, a political thug. I don't know if they teach thuggery in political science.
And I think our curriculum really should be updated, you know, to keep up with the times. And I'm looking forward to, you know, schools like the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, partnering with universities to teach, you know, students of political science, you know, these things. So when they're coming out of school, they're ready to run for governance, for office. They're ready to begin to implement, you know, things to change their community. And that's one thing I love about this program. They say at the end of the program, just like when you do a project in school, you would go back to your community and solve a problem there. And I think that's what we really need, service. Yes, we really need service.
That should be like a final year project, you know, and there's some level of grooming that I see that, you know, politicians from, you know, other climes have before they eventually take office. You know, aside your education, your degrees, certification, there's also some level of grooming that, you know, I believe that you should pass through so you understand what it means to hold a seat that you're seeking for. We don't have a lot of that here, unfortunately, and maybe that's why. But one thing that I feel like we didn't get to, you know, address, or she didn't get to address, was when I talked about disruptive thinking, you know, the great minds, but we have a system that just doesn't work. If we are still looking for true federalism, and you know, still have an electoral process that is flawed, still have a political class that is flawed, still have a judiciary that has its issues, then it's almost you know, impossible to have, you know, a change when you have, you know, great minds in those offices. But it's a continued conversation. We're moving on to talk about the World Bank that has decided to give about $5 billion to 11 African countries. How effective will this be? Would it be used for? And, you know, it would be having an extensive conversation with two persons right after this short break. Stay with us.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
You're welcome back, and we're continuing the conversation with the World Bank's plan to invest over 5 billion naira within the next 5 years to help restore degraded landscapes, improve agricultural productivity, and promote livelihoods across 11 African countries. The World Bank Group President David Malpass, in a statement from the bank on Thursday, said this investment would help improve livelihoods, and that's as countries recover from COVID-19. He also said that more than $5 billion in financing would support agriculture, biodiversity, community development, food security, landscape restoration, job creation, resilient infrastructure, rural mobility, access to renewable energy, and so much more. We're now being joined by economic analyst Mukhtar Mohammed and head of tax PwC Taiwo Oyedele to discuss this. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yes. Let's begin with Mr. Oyedele. The World Bank is making a huge investment here. But how serious do you think, African countries, take the issues of climate change and biodiversity?
Yeah, I think just to be blunt, I'll say we're not taking issues of biodiversity and the environment seriously enough in Africa. And Nigeria is clearly a good case study for that. We developed a renewable energy master plan in 2015. And if you look at that master plan, you would say it's a good document, which is always what you find in Nigeria. We are brilliant, we have good ideas, but we don't do well with implementation. Something as simple as granting import duty and VAT waiver on importation of equipment for renewable energy, we haven't been able to implement that fully after about 6 years. You also find that most times we don't realize that the biggest impact we can make as a people and as a government is not going to come from the money that we spend. It will come from the policies that we introduce. So even the investment by the World Bank, if you look at it on the average, is less than $500 million per country. That will not change our story when it comes to biodiversity. So it doesn't look like a priority to us as a people. Nigerians, for example, want energy and they can't be bothered whether it's clean energy or not. They just want energy.
Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, do you agree that we don't take the issues of environmental, biodiversity, renewable energy, and all of this seriously in Africa?
Definitely, I can both agree with what he has said about that. It's in Africa we are not looking at biodiversity. We are suffering from hunger. We are looking for what to eat. And so when the environment is going to provide that food, why not? So African countries are leaders, like he said, policies are not there. And even when they are there, implementation is very difficult because how do you tell an hungry man that doesn't have any means of getting gas from the guy's power plant is not running through his place, and you're telling him that he cannot eat food that day because he has to wait for renewable energy. In the villages, especially in the rural areas, they go to get the firewood, and those are part of the challenges with climate change. So I can't but agree with him, but I think the major problem in Africa is hunger. So when you address hunger, that's why we begin to think about biodiversity, how it affects our environment. It's a man that I've eaten that will be thinking of preserving the climate, and you make him believe that the climate is actually what will provide food for him on the table. So we need a lot of education, but before the education, you need to provide the means of livelihood for them so that they will be able to have food on their table. Then begin to educate them on biodiversity, how they're affecting the environment, how it can reduce their food production and then cause more hunger in the land. They need education on that, but the first thing you need to do is to give them food to eat.
Okay, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, I'm going to continue with you. The investment, of course, is coming, as a result of, what the World Bank has noticed with regards climate change, and of course, COVID-19 and its effects on the economies in these African countries. Share with us, your thoughts on how much of a crisis, African countries might be walking into. From what it seems, like you've mentioned, climate change is not one of the biggest conversations down here because we, will address hunger first. But how much of a crisis may we be walking into with our economies and with survival and with hunger as a continent?
We're already in a huge crisis as a continent. The only thing that is helping us as a continent is the resilience of the people. In terms of policy, in terms of stimulus from all African countries, we're not just talking about Nigeria now. If you look at all African countries, it has nothing to do by the only one we've seen that you could say it has something to do, maybe the South African economy, because it's a very
structural economy, and then you all outside of South African economy, African economics are not really structured. So once you don't structure an economic intervention to reach the bottom, is very difficult. So what we are seeing now, we are addressing the pandemic issue from the top to the bottom, some of the bottom to the top. So we definitely have a big challenge. We have weak structures, we have weak institutions, we don't have infrastructure. So you will not be able to address those things. So Africa is really in a very serious problem in terms of our economy as a result of this pandemic. The only thing the world was looking at in terms of the pandemic before was the health implication of the pandemic. They were looking at, you have a lot of health challenge in Africa, you have a lot of people that will die from the pandemic. Nobody was looking at the other angle of survival of the people in terms of providing food for them, in terms of them having a means of livelihood, in terms of loss of job, how are they going to help them in terms of loss of job, in terms of creating that environment again after the pandemic. Nobody, even the donor agents were not looking at that. They were looking only at how can we help them improve their health sector so that they will not have too much casualties in Africa. So when you look at that by now, whatever they are trying to do is more or less like a fire brigade approach, because the other plan was, improve their health sector so that they will not have this pandemic. Now you are beginning to realize that, the health sector is not the health sector is not really the problem. Now what the people need now is job, and what the people need now is food. And so you are beginning to rush in and say, how can we help that? So it's going to take time. Government in Africa should begin to learn how to handle their own problem in the African way, because you cannot depend on stimulus the way stimulus is given in America, is given in developed nations. You need to look at a structure. How can you give your own stimulus? How can you help your economy? How can you help your people? What direct intervention can you do to them? So it's a different all game when we are trying to copy what the Western world is doing. We must look for an inbuilt African solution to the situation that we are, especially in this pandemic-related years that were from 2020 to even to 2021. It's a big challenge to the African continent, and it's a big challenge to the African government. But the major challenge is because we have weak infrastructures, we have weak structures, and we have very poor institutions.
Mr. Mokhtar, I'll be continuing that conversation with Mr. Oyedele right now. Mr. Oyedele, what he just mentioned is such a key issue, talking about African leaders coming together to, rally support, talking about stimulus, economic packages, and all of that for African countries. But, in the heat of this COVID-19 pandemic, what you see the AU doing is rallying support for international donations. How about African countries coming together, pulling resources to, create a continental-wide approach or solution to the pandemic? What do you think about this?
Yeah, thank you. I do agree there's always strength in unity. So if Africa can come together to address any challenge whatsoever, the outcome we will get will be better than if we are only tackling it individually on a country-by-country basis. So to that extent, I would agree that Africa, using the umbrella of the African Union, needs to come together to address our challenges. So specifically with regards to COVID-19 stimulus, or whether you're talking about biodiversity or the environment, I would emphasize again that the biggest impact we will make in Africa will not come from the monies that government would spend, because those governments are already financially constrained. They don't have money. They don't have enough money. The entire budget of the federal government of Nigeria is not even enough to administer palliative. So imagine the US spending trillions of dollars, right? The US is not even up to twice our population. So if you have that and you say Nigeria needs to spend even $500 billion, our budget for the past 10 years is not even up to that. So which means we then have to think about how can we make the best of our limited resources? How can we complement those efforts of government with sensible policies? And how can we ensure that we do not do certain things? Most times we focus on what we want to do. We don't talk a lot about what we shouldn't be doing. So government should not be borrowing money and give to NCA about $200 million. So government should not be borrowing money to fix rail. Rail is commercially viable. Provide the policy environment and let the private sector drive those, so that government can focus their attention on social interventions. And I would say that we already have multilateral agencies such as the African Development Bank, which is an African initiative where governments can even borrow to develop the economy, administer certain initiatives like recycling can be commercially viable. You can allow private sector to do it or get it funded by those multilateral agencies. And to administer palliative for COVID-19 in view of our limited resources, it has to be targeted, which means only the people who need it the most will get it, as well as the sectors that are most vulnerable. To do that, you need data. We are not also great with data in Africa. So it's a long journey, and we need to start now, not only because of this pandemic, but because the reality of life is another one would happen. It may not be COVID, it will be something else. Would we be prepared at the time, and what lesson would we have learned from this terrible situation we're going through?
And it's, it feels like, it's we're in a loop. We keep asking about, where we will be in the next decade. We've, as a country, had many visions, Vision 2000, Vision 2010, 2020. We've had so many of them. But the question really is, how, much better are we doing, over time? Mukhtar Mohammed, I want you to quickly speak on this, as briefly as possible. In 2017, the World Bank also announced a $57 billion investment in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not sure how far they've gone with that or how much of it has been released. Do you think that we would ever get to a point where we will stop, needing these investments from the World Bank, to get or keep African countries running?
I think if you look at everything you've seen, you look at information on ground, you look at policy on ground, I don't think we'll get out of it. I think our government doesn't look for, they look for cheap solution to our problem. So when they just think of, is there any way we can borrow? There's no ingenuity in government, there's no creative thinking, there's no inward thinking. What government is looking for is where can we get this fund quickly? Where can we fix it? Because they are looking at the political solution, not the economic solution. What will I be remembered for before I leave office? A quick fix measure. So in a quick fix measure, you try to borrow as much as you can to fix it and not forgetting about the payment plan, because you might not be the one to pay it. You look at government, they try to negotiate that, we have momentum for the next 10 years. So at that time, my own government is out of there. So and I have been praised of developing a lot of things, and yet there's a lot of debt piling up for the incoming administration and other administration to pay for over a project that I did. So I think until we begin to look inwardly, we begin to build capacity, especially in terms of leadership. Leaders that will believe that the solution to our problems is inside of us, is within us. We have the right people to do that. But as long as we we keep looking for handout, we keep looking for solutions from World Bank. And like you said, we have the African Development Bank, but all you see African leaders think of is try to rush to World Bank, they try to rush to IMF. And when you look at the turnout these days, they've gone to China. And when you look at the interest rate between these companies, this organization and the African Development Bank was created for things like this. Yes. So Africa should look inwardly, through using the African Development Bank to build a stronger economy for Africa. Then look inwardly, build our capacity to be able to take opportunities that comes our way. Because a decaying infrastructure is an opportunity for people to grow and also to empower your people. But what we see there, we're helping other developed nations to empower their people through the decaying of our infrastructure rather than empowering our people through the decay of our infrastructure. So we need to look inwardly. We begin to look inwardly. We begin to look for solutions within ourselves. I think, like I said, we need an African solution to an African problem.
Yes, Mr. Mokhtar. Thank you very much. But just something light before we wrap up. With all the resources in Africa, how soon do you think we can begin to, loan money to the US, invest in their own economy and all of that? Just a quick take home. Thank you. You don't have to answer that. Thank you very much, Mr. Oyedele. Thank you very much, Mr. Mokhtar, for your time on The Breakfast this morning.
A pleasure being there. Thank you.
Absolutely. It would also be great to say, maybe we should get to a point where we also get some of these World Bank loans and investments in science and technology, not just in agriculture all the time. Let's also do some of the things. But, once again, let's fix hunger first.
Yes.
Before we look at laptops and what they have to say.
Let's stay alive.
Exactly. It's been a great morning. Thank you so much for joining us. To every one of our guests who stopped by, Alero Ayida Otobo, who spoke on the Fixed Politics
Initiative.
Thanks,
Yes.
Mokhtar Mohammed, Mr. Oyedele also, and of course, Godswill Jumbo, much earlier in Bonny Island story. The news comes up next at 9 o'clock.
Yes, Osarage Ogbonwa will be taking you through the headlines around the world and in Nigeria, especially. I am Annetta Felix.
Osarage Ogbonwa. You can join us on social media at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Same thing with our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. See you at 9. Goodbye. Have a great Friday.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? It's because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsi. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsi help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Rose was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates, but there was no money. No money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in, I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back, and then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 naira every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, you know, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, you know, now you're a Lagos girl. You know. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
When I retired, yes, on 13, my girlfriend called me, said that if I want to travel, then at last, okay, may I look at the outfit. That time I did with my husband, and they work for Pure Water Factory. They manage the money, they pay me 8,000 naira at that time, 18,000. Manage money to the feed, take care of my two children. Then I say, okay, make I come Dubai. Then I say, how that side? Say that side, they okay, might come. I say, okay, no wahala. I say, but I not get money to come that side. Cause I know what in go. Best one man day, the man go take care of my document, everything. I say, okay, no wahala. So I can do my passport. I can go. When I reach home, my man say I don't meet a good place. Say that from that place go, everything don't dey okay for me. I understand. Then my whole suffering starts already. Then I can't do. My girlfriend and they talk normal for phone before. Suddenly, just everything. As I reach, everything change. Everything changed totally. I see one black guy come. Say for today, go and be my oga. And so oga for waiting. He say, na money to carry me, can I get to pay? And I said, but this will not be our agreement. He said, I need to pay the money. He said, in the night, I get to dress up, go outside, go also the money. I call and say, all these things, not be waiting me and you guys talk for, I come up from Nigeria. Not be all these things you promised me. Why you want to maltreat me like this? I call say, well, I know nowhere to run to. No anybody when I know. I come and buy. In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men. Come ask. The day when I'll bring money, that day I will eat. The day I'll not bring money, I will stay hungry. Because they do it like that to see, can't reach 3 months. Then the guy called me. Say, no. My paper there expire. I want to go back to Nigeria. I said, I don't feel go back, I don't get 15 naira, I don't get any money. I want to go back to Nigeria. All my money when they make it, they give you now. I want to start if I reach Nigeria. I want to take off my 2 children when I leave for us. Then he got me say no, say I need to go back home. If police catch me on my own. I call the crack and say, God, which kind of life be this one? God, how fit take come for here now? God, which kind of life be this one? The other night, I come, after I eat finish, I come see back, I dress, come out. So I just come out. Wait till I just see, I see police. 3 of them. They say, where my paper? And my paper already expired. I say, oh, God, no get paper, no paper. They say, my brother say, oh, God, no get paper. Wait till I do the point call for my hand. I see myself for prison, for station. So I reach there, they say, and I say, may I bring my paper? I call the guy. Oh, God, how far? Police already catch me. Oh. He say, as police don't catch me now, me I not get anything business. For today, from now on, may I do my own. May I not even try and call your number again. And then I come cut the call. I come declare, I say, God, which kind of life be this one? God, I need your help. God, I need your help. God, I need your help. And then the CID man come say, where my paper? I say, I don't see my paper. I say, okay. They need to deport me. Now I say, no, while as if I reach my country safe. They say, no, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. I say, 3 months for prison? I say, what? He say, I need to stay for prison for 3 months. Now I can say, because when they catch me along the road. Because why I define man that night. And second, my paper already expire. Because I need to serve, need to stay for prison for 3 months. Can't stay for prison for 3 months without only one cloth when I wear. Now let that cloth I continue until the marriage in 3 months. And then I can say, God, I need freedom. God, I need your help. God, if you rescue me for a year, anywhere I go, I must serve you. After my 3 months they expire, they come carry me come and I say, okay, now I'll go buy my tickets. I need to come back to Nigeria, my ticket though. I don't get money for tickets. I'm going to say, okay, I don't get money for tickets. Any year now I don't do me. I don't get money to buy tickets. Nothing. I don't get anybody to call to say me I buy tickets. In the morning, I just see CID woman just call. Say me I come out. Carry me go this thing, their office. He say, I said, don't buy ticket for me. I say, who buy ticket for me? He say, me I don't ask question. Say, don't buy ticket for me. Say, but never book my ticket already. I say, Jesus, this one a miracle. I say, Jesus, thank you. Don't let me rot for you. I say, Jesus, thank you. Jesus, thank you. They now carry me back to prison again. I see in the evening of it, they say, Rita, come out. You are free to go. I say, God, is this miracle? God, is this miracle? I say, God, is this miracle? I started rejoicing. I started happy. I said, God, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Jesus. I said, thank you, Jesus. And now put me inside vehicle, take me to airport. And I enter the plane. That enter plane finish. I said, God, who I know for Lagos when I go meet now? Plane can't drop. Who I know for Lagos? We are for start for Lagos. Who I want go meet for Lagos? Can't get one girl we stay beside me. Come and say, babe, how far? See my condition. I don't get where they go for Lagos. I bet you know anybody might feel follow you stay. The guy say, man, no worry, man. He get guests when they take care of. If we reach Lagos, he go take care of me. If we get where we'll go, they go polish me, they go give me fine clothes. I will live normal life. We'll go out, go to flex, they enjoy. After the girl they tell me all this, I consider say God. My mate can't come back say, now wait till you promise God, make God do. Wait till you tell God say you won't do. Now you won't do so. You come up for where shower, you won't see enter a shower again. And wait till you talk say you won't do be this one. And my mate can say no. I tell God, say, God, if God release me from prison, the first place I fair go na church. When wants to go back to prostitution again? And I can say, no, not follow this girl. Not follow this girl. This girl won't follow, so not follow her. I can say, okay, if I don't follow this girl, who I can't follow? I can't sit down, I can't cry. Only me I can't cry. Can't come down for Kenya. As we come down for Kenya, let's come down for Kenya. We got to enter plane again. We won't come back to Nigeria. I can't sit down. One lady can't sit down near me.
My name is Ayodeji Lawrence, and I coordinate the Praying Hannah's ministry. So I went to Kenya to minister at a women's conference. That was in 2017, March. And on my way back, I got on the flight. I went with my friend. She's a bit, plumpier than I am. She was meant to sit in the middle of the three-seater. I said, sis, you are a bit on the big side. You sit by the aisle. Let me sit in the middle. So I sat in the middle, and it happened that Rita sat at the extreme end of the seats. And as I sat down, I just noticed she was heaving. I thought maybe it would just be one sigh and that would be it, but it continued. And I looked at her, I said, I hope all is well. She said, no, all is not well. And I said, so tell me, what is it? She said she was not going to tell me. And I said, no, I'm going to hold on to the first thing that you said, that all is not well. I said, tell me exactly what is wrong with you. And that was how she started her whole story.
So see as I say go Dubai, see as when I do, see as I stay for prison for 3 months, see as God set me free. Now I don't get where to go. See lady when they beside me for them, I won't follow and go. I go see start the same prostitution again. Let the lady go say no. As far as you tell God, say you won't go here, go serve her. I won't carry you go our church. I say, Mama, they carry me go church. He say yes. I say, you just now church they carry me they go. I say yes. See it's gonna fall out of my head. He say no, don't cry. Say for now go. Your suffering is finished. And I said, okay. And I said, okay. Are you sure? He said, yes. He said, don't cry again. Don't cry. I said, Mama, are you sure? He said, yes. He said, for today go, you be my responsibility. And the man said, Mama, are you sure? He said, don't cry. Don't cry again. Just sleep. Don't cry. I said, Mama, I said, okay. He said, take this paper. Read it. Wipe away your problem. Just be reading it. I said, no. Mama, he said, don't worry. Sleep. Don't cry again. I said, just sleep. And I said, okay. I said, God, thank you. As far as this lady brings steady for me to help me, I said, God, thank you. I just say, God, thank you. God, thank you. Jesus, thank you. After all the other thing, our plane come down. This lady hold my hand, say, come follow me. I say, Mama, I say, they will hold me. Immigration people will hold me. I don't have passport. He said, don't worry. I said, for now, God will take care of you. I said, Mama, he said, don't worry, follow me. Let's go.
And for me, there were a few things that struck me in the whole process. Because normally when you're deported, there's always someone that stays with you, maybe a custom officer or something, or maybe someone who is in charge of the law or something. But in our own case, she was the only one. And she was even allowed to sit with the other passengers, because normally I think they sit at the back, of the cabin. And for me, that was really, really a strange setting. So that was how we got talking. She was crying. I told her not to cry, just pacifying her and all. In the process, I led her to Christ, because that's one of the things I believe as a child of God, you should be able to let other people know what you are enjoying. So she gave her heart to Christ in the process. I was like, Lord, what do I do? I can't leave her this way. And the Love Home came to mind. I put a call through, but unfortunately they said because I'm an individual, I'm not coming from an organization, they won't be able to take her up. And I said, okay, what else can I do? And I called church. And church, I spoke with Pastor Emmanuel.
Mrs. Ayo Lawrence, the head or founder of the Praying Hannah's Ministry, approached me on a particular day, and she said she had a case in her hands and she wanted me to get involved and help out. And then she told me of an encounter with Rita on her flight coming from Kenya. And I felt, wow, this is interesting. In my mind, I was thinking, okay, you met this person for the first time. You don't even know her background, and you bring her up here. So what do you want us to do? However, because of what the Elevation Church stands for, one of our core values is, love, and we just believe that, okay, this is someone that is out there lost, that is looking for love, but actually looking for love in the wrong places, looking for fulfillment in the wrong places, seeking purpose, but seeking purpose in the wrong places.
She now had to go home with Pastor Tim. She slept over at Pastor Tim's house for the 2 nights she was in Lagos.
My name is Timothy Aderemi. I work with the Elevation Church. At the time of meeting Rita, I was assisting the pastor in charge of membership. So Sister Yo called and just shared with me. So that we're torn between, okay, we don't even know. We don't know her. One of the things that we preach in our church is that the Elevation Church is not only a church that people attend, but there's a family that people belong to. And so I have a a small 3-bedroom at home, very small. and then, you know, just because of my heart for the, sometimes I question, why God, why did you give me this soft heart, you know, for people? Maybe because I've also been through stuff in my life, and I felt one way to do this is to give back, you know, give a helping hand. And so that day I put a call through to my wife. I said, there's this young lady in church, introduced to me by our own friend, Sister Yo Lawrence. I said, it's Sister Yo. So beyond the fact that she's coming into Elevation Church family, whatever Sister Yo is involved in, I would also gladly, you know, get myself really involved. And a call to my wife, she also believed in her husband, so she said, okay, why not? Let her come in.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
The story continues as we rejoin Rita's story of redemption on One in a Million.
In life, we have, it's like a football match. Yeah, you have first half, you have second half, and you have half time. Her meeting Sister Yo was just that half-time moment for her.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really, really afraid to bring Rita in.
I remember that day, it was, maybe we finished the office around maybe 11 or so. I put her in the car, and as we're going, a lot of thoughts were just flowing through her. What if she just stopped breathing in the car? I mean, I like to think, you know, wide and all of that. And thankfully, she didn't stop breathing. She came in because she was looking very, you know, tired after the experience. So I took her home, got home. I said, babe, this is the lady I was talking about. And my wife gladly, and then I just left both of them because I was also very tired. And around maybe 2 a.m. or so, I came out. I saw both of them gisting. I don't know what they were talking about, but I know my wife kept encouraging her. This is not the end of your life. God has, you know, started quoting scripture. I think they prayed a little, you know, and then I came into the room. I remember just one thing that I said to her. I said, the best of God for you is never in the past, but in the future. And so I brought her back to the office. I didn't remember us taking selfies with her, you know, maybe it wasn't the day of selfie. And then I handed over to Sister Yo Lawrence, and I was happy that at least we're part of a, you know, journey in this period of time.
But along the line, we put a call. We found out that she was married, you know, with 2 children, which was really very strange. I was like, how come, you know? So we called the husband there and then.
And I said, look, do you know where your wife is? And he told me the story, how they've been struggling with finances and this and that, and how his wife was deceived by a friend, traveled out. He doesn't even know where she traveled to. you know, and on and on. And I told her, okay, you know what, your wife is with us, she's in Lagos. And it's like, oh, interesting, what happened? So I was able to give him a bit of the story as I was told by Mrs. Ario. And then he said, fine, that, okay, you know, after talking to him and counseling him about forgiveness, about restoration, about taking his family back and everything, it's like, fine, that pastor, I'm ready, I'm okay. I'll take her back, it doesn't matter. I mean, she did what she did out of ignorance, you know. I'm willing to forgive her and let her in.
Mama calls okay, for now go you accept me. And then I can start. Come says, Mama, I don't feel sit down for I can't say me, I not worry. You go find money for me, I take trade. Which kind of business I won't do? Me I tell her, you go do business for me. I say, eh? I can't tell Mama. Mama say, I say this kind of person for life again. This kind of person they exist for life. I say, Mommy, I don't know. For that, because which business I will start? I was okay. I they do it. As I be do it where? I they do hair. And because okay, I go open salon. I say yes, I go open salon. You say, are you sure? I say yes, I go open salon. Because okay, how much I feel you to open the salon? Can retailer? I say how much I go, how much I use. You never even reach 2 days. I say a lot. Say Daddy send me the money. I say, eh? So na miracle. God, this one a miracle. I want to become mother of my own. And then I come through, I come open store. And then I did now take the management business now. So God be the glory. I can't even get guests when they learn work from my hand. I get 2 guests when they learn work. When they come, they will say, Madam, may I do this one? Madam, may I do this one? I just thank God for everything, for what God has done in my life. For what God has bring this woman to come and do in my life. And since then I met this woman, my life changed. Anytime they go wrong, you must tell me, say, this one is wrong. Make sure say you do this one. I just thank God for making me. I just thank God for making him to know, make me to know this lady. I just thank God. Say, God, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank him too. I want to thank him. He's a big help to me, very big one. If it's not him today, maybe I don't know how my life will turn to. I don't know. I don't really know. I just thank him. I just thank him. I thank him very, very much. A lot. So much thank you, man.
Yeah, Rita's story is pathetic. You know, it still boils down to what we have been talking about, and then the environment, what the environment can lead people to. Rita, for God's sake, is a victim. She has not committed any offense. Somebody took advantage of her because she needed to survive her, and trafficked her, smuggled her to another country. So at the end of the day, she found herself in a terrible situation. So I think the message from Rita, first of all, is also an eye-opener to the youths, you know, and to the young girls there, that all that glitters is not good out there. A lot of stories are going up and down. A lot of them are frustrated, they're under pressure, they want to get things done the faster way. That is what the in thing now. As we are talking now, the idea of going through Libya has calmed down. What is reigning now is going through Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, you know, with visa. They will give you tourist visa. They will give you 3 months visa. By the time you land there, they confiscate your visa, you start working as a slave. But also to our government, let them try and encourage a kind of a healthy bilateral relationship between countries, so that if our citizens fall victims of some of these things, there will be a better way of handling them. And to other people, they should learn not to put their destiny in other people's hands. Traffickers and smugglers are destiny killers.
And basically for me, this story is about touching lives. It's about influence. You know, it's about not being concerned about you, yourself, and I alone. It's about reaching out to somebody else out there. You know, we always said it is cold out there. You can be the warmth that somebody is looking for. That's why the scripture says you are the light of the world. You are a city set upon a hill that cannot be hid.
Okay, so talking about Rita's story, one thing that really struck me was the fact that I just believe that God really is still interested in her life, her future, her marriage, because from the little I knew about her story, where she traveled to, the fact that God could still speak to the husband, because I don't think it was anybody. I mean, I'm married, so if I get to, God forbid, my wife engage in such thing, I would forgive, but it takes God to speak to a man's heart to know some of the likely things that your wife had done, and then with everything she came back to you, and you still take her. I mean, it takes God. So I saw God's work in all of this, and I also saw, new beginning.
Yes, when we're still thinking, how do I handle her? Love Home wasn't coming through at that point in time. But I couldn't really, say I want to bring her in. I don't really know her. I'm just meeting her and considering her story. It wasn't something, I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really afraid to bring Rita in at that point in time. So it wasn't something that came, naturally to have her in the house. At the point wherein she told me her story on the plane, because by the time she told me how, what she went through in Dubai and how she got on the plane, and I began to see that I wasn't supposed to even sit here in the first place. Why did I tell my friend to swap with me? It was actually from the plane that I knew God was up to something. We didn't even have enough money for me to go for the conference. And I had to ask the board of trustees, can I go on this trip? Can I take out of this money to go on this trip? And they said, yes, it's ministry you're doing. You're not going, to enjoy yourself. You're going for ministry. So by all means, take out of the money from the account and go on that trip. And for me, with hindsight now, I believe I went on that trip for Rita. One of the things I've learned is we should be open and allow God to interject our plans. I'll say my kind of person, naturally, I would have said, I don't want wahala. Let her be, let me be. Or as humans, we would have said, this person I don't know. But I've learned from this whole process that when you are available, God will always find you and use you. 2017 August, I traveled to Benin. She didn't know I was coming. I just put a call through to her in the morning. Rita, how are you doing? I hope business is going on. I hope you're doing well. She said, yes, okay. I said, okay. I hope you're going to the shop today. She said, yeah, she's going to the shop. And she's just trying to put a few things together in the morning. She didn't know I was already at the airport. So by midday, I just showed up at her stall, and she was all over shouting and all. And that was how I went to meet her mother-in-law, saw the children, Unfortunately, I didn't meet her husband because her husband wasn't in town at that point in time. Okay, seeing her with the children made me to know that family is key. No matter how you have strayed, no matter how you have gone away, we can't take that, we can't take out the family unit. If there is love, people will always take you back. And that was what I saw, with the children, with her mother-in-law, and even the few times I spoke with her husband on the phone, I could see that, they were able to continue from where she left off before she left the house.
My name is John Ayuba, and I am from Borno State.
In the night, I'll dress up, go outside, go look for men.
I was afraid. Let me just be open. I was really afraid to bring Rita in.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoku. And of course, Wale Scott is right here to give us great analysis on stories that we have for you breaking in the world of sports. And don't even start with us now. Good morning.
For many reasons, I can't tell you good morning this morning, boss. Okay. For many reasons.
Yeah.
And then poor Arsenal.
Yeah, something actually horrible happened this morning on my way to work. I got robbed, and I wonder why people find joy in robbing their fellow human beings. And my mobile phone and wallet was taken from me.
Honestly, I don't know if this is going to be of any help to you right now. People don't find joy in robbing. I don't think anyone finds joy in robbing. It's unfortunate that the country is really, really bad. And we can only be thankful to God for where He's positioned us, you know. Some people are doing very, very badly. Yeah. And different things would force you to do terrible things. And I'm not making the point for the armed robbers now. I don't see any reason why you should steal in the first place, take somebody else's thing. But things are really very bad for some people. And I don't think it's pleasurable for them to rob. Just a means of survival. Just unfortunate that somebody would have to be at the bad end of the stick at this point.
Very sad. Lost my mobile phone and wallet, so I'll be very, very unreachable at this point, except for social media, where you get to follow on Twitter, Instagram. Then we can continue conversations online. But let's talk about Arsenal. Their recent resurgence was checked by stubborn Crystal Palace, who claimed the hard-fought point from a forgettable encounter at the Emirates Stadium. The draw left Arsenal in the 11th position with 24 points, and Crystal Palace rose to 13th position on 23 points. The next Premier League game for Arsenal is at home to Newcastle United on the 18th of January, while Crystal Palace will take on Manchester City on the 17th of January. Now, Arsenal they've gone 5 games without a win against Crystal Palace. These guys are quite stubborn, but it's even good enough to know that Arsenal didn't lose all 3 points.
I don't think the word is stubborn. I think it's only been partial at this point. Saying Crystal Palace were very stubborn. I saw your report. I'm seeing you saying it again. I think the team is in disarray. I have consistently described...
The Arsenal team, you mean?
Yes. I have consistently described Arsenal as a dull child who has a good handwriting. They still play good football, no doubt, but they just won't score. What's the point of being dull but having a good handwriting? There's no point. They are the gunners. They have a big gun and no bullets. Wow. It's unfortunate. The team, something is wrong with the team. I've not been able to identify what is wrong with the team. Crystal Palace played their regular football. How can you, using the word stubborn? Arsenal just could not beat them. And Arsenal, unfortunately, are in 11th position with 24 points after all these matches. I think it's really a problem. Yeah. And somebody said that the shadows of Mesut Ozil still lurks around angry, and it's getting at it. I don't know if that is true. I don't know if it works like that, but I don't know. I don't know what the problem of the team is. They just couldn't beat Crystal Palace, who are 14th on the log, and the team has to do an internal operation on themselves. Something is wrong. What it is, nobody knows. You can't have players like Holding, Lacazette, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. You have Bukayo Saka. You have no business losing games. Not against teams like Crystal Palace. But, I agree. But I don't know. I really don't know. Well, somebody should identify what the problem
is with Arsenal. But Mikel Arteta still has a few days in the January transfer window to get players, and of course to get rid of those players that he doesn't want.
He has gotten very good players in the past.
Yeah, but
at a point he had Thomas Partey. Partey came in before the injury. He still didn't make any difference.
Well, he played about 20 minutes in that game yesterday, and it's a bit of fresh air to know that he's back from injury and.
But the game still ended goalless. What difference did he make?
Thomas Partey is a midfielder. He's not going to score a goal for Arsenal if the attackers can't score the goal.
When Manchester United bought Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, here we go with Bruno Fernandes.
Yes, but as far as I can recall, he's a midfielder.
Yeah.
Kevin De Bruyne in Man City is a midfielder.
Well, Partey will get into the mix. He will get into the party very soon and start banging in the goals for Arsenal. That is if he chooses to score. We have the attackers there to score the goals, but they're not doing their job, and I'm sure Mikel Arteta has what it takes to turn things around right there at Arsenal. Now, let's start talking about Bruno Fernandes. Let's talk about Manchester United, but this time around is about the former United manager, Alex Ferguson, and the club's top scorer, Wayne Rooney, who have paid tribute to Marcus Rashford for the forward's role in tackling child food poverty in England amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the 23-year-old Rashford has been at the forefront of a campaign to end child food poverty, using his status to successfully lobby the British government to continue providing free school meals during the holidays. He was also awarded an MBE for services to vulnerable children amid the COVID-19 crisis. Let's hear what Rashford has to say, and of course, the comments from Wayne Rooney and the former manager right there talking about Sir Alex Ferguson.
We're at the beginning of what I see as a long journey, and yeah, I'm definitely not at the stage of relief yet. I feel like there's a lot more that needs to be done, and a lot more steps that need to be taken forward. But on the positive side, we have started to take a few steps in the right direction, and for me now, just because we've done that, it's not about just sitting back now and being happy with what we've done. It's about what's next, and what's next in the chapter of these children's lives.
The work he's doing is unbelievable to challenge the government to. It's a big issue, you know. It's a tough time for everyone. So for him to get that campaign up and running, and the free meals, the meals for the children, is massive, and it's needed that backing. Someone like Marcus Rashford to back that and get behind it and make sure that the kids know that whatever happens, they won't go hungry. So it's incredible, really, and I think it's a huge achievement from him. And as a player, he's a great player. He's got a real bright future, of course, and it's great to see him scoring more goals now. And he will be a massive player for Manchester United and England over the next 10 years. So it's good to see him developing, and I could see him being the next England number 9 in a few years.
I'd like to congratulate Marcus on his achievement and his presentation tonight. Knowing him since he was a kid at 7 years of age and seeing him develop through the ranks at Manchester United into a truly wonderful person. Apart from his football life, what he's achieved in the last few months is quite astonishing. How he's helped the people in need is a truly amazing achievement, and I'd like to congratulate him on that. He's shown to young people in particular there is a different way of dealing with life. He's shown great humility, he's shown courage to do what he did, and so this achievement is well deserved, and it should be recognised in what he's done. So Marcus, well done, a fantastic achievement.
Yeah, great one from Alex Ferguson, and of course Wayne Rooney paying tribute to the Manchester United forward, talking about Marcus Rashford for his good deeds on and off the football pitch. And I totally support everything that Rashford is doing at the moment.
Let's talk about a very touching story, a very touching story. When Marcus Rashford got into the academy, Manchester United Academy, they couldn't afford him going to and fro from home. So the mother actually had to beg them to actually let him sleep in the academy, you know, like the hostel for foreign players. And he was taken to school every day from the Manchester United training ground by a Manchester United arranged transportation. And he was the star in school because he had already got to the first 11 already at a tender age. He's an OBE. That's a massive title in England for how old is he that he's getting? Elton John didn't get it until whenever, you know, until he was like over 50. But he's gotten it now. And I think it's cool when you don't forget where you're coming from. You know, he knew he was a poor kid. He knows he's been opportuned to be a millionaire now in pounds and plays for Manchester United in the first 11. He's had a chance to play for England at a tender age, and he's grateful to God. But he's not forgetting where he's coming from. So he's putting everything.
He always has to give back.
You know, he was the one that actually begged Manchester United as a management to let the stadium be there for COVID-19 patients. He used a large amount of his funds to actually feed these homeless and poor children. And I think it's massive. I think we all should remember where we're coming from and give back to those people. You know, we all were not born rich. You know, a lot of us were born comfortable or poor. You know, and if we're doing well now, it's only normal to be grateful to God where you are today and to give back to those people that you were like in the past, really.
Totally agree with you, and great job from Marcus Rashford. And a few other players, sportsmen and women, who are doing exactly what Rashford is doing. But
please, let's emphasize that in Africa here, people like Didier Drogba,
yes,
Samuel Eto'o, George Opongwe have been doing it from way back. Don't sit down.
No, we have to mention the Nigerian.
He doesn't do anything.
Well, for the Kanu Heart Foundation, he did a lot.
Yes, he's a brand for the Kanu Heart Foundation. He's a brand.
So let's just say
somebody else that pays that one. But well, it's good that he actually had a heart disease and he's involved. He's a brand ambassador of a company who actually pays for people with that same heart disease.
Very true.
So Rashford is doing very well, but please, let's emphasize that our African brothers too have been doing it from way back.
True. Good one from all the African brothers and sisters who are doing it. Assistant to Shola also set up the foundation as well. Yeah. So kudos to all of them. And well, let's move on from there and talk about what's going on in England, talking about the English Premier League, where Aston Villa's game at home to Everton on Sunday has been postponed because of the ongoing COVID-19 issues at the club. The Villa training ground remained closed after a coronavirus outbreak, and Premier League statement said that a significant number of Villa players and staff remained in isolation. Aston Villa, who already have 3 games in hand on some clubs in the league, are due to play Manchester City on Wednesday. That game was originally scheduled to take place on the opening weekend of the season, but was postponed because of City's progress in last season's Champions League. Now, Aston Villa would have almost 3 games to play, but we're not even sure if these games will go ahead as planned because most of the players are still in isolation, and they can't field the boys that played in the FA Cup against Liverpool in the English Premier League.
I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, Aston Villa have been really hit by the novel coronavirus, and it's really sad. But on the flip side, I think it's a good thing for them. We saw some talents, some prospects in those guys who played Liverpool. They gave Liverpool a run for their money. It took Liverpool the second half to dig deep and actually get back at them. They were really playing very good football in the first half, which of course to say that if not for the coronavirus, we wouldn't have seen these boys play. We wouldn't see their potentials. Now, Aston Villa are sure of at least 9 prospects for the future in those guys who play Liverpool. That's the flip side. However, if the coronavirus has hit them that bad and they don't want to be rubbished or to lose woefully like they lost to Liverpool, I understand them saying, okay, good, until our first 11 is ready, we're not going to play anybody anymore for now. Let's keep our points intact, which is normal. So right now they have 3 matches in the kitty and 9 points in the kitty too, which is good.
If they get to pick wins in those games.
Yeah, but at least for now, they have 9 points in their pockets. Win or lose. They haven't played the matches yet, you know. So they'd rather not risk using those young guys again and losing 9 points. They'd rather, let's give our guys, our first 11, a chance. Just maybe you can make 6 points or 4 points or some points from those 9 points left.
But I'm looking forward to what will happen.
I don't see their first 11 beating Man City though.
Definitely.
But
you know, I just wonder what will happen if more games relating with connecting with Aston Villa gets postponed. I really wonder what will happen, what the FA will get to do as a final result for this.
Those are sinner climbs. These are people who actually have their heads on their necks, not Nigeria. They actually will think about it and fix some days for them to get their matches done.
All right, in Spain, in the Spanish Super Cup, we talked about an upset in the German DFB Pokal, but this time around in Spain, it had to do with Real Madrid, where Athletic Bilbao defeated Real Madrid 2-1, and they would take on Barcelona in the Super Cup final. Of course, in the semi-final, it was 2-1 against Real Madrid, with Raul Garcia scoring 2 goals for Bilbao. And, of course, Karim Benzema pulled one back for Real later on. And one of the goals Karim Benzema scored was also ruled for offside. But then the final will take place on Sunday in Seville. And I just hope that Athletic Bilbao will finish what they started, upsetting Real Madrid, and I hope they upset Barcelona in the finals.
Yes, they could. Love it or leave it. Barca and Real Madrid are a fatigued team. They are actually tired. Like I said earlier on the show some weeks ago, you need a large squad to win major things, major trophies in today's football. And Barca don't have that. Real Madrid don't have that. Atletico Bilbao have been secretly working on the academies, buying new players without too much fanfare. If Barca gets a player, we hear the whole world hears. If Real Madrid, but if Atletico Bilbao gets a player, nobody hears about it. Obviously, the team is rejuvenated. They're coming back at you at this point, and they were able to beat Real Madrid. Can they surprise Barcelona? Yes, they can surprise Barcelona. These are teams that are only popular on TV, on radio, and in newspapers. They don't have a large squad. They recycle their regular players all the time. It's Messi, it's Luis Suarez. It's the regular players, and I think people are working on large squads now. Atletico Bilbao, yes, these guys don't have big names. These guys don't make headlines, but they are good footballers without names, and they are buying them in people like Atletico Bilbao, Borussia Dortmund. They are buying them, and you can see the difference now. They take Real Madrid to the cleaners, and up next Barcelona, and they just could stun the world by winning Barcelona and getting the Super Cup in their kitty.
All right, we look forward to that one on Sunday. We'll see Athletic Bilbao taking on Barcelona, and I just want Athletic Bilbao to win the Super Cup. Not because I dislike Barcelona, but yeah, I just want someone different. Exactly, a different team to get to win that one. In the English Premier League, we're looking forward to games this weekend, and of course, the big one to look forward to is the game between Liverpool and Manchester United. If everything goes according to plan, if the game isn't postponed because of coronavirus, I'm sure we'll get to see a great game between number 1 and number 2. Remember, Manchester United are top of the log with 3 points ahead of Liverpool, and Liverpool want to get a win in that one to be level on points with Manchester United. I'm not going to even allow Wale make any predictions here because obviously he's going to say Manchester United will win.
No, I don't think I'd say that.
Really?
Liverpool, in all their elements, can beat anyone.
But United are a better team on paper presently compared to Liverpool.
I really hate to use the word a better team. They have a larger squad, and they have the opportunity to rotate. You know, in midfield they have like 9 players. In defense they have like 10 players. Liverpool don't have that luxury. You know, so I won't say a better team. They have a bigger squad.
So who do you think will win?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't want to be put on the spot.
Liverpool in their elements will beat, like I said earlier, will beat anyone.
But make your predictions.
I don't want to make predictions.
Okay.
Let the better team win. Let's just watch good football.
Better team. Okay.
Let's watch good football.
Mourinho would say the better team lost.
As usual. That's okay. Can we with that?
All right. In Formula 1, Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc announced on Thursday that he had tested positive for COVID-19 and was self-isolating at home in Monaco with mild symptoms. The 23-year-old said he was feeling okay, and Leclerc did not say where he might have contracted the virus, but he was in Dubai earlier this month. He is the 5th Formula 1 driver known to have tested positive for coronavirus after Mexican Sergio Perez, Canadian Lance Stroll, and Britain's 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton, and of course Lando Norris. The 2021 Formula 1 season is due to start on the 28th of March after the usual Australian opener was postponed due to the pandemic. More players, more sportsmen and women.
We can only hope that he gets well soon. But thankfully, he's only 23. So just maybe the virus would walk away eventually. If it was older, like 50-something or going to 60, we should be worried, you know. But he's only 23. Hopefully, the 14 days quarantine should be enough. But I hope he gets well soon. You know?
And more players testing positive, more sportsmen and women testing positive. This time around, let's talk about the Australian Open, where world number 2, Rafael Nadal, and last year's Australian Open finalist, Dominic Thiem, have both suffered setbacks with their coaches unable to make the trip down under for the year's first tennis Grand Slam. Players and officials have to undergo a mandatory 14-day quarantine on arrival in Australia before they participate in warm-up events from the 31st of January at Melbourne Park. Now, Nadal's coach, Carlos Moya, said he would not be traveling to Australia due to the strict health restrictions. And Thiem's coach, Nicolas Massou of Chile, was not on the flight to Australia, having tested positive for the novel coronavirus. Now, Nadal, the US Open champion, Thiem, and ranked number 3 in the world, and of course, defending Australian Open winner Novak Djokovic will be among the top players quarantining in Adelaide and then head to Melbourne for the team-based ATP Cup and, of course, the Grand Slam.
Don't forget that in tennis, the coach doesn't have to be there. Thankfully, in these days of COVID, we actually have
virtual way of communication.
So all the coach does is to watch your opponent see what stunts is doing, and correct you. And thankfully, he can watch that virtually. And then when there's a break, he can actually take a tie break by himself and actually talk to the coach and be like, this is what this guy is doing. This is what you should do. You know, he doesn't really have to be there. Even football, every sport, if the coach can watch the game virtually, he assesses the game, sees what his guy is doing wrong or right, and work on him. You know, so it's all right the coaches are not there, but like I said, it took a lot of debate before this Open continued. We were like, should we do it? Should we postpone? Should we do it? Eventually they agreed to do it, and this is what they get for it. People are calling in saying we have novel coronavirus, but my coach can't come with me. I can't quarantine for 14 days. But I am sure the Australian Open managers or managements would have realized we will come to this, and then we might have cases like this. But to say that a large amount of world-class, top-notch tennis players might not be there due to coronavirus is bad enough, really. I would have suggested, like I've done to every other event, postpone. You know, but since the system must go on, well, this is what they will face.
Well, talking about world-class players missing from the Australian Open, former world number 1 Andy Murray's participation at the Australian Open is in doubt after the Briton tested positive for coronavirus. This 33-year-old Scot was set to fly out to Melbourne on a chartered flight, arriving there over the next 36 hours. Instead, remains in quarantine and isolating at home in London. Now, Andy Murray, who is said to be in good health, remains hopeful he'll be able to travel and be allowed to travel to safely at a later date and compete as planned. Now, the 5-time Australian Open runner-up pulled out of last week's ATP event in Delray Beach as they wanted to minimize the risk of catching a transatlantic flight to Florida.
So
talk about the top men pulling out.
Andy Murray still wants to go, despite all. And this is what is going to happen. It's going to take the shine off Australian Open if the world-class players don't get to be there, you know. And if Nadal loses, for example, they'll be like, oh, my coach wasn't here. They now have excuses to actually give. So,
you know, Andy Murray was one of the few players who said long before now that he was definitely going to play in the Australian Open.
Yeah.
Even when Serena Williams
still wants
said
to be there.
It was risky.
He still wants to be there. He wants to go to Australia, go to Adelaide and get quarantined there. I think, left to me, I'm not a fan of Murray. I've always felt he got to number 1 as a fluke. And he will never get there again. But that's tough for another day, though. But really, he wants to be there. He wants to play. Everybody wants to play in the Australian Open, really. Yeah. And it's sad that coronavirus will take the shine away. I think they should have listened and postponed this event. They insist it's still going to go on. A large amount of the stars will not be there.
But anything can happen. The games might still be postponed. It depends, because if the cases continue to rise.
We're not positive this game will still go on. Yeah.
All right, that's how much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka and Joko. Thank you, Wale, as always.
Thank you very much.
Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can reach us on social media, Plus TV Africa on Twitter, Instagram, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And for those juicy stories breaking, log on to our website, www.plustvafrica.com. Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa because big stories live here. Enjoy the rest of your day and please continue to stay safe out there.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're willing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the ones inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagbu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in the senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
The suit in Rivers State is back. Whose responsibility is it to deal with this health danger this time? Is it the governor, Wike, or is it the federal government? And to resume or not to resume for schools, what is the fate of Nigeria's education sector? Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Marianne Okon. Nearly 4 years after the deadly black suit seized the Port Harcourt skyline and several parts of Rivers State, causing massive air pollution, there are fears that a new surge of the deadly black suit might be beginning. Now, this development follows the recent increase in activities of illegal refiners and bunkerers. Well, to discuss this, joining me live from, all of them from Rivers State, I am being joined by Chris Newsom. He is with the Stakeholder Democracy Network. Chris, it's good to have you join us. We also have Kofi Battels, who's a broadcast journalist in Rivers State. We also are being joined by Tunde Bello. He is one of the campaigners of the hashtag Stop the Suit. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great to be here. Thanks.
All right. So I'm going to start with Tunde. Tunde, you obviously are more like a concerned Nigerian, a concerned citizen, someone who I first met talking about the suit, and I will get to every other person, but I want to find out from you, walk us through this, because people are wondering. I have a couple of people who are asking, what is this suit about, and why is it so dangerous?
Okay. Basically, this suit is an air pollutant that is in the air, of course, as a result of various activities within the state, not a particular place, but mostly where you see the activities of people refining crude, of course, not with modern technology, but with their own ways, their own process. And of course, because of the non-completion of the process in a way that you can get what you're supposed to get after you refine crude, you have this suit coming in. It's a black substance that can filter into anything, through anything. You go to your bathroom, you touch your noses, you get to your fridge, go to your clothing, and it just settles down. It's just like pills, you know. And then at the end of it all, when people ask why is it dangerous, I am not an health practitioner, but I am concerned about my environment, and I know when something is wrong with my environment, because I know when I breathe fresh air, and also I know when something is wrong in my environment, my immediate environment. So we have asked questions about, okay, what is the medical implication, the health implication of all of this? And medical practitioners, people who have studied and who understand the implication of things like that is cancerous, and of course it causes respiratory problems, which is the first thing you notice about the suit. It is inhaled continuously. So basically, as a concerned citizen and one of the campaigners of Stop the Suit, we have identified all of those sources as much as we can from our own point of view. Those who have the capacity and wherewithal to do further studies have gone ahead to do it. The government, individuals who have the capacity, measuring and checking the.
I think we lost Tunde there. Let me quickly go to Chris. Let me quickly go to Chris. Chris, I want to know how you got involved with this. I mean, a lot of people are saying we thought that the suit had disappeared. We thought that it was a thing of the past. But did it really ever leave, Chris? Did it come back? Did people get some respite at some point? Or do you think that maybe the bunkering just, you know, there were more people doing illegal bunkering and then, you know, the skies became black all over again?
So it first turned up, where are we? Late 2016 in a really dramatic fashion. And obviously a whole bunch of things were going on at that stage to cause that level of pollution. I think in simple terms what happened, and that caused a whole number of us to get involved, because you'd have to be blind not to, and to ignore the health risks. Then around 2018, it's like the level of pollution dropped back, but it never disappeared. And some areas of Port Harcourt continued to be hit pretty hard, but it also became more obviously seasonal in terms of reaching a level that would bother people. But unfortunately with the soot, it can still be pretty damaging when it's largely invisible. So you still have pretty disturbing numbers turning up on air quality monitors when you're looking around and you're thinking it's kind of okay. It's not like your feet and your hands are turning up black. And so we've tried to stay engaged right through. And of course, it's disappointing to see things starting to spike again now, but it's not surprising.
Kofi, you are one of the people who worked, you know, on this issue. You spoke about it on the radio. I remember back in 2017. There was a lot of conversation around this, and people were sharing stories on the radio and talking about it. How did the government react to this, and how are they still reacting to it? Is it the same reaction? Has there been any push? Has there been any action matching the reactions that are coming from people who feel that this is a real health hazard?
Thank you very much, Miranda, and great to be here. Hi to every other person on this panel. The reaction by government has been there. There's been some reaction. We've had, some movement from the River State Ministry of Environment, speaking to the media, paying surprise visits to certain sites. But the view and the feeling overall from the populace is that it falls far below the expectation. I do know that the Ministry Commissioner for Environment then, Professor Rosalind Konya, had at some point given some surprise visits to certain places. There was a plant in one of the areas in Port Harcourt where asphalt was being produced, and they accused this plant of being responsible for emission of the soot. They paid visits to certain oil installations and even the refinery and all that, but it's fallen way below expectation. When it comes to the oil and gas sector, government is a player, so some of these things may not be a surprise to some of us.
I also know that the media is very vocal in River State when it comes to issues that affect the people. At some points, I did hear that the federal government got involved, but I'm hearing that now the state government is somewhat saying that it's the federal government's job to put an end to this illegal oil miners or bunkers. So nobody's really taking responsibility to making sure that this comes to an end. What exactly are you hearing, Kofi? Because I know that at some point you were part of a group that went to Abuja to present some requests and demands concerning the suit. What's been the feedback from the federal government?
Yes, indeed. When it comes to, we look at this suit issue, it's an environmental hazard. It's also a health crisis, but it has to do with the oil and gas industry. People wake up in the morning in Port Harcourt and they're seeing black dust all over their cars. I step into my bathroom and, if I step barefoot on the floor, once I start having my bath, I see black all over the floor. So it is tied to the oil and gas industry. Now, when it comes to the oil and gas industry, you have the federal government as a major player. We have international oil companies who are participating in joint ventures with the federal government, but they have the largest share. And then at that time, the Minister for Petroleum was the president himself. So what a lot of people in the environmental sector, the environment, advocacy community, what we're advocating for was that the policing, the regulation of the oil and gas companies as far as their impact on the environment is concerned should be taken away from the Department of Petroleum Resources and should be domiciled with the National Environmental Standards Regulatory Enforcement Agency.
Has that been done? Has that been done?
Well, we've not seen the result of that on ground. The DPR still has a major say as far as the oil and gas industry is concerned, and you would expect that the company or the institution that is registering and also participating in this industry will be different from those that are enforcing this. Now, it's a case of the government is meant to solve the problem, Marianne. The federal government has the power over the oil and gas industry because it is on the exclusive list. But they are also the biggest player in the environment sector, in the oil and gas industry. Even when it comes to people talk about NLNG, they talk about Shell, a lot of people do not know the federal government is the biggest player. So how can you expect the federal government to be the judge and the jury at the same time? It's not possible.
I'm going to come back to you, Kofi. Let's talk more about the politics of this. But let me go back to Chris. Chris, you have done some research. You've worked with some researchers on this suits issue. I remember at the time I was in Port Harcourt, there was a particular machine. I don't know. It was a thing that you used to check the amount of soot that was in the atmosphere. What other tools have you been able to discover to help you monitor, if not necessarily deal with it, but at least monitor how bad the soot is and how good some days can be? Chris, can you hear me? I'm sorry, Chris, I think you can't hear me. But let me throw that question to Tunde Bello. Quickly, Tunde, are there any, because I know that you guys worked with a lot of scientists, you had papers, researchers. Can you answer that question that I asked Chris? Well, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get back to this conversation. Of course, our guest will still be on standby. Still Plus Politics. We'll be right back. Well, thank you for staying with us. It's still Plus Politics on Plus TV Africa, and we're talking about the soot in River State, which has resurfaced. And I'm still being joined by Chris Newsome, Kofi Battels and Tunde Bello, all joining us live from River State. Now, Chris, thank you once again. I did ask a question about the researches that you've done over time and all of the scientists and researchers that you've worked with. Have you been able to come up with something, tools to check or measure how bad, the soot can be daily in the atmosphere? There are days that, you can tell that it's lower, or the days that it's really bad. Because I remember the days that you wake up in the morning and the skies look thick black, like pitch black. It looks really dark and you wonder if, it's going to rain, but it's not raining because, you just have soot in the air.
So yeah, there's expensive tools and cheap tools. We've been able to partner with another NGO called the Centre for Environment, Human Rights and Development, trying out some more economical tools that give you a basic measure of whether the level of air pollution is nothing at all, medium, bad, or spectacularly bad. And we've had ups and downs in terms of getting that onto sort of public spaces. I expect over the next few weeks you're going to see more of those monitors sort of back fully online. They'll give a partial picture sort of across Port Harcourt, but I think really it's reached the point where the bigger players that have got better quality data, there's a need for a fresh attempt from government and to get everybody sharing data in a timely way so that people can see what's going on. And then it's great knowing whether it's very bad or not so bad, but really there's a need to go after the fundamentals in terms of the cause. You can't really just be tracking it. If you're an ordinary person, there are a limited number of things that you can do to reduce the impact on yourself.
Interesting.
The most obvious ones, I'll stop there because obviously that gets us into another question. But,
exactly. I just wanted to ask, because you talked about how expensive the tools are. Is there a partnership? Is there a willingness from the government of River State to partner to see how they can do something on their part? Because from what Kofi has told me, it sounds more like it's the federal government's, deal. It's not necessarily the work of the states. But if the people of River State are feeling the pain of this soot, children are, checked into hospitals for upper respiratory tract infections, children who have asthma having more and more attacks, shouldn't the Governor Wike, we know, be pushing hard on the federal government to make sure that whatever they need to do is done?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's reached that point again. So although it's one PDP administration following another, you've had a change in state government from 2019. We've only just sort of gone through a year where over the last year the situation wasn't so dramatic, and you've only more recently got a new commissioner for the environment. But really, I think there's a need to just face up to reality. It's like this thing is having an impact on a state. So even where the state's powers are limited to act on it, it's got both a right and an obligation to follow up on this pretty vigorously now. And there are leading suspects in terms of causes, but it's going to take a collective action to get any movement on those.
Okay, Tunde, you're a concerned citizen, a father. You have told me that you've contemplated many times about taking your family away from that city. And there's so many people who have left the city because they either have kids. I remember in 2017, a person called on the radio saying that they lost a child because that child had initially had breathing issues, and then with the soot particularly, the child got really sick and then the child died. how much push do you have left in you for the government of the state? Because again, it's the governor that you see, it's the government of River State that you see. You don't see the federal government. They seem a bit far-fetched. How much push do you have left in you? How much push do the people of River State have left in them? Even though I hear that they're not allowed to protest any longer concerning this suit. So what other channels do you go through to get your governor to push the federal government to do its job to protect the lives of the people in River State? Okay, Kofi, maybe you'd answer that question because Tunde is disconnected.
Well, thank you very much, Marianne. I think that the people of River State need to continue to be vocal in demanding for action by the state government. I think that the initial push, which was very big on social media, which was very big on, on traditional media, on radio here, television here nationally, was very good. It caused some things to happen. You had oil and gas companies like Indorama, Element Petrochemicals Limited, inviting journalists to come and look at the facilities and to see the kind of, air they were spewing out as being clean, because it was discussed on radio by you and I. And you remember when we left the studio and went straight to Indorama, we're shown around in a place where people aren't allowed to go into, even let alone the press. So Rivers people need to keep a sustained, advocacy on. The protest was there. There's nothing that stops us from protesting again.
But Kofi, how do they advocate if the government has said we don't want these protests any longer? What other tools are available for them to do that?
The government of River State has not said they don't want protests any longer. I think at some point they said that they're banning protests. But we organized NSAS protests in Port Harcourt. The governor said no one should come out, and he was defied. And we came out, there were policemen everywhere. We marched from the front of the military barracks at Boricam all the way to Government House, stood there for hours, and the governor came out and addressed us, and nothing happened. He doesn't have the power to stop anyone from protesting. With respect to him as a governor of River State, no governor has the power to stop any Nigerian from protesting. It's an inalienable constitutional right. So Rivers can come out anytime. Nigerians can come out anytime they want to protest. And if anything happens, anybody tries to be funny, I'm sure the courts are there to protect the common man. So the people of Port Harcourt and River State need to continue their advocacy, because these people know what is happening. The federal government has a big role to play, but the state governments also have a role to play. Now, we have the oil and gas companies. The refinery here in Port Harcourt is one of the biggest culprits. Sometimes you see them spewing out, a smoke, and it affects the whole environment. We've heard of complaints from people who live around the LMA Akpajo axis. They keep hearing some foul smell at night, and they keep blaming the petrochemicals. The petrochemicals have denied. You go to the Ogoni axis, and the air is so bad. I mean, when you come to Port Harcourt, the air is really bad. It is really bad. People are breathing in. I mean, I personally can lie down in my room or my bed, and I just keep smelling diesel. It's like someone poured diesel in my room. You wake up in the morning, you go out, you can see that the air is thick and it's dark. And if you fly over Port Harcourt, you see the difference. Sometimes all you need to do is take a helicopter ride from Port Harcourt to Bonny, and on the way, you're going to see a lot of artisanal refining sites. Now, what the Vice President, Emil Sibajo, did say to try and solve some of these issues was to bring the artisanal refiners mainstream. So all these guys we call in this part of the country coal fire, the young men who go to the creeks to bust open pipelines, take crude oil, and they go cook and refine it locally, to bring them mainstream and to legalize and formalize this artisanal refining. But the process has not, kicked off in the manner we thought it would kick off. But that is not even a solution, Marianne, because a lot of these young boys who are, refining this crude oil in a local way, what we call coal fire, are just being sent by big men. You have people in the security sector, you have people in the communities, you have people in government, you have people in the oil companies who are part of this.
This leaves me with this question: how can government check itself? Because I mean, these allegations are hefty. How can the government check itself to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Unfortunately, I have to end this conversation here. Sorry, Tunde, we were having issues with your connection. But gentlemen, in closing, is there a headway anytime soon? How many more people are going to be in the ER before the state government and the federal government realizes that its responsibility is to us, the people? In a sentence each. I'll start with you, Tunde. I think you're back now. No. Okay. Well, Chris, quickly.
I'm not sure. In a sentence, I think there's need to be a little bit persistent and in a way, like Kofi said, reboot some of the public advocacy efforts and see whether both arms of government are ready to shoulder the responsibilities they've got. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Kofi?
I'm on the same page with Chris. We need to, spike up the advocacy. People went to bed, people got tired. And it was almost as if the people, the government and all were saying, oh, they will just get tired and forget about it. So people need to speak up, come out again, and remind them that we are not tired. And now we are not afraid. We've come out to protest against SARS and we got some results. I think we can get results with this because it's not just an environmental disaster. It's a health crisis we have on our hands. Something to be done now.
All right, well, that was more than a sentence, but thank you very much. Kofi Bartels is a broadcast journalist in Port Harcourt, River State. Chris Newsom works with the Stakeholder Democracy Network in River State. And of course, Tunde Bello is one of the campaigners with the hashtag Stop the Suit. It's been on since 2016 and we're in 2021. The people of Rivers still cry out. Thank you, gentlemen, for speaking with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll take a short break, and when we return, safety or education, which will the government choose? Well, this is up for discussion when we return.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
The federal government has received some advice from Afe Babalola, a senior lawyer and founder of Afe Babalola University, to reject the repeated or indefinite closure of Nigerian schools as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, he said mass closure of schools, especially universities, without consideration for schools known to be outstanding in the possession of the best facilities capable of putting the virus at bay, was not good for intellectual growth and human capital development of the country. Now, this is coming at a time when COVID-19 cases in the country has surpassed 104,000. To discuss this, advice and how it should be taken. I'm being joined by Dr. Doyin Odubanjo. He is of the Science Association here in Nigeria. I didn't get that correctly, but I will get it right. Thank you, Dr. Doyin, for joining us. He's joining us from Lagos. I also am being joined by Ikechi Wogu. He's an education consultant. He's also an author and a writer. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen.
Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Dr. Doyin. When it comes to COVID-19, everybody obviously wants to support and listen and follow the science. Everybody wants to make sure that they're not making any mistakes, because this is a virus that nobody has been used to. It's not like the normal viruses or the epidemics that we have faced over time. This is a totally different thing. So in terms of opening schools or schools resuming at a set date, what should we be prioritizing? The science or the fact that our education has suffered a setback because of this pandemic?
Well, all of the above, I must say, because it's difficult to not say that education can be left behind. You know, ultimately that would be like postponing the evil day. Actually, the evil day is here with us, because if you decide, number one, that you want to keep the schools closed, and then you say on the basis of science, there are challenges already. Even people trying to work at home with children around are complaining. But children also, you must understand that this is, all this virtual learning is very inequitable. So there are not many students who can actually achieve this. Even the so-called affluent ones attending affluent schools, many people can't actually get good learning done. And that means that in the present day, you are not achieving the maximum you can get for the parents and the child. And on the long run, as we tend to say, the children are the future. Then means that when we get to that future, what does the future hold for us? So you can't say that education is not important, and we can just do the science and say we're chasing the virus alone. This is a complex matter, you know, that is controlling the pandemic. It brings along with it several tentacles of problems you will have to tackle very carefully alongside.
Interesting. Ikechi, you are an educationist. You have a passion for education. You're one person who I know has been, you know, talking about why we should elevate our level of education and make it better. But Afe Babalola here does have a point, doesn't he? He's saying that we are making light of our education and that there are actually schools that can handle the virus and can, you know, make sure that the directives, the rules and the regulations are followed. They have made sure that their spaces in their classrooms, even the school environment, is COVID safe. So government does not necessarily have a right to give a blanket closure of all of these schools. Do you agree with him or not?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think preparation is the word. How ready have the schools been? Apparently, from last year when the pandemic really hit us globally, we realized that some schools were already within their virtual learning environment. So it was a lot easier for them to latch onto the change and move on. Unfortunately, there isn't a clear-cut standard that is achieved across board. So the one thing the government should have worked to achieve is standardization, a situation where you have a minimum benchmark for operations from school to school, and that was lacking. So in the case of Afe Babalola, there's a high sense of preparation, probably post pandemic 2020. He had some sufficient infrastructure to make for the spacing and all that, but that is looking and judging things from his own spectacle. It is not exactly so everywhere else. It's not the same with the government institutions. Of course, you hear the debate every day as to the readiness of ASU to resume learning, okay, the fear of the pandemic and all that. That's because you and I would have gone through some public schools at some phase in our learning, and you would see how crammed the classrooms are. there aren't enough spaces for learning in the public institutions. So government would be judging things from the standpoint of the public institutions, while there is the other side of the divide, which is the private institution. And even at the private level, the readiness is still not the same. So it comes back to government. It behoves of government to begin to create standard pedagogical platforms for proper assessment, for proper delivery, and especially at times like this that stare us in the face, where we could say, okay, there's a minimum benchmark, and if this and this and this and this should be put in place as quickly as you can, then you should come in and begin and resume your studies. By which means we're saying that, okay, some schools could be allowed to run, being that they have all the standards, all the parameters in place, and they can run. Other schools that do not have this and this and this as basics in place should either quickly put them in place, or otherwise they will not be given room to learn. So it's just as simple as that.
I just have a quick follow-up question. When you say that government should go into those schools and check, and you know how we are in this country, and it's not I'm not in any way trying to make us look bad, but you understand how it is when you send a group of people to check certain things. We don't really expect that some people will just say be shut down because they didn't. I mean, you know what happens with the inspectorates of education, inspections in some places. There are corners that are being cut. How are we certain that the people who are allowed to continue to run have followed the set rules and guidelines without cutting corners? Because safety is the most thing that we're prioritizing right now. And how are we certain that the teachers, where they're coming from, let's not forget the children and the teachers don't live in the same place, so where they're coming from, is it safe? And when they come in, are they safe? Before they leave, are they safe? How can we be sure, because of the country that we live in, that these set rules will be followed to the latter, if we must allow some schools to resume and the others don't?
We're looking at pre-visits and post-visits. So right at the gate, there's an entry point to every institution, okay? Are there clearance checks? How do we check the temperatures of the children? Are there wash basins for quick hand washing? Are we made to verify that each child has his face shield, his nose masks, his hands are washed properly, he has his hand sanitizers and all that? Those are basic checks that are carried out within the school environment. And the monitoring steps could be placed on the shoulders of the handlers of the institution. Okay, so the institutions want to remain open so that learning can take place. Now, well ahead of this, we're talking about mature students, probably. Maybe Alfred Babalola is looking at the tertiary institutions, but we could cover the primary, secondary, and tertiary as well. So at the tertiary level, we ensure, like we pointed out, infrastructural availability. There is enough learning environment. Otherwise, the learning is scaled to such an extent that you could have them in bits of hand label standards. So you have 50 students per time, you have 100 students per time, depending on the size of the hall. So ratios are factored in. What's what was the UN standard? Okay, and then what is the standard now? Then when you get to well, it's not too much of the business of the learning institutions like Afe Babalola and others to begin to concern themselves with what the students were doing. I mean, these students and all of us have been attending parties, we go to churches, we go to clubs and all of that. So it's not the responsibility of the school to determine what the life of the student was before he came into school. So it's our own responsibility rather to control what happens everywhere. So if you do that at the churches and at the mosques, you maintain that control adequately, you do that on the streets, and then you can do this on at the schools as well. You discover that there's a linkage of controls, and it is an intelligent way to save the day. Meanwhile, for the inspectorate division, I'm not sure that, yeah, it is easy to say that the work has not been followed through, but what is the rate of supervision? So it's like giving an instruction. Someone is engaged to do this at the Ministry of Education. Is he doing his job? If he's not doing his job, there's a leakage, there's a failure.
Well, that's my
What
question.
is done?
Well, that is the question I posed to you, but let me go to Dr. Doyin now. Doc, you are of the Academy of Sciences, and most importantly, what you push for, what you ask people to do is follow the guidelines that are put out every day. But we see people break these rules. We see people, and that's what I was trying to tell Ikechi. People are breaking these rules. People are having parties every day. Look at what happened on New Year's Day. People showed up in numbers at the beach. So how can we be certain that I mean, you can come to school and try to do what the school says, but what happens when you're away from the school? Is this really safe? Is this risky? And if we say, okay, let everybody go back to school because the government has set a date, how can we control all of these children? You know how children can be, and you know how young people can be. It's not like we're asking elderly people to go back to classes. We're talking about young people who have a mind of their own.
Right, thank you. So that speaks to even the earlier issue or question about Tafe Babalola's opinion. Unfortunately, you can't quite guarantee uniform behavior, which is why you have all of the problems you have, and which is why in trying to control an epidemic or a pandemic, you make rules that have to apply to all. Unfortunately, some people will be better behaved, more compliant than others. But your weakest link is the guy or the lady that will not comply. And that's who you really worry about. And so even when one school says we can meet up with the standards, the question is they are within a society, so you have to deal with everybody equally, knowing that some people are really good at doing what they're doing, but knowing also that there are some very bad ones. And there is always cross-pollination, or there's always interaction between the good and the bad. So even in the environment where they say we have the standards, there will be an introduction of these things if the outside environment is not taken care of. Mm-hmm. So it's difficult. I was actually watching a report also on the UK and why the cases are rising still. And people would assume that it's because people are not compliant or blah, blah, but there's lockdown, there's all of those things in there. And then shockingly, they discovered that the most important thing was the one nobody was doing, which is that if you actually are sick, if you feel sick at all with any of the symptoms, or even feel sick at all, you should isolate for 10 days. And that is the actual rule that very few people are following. And that's why people keep getting infected. And that's unbelievable, that people actually feel sick and they then refuse to isolate. So these are not people who are asymptomatic, these are people who are sick. But they refuse and they still decide, I must go around, I must do everything I'm doing. And that's what you will get. So if a student, for instance, feels sick, he's going to say to himself, I can't afford to miss the lectures. It's going to be too much to catch up, blah, blah, blah. Then he's just going to walk into the lecture room. Again, if I take Panadol, my temperature might not be anything. So if you check it at the gate, I walk right through. So there are issues to be concerned about. And one of the biggest challenges with this kind of situation is that what it really takes to control it is what we know as behavioral change management. Mm-hmm. And that is one of the most difficult things to achieve. That's why everybody is running for vaccines, running for drugs, running for all kinds of things. But I keep telling them what you need is behavioral change management. You know it, but we know that it's hard work. Getting people to change their lifestyle, getting them to live differently is very hard work. And it takes quite a bit of time. And that's what we're not willing to pay attention to, or we know it's very difficult. That's why we're not going that route. And we're looking for the shortcut of the drugs and even law enforcement, But law enforcement means if you're not there every time, everywhere, they're going to cut corners. Like you said earlier, they're going to do what they're not supposed to do. So it's really challenging. And I must say that, again, if you're thinking about should the schools open and all of that, the point is other places are open. So it makes it very difficult to justify even now why you should not open the schools. Because, the question will be, how come you left everything else open? So we're in a tight corner, mostly. It's complex, no easy answers.
I guess this is a debate that's going to be ongoing until the government decides whether they should open the schools or not. But I want to thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. Ikechi Wogu is an education consultant. He joined us live from River State. And Dr. Doyin Odubanjo is of the Nigerian Academy of Sciences. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having this conversation with me.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we want to hear what the public has to say about this situation. And of course, my take will come next.
I don't think it's safe because of the fact that the second wave is getting stronger, and with the situation of the country now, if school resumes back, I don't think students, because of the fact that the school will be crowded, and I don't think the government will have created enough measures in terms of how those students will be safe while in school. So I think the best thing is for the kids to be at home while they continue with their, e-learning, for those in secondary school and primary school. Then for those in tertiary institution, let them stay at home. Because even aside from Nigeria, other countries, they are on lockdown. So why go back to school? Why allow the kids go back to school? It's no brainer. So I just feel they should just stay at home, and when it's safe, they go back to school.
I say if there is proper precaution at the school and there is a safety this thing, I think it's okay for them to resume. And there is maybe this 1 meter distance. So I didn't see what is bad in it.
I think it will be wise and it will be good for school to resume, but then we have to adhere strictly to the instructions and the guidelines given. If we can all obey that, then it's good to go, because already the children are tired of staying at home. And the more they keep staying at home, the more the education, everything goes down. So in my own opinion, it's good for school to resume, but we need to adhere strictly to the guidelines.
It's not a safe time for...
Well, it's time for my take. Well, dear Governor Wike, 4 years now, and yet the people of Rivers State are still inhaling this dangerous suit. When will they get some respite? I mean, you promised to lead, to serve and protect them. They're asking you to do just that. Find these air polluters and bring them to justice. No more bulk passing. Do right by your people. And today we face a deadly virus, a pandemic that's strange to humankind. And in fighting to get back our normalcy, we must do all that we can to follow the rules, the guidelines. Wash your hands, wear a mask, social distance, and protect yourself, because the life you save might be yours. I am Mariana Cohn. It's been Plus Politics. Don't forget, you can follow us on social media. The conversation continues on our Twitter and, of course, on our Facebook pages with the hashtag Plus Politics. Tell us what you think about all that we have been discussing, and we would be glad to hear from you. Have a lovely evening.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I would take the vaccine on a condition. That is, if our politicians, the leaders, will test it first and will see it works in them before I will go into that.
Yes, I will, but due to what they say that prevention is better than cure, so I will take the vaccine for the purpose of in case of. But for me, I didn't believe there is COVID-19 in Nigeria.
It will depend on the science behind it, who's behind it, the pharmaceutical company behind it, the research behind it. Like I said, it's based on the science that is behind it. Can they show that they understand what COVID-19 is?
Would you take it?
For anything. Because I can't even experience that thing. My family and me, my people, we can never encounter that kind of COVID-19. because there is no COVID-19 in Nigeria.
I will not take it anymore. And anybody work close to me, I will not allow him to take anything like vaccine. I go school, I know something like about something like that. So I will not take myself to taking something like vaccine, because I not take like something like corona would attend to me, right? Because I didn't believe on it. That's it.
No. The whole corona, whatever, all those ones is a lie, I know. So it's a lie. So why will I take anything about corona or whatever? No, I won't take it.
Yeah, from my own point of view, I don't think I would want to. The reason is this: I might need them to run a check on it and then test someone else. Then if it works perfectly, then who am I to say no?
I'll take just to profession myself now, to prepare myself. So, as far as all over the world I take it to just, have any other cure for now, even in this country. So I'll take the Vaseline to secure myself, my family, my children, my wife.
I will take it if it's real, if it's not fake. It's fake. Everything they are doing is fake.
No. Why? They should use it to treat their family, not us. Nothing is wrong with us. We are not sick.
a lè lo kò sílé kò ń bì nọ́mbà tó ló ń wà tó bá ti rẹ̀ èèyàn kọ́ má rí pé èèyàn wúkọ́ àbẹ́yàn sick lásán ọmọ àná ní COVID-19 nìyẹn.
Yeah, I would definitely. I would if it's 100% guaranteed. If other people are taking it and things are really going on well, why not? I would take it.
I don't know. I will have to test the authenticity first.
Yes, it's for our safety. It's for our being. The deadly disease is everywhere. So we need to protect ourselves to be alive. Yes.
Of course, I will take it if it becomes available.
Why would you take it?
Because you have to be part of the global community. You can't isolate yourself from what is happening in the world. Everybody knows that COVID-19 is ravaging the world. It's a fact. So if something comes up, you understand, to prevent you from having COVID-19, you just have to trust your instinct and take it.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all
be gone. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are a force to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, yeah, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education they wouldn't be where they are, and then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones, a lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more, because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latona should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves. We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy, and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading, because you know already what you are gaining from reading, and then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
New York City has always been a place for big dreams and big dreamers, where anything seems possible and where immigrants have the opportunity to start a new life with the hope of striking it rich. That American dream is alive and well in Harlem along 125th Street, where African hair breeders start the day early in the streets and on the subway, competing for clients who want their hair done just right.
I love my hair being braided because it's a protective style. I'm natural, so I don't really like to put chemicals. I don't put weave.
It makes me feel like me, comfortable myself.
I can roll out of bed, my hair's already done. Don't have to worry about my hair being protected. So, the braids really do help last.
My hair is almost important as eating and drinking water.
Many American women pay hundreds of dollars to have their hair braided. So it is a lucrative opportunity for African immigrants, many of whom know the braiding techniques from childhood and who often have trouble finding work as new arrivals who may not speak English.
De façon générale, toutes celles qui arrivent ici.
All women who come here, who don't have legal papers and don't know anyone, regardless if they have a high school diploma or even a PhD, they start braiding hair until they can do something else.
African women come here to America, and that may be one of the only things that they can do here. They may not have gone to school, they don't speak the language, but they can come here and they can make a living doing something that they've been doing all their lives.
In a hair braiding industry dominated by women, there is one man who is making it big in Detroit. Salion Kouyate's family is from both Guinea and Mali. He came to the United States 20 years ago with a passion for hair.
My first love is the braid. When I see a woman with braided hair, a beautiful hairstyle, I fall in love. Like now, I am in love with these braids. They are well twisted, they're beautiful. So when my client goes home today, the love that I feel in my heart will be the same love in the heart of her husband. Braiding is my job, and my life revolves around braids. As soon as I touch someone's hair, I start braiding automatically. While braiding, I think about my problems, the solutions, my future projects.
It all started for Salion in Bamako, where his magic fingers made him the star of the neighborhood at just 12 years old.
He used to make dolls out of corn husks and braid them. He could braid any kind of hairstyle.
He could braid any style. He learned a lot during his childhood. When our hair was not made, he was the one who would braid us.
At the time, there was a popular hairstyle called Kara in Bamako, and everyone wanted Salion to braid their hair with this style. He was willing to do it, and for free.
20 years later, Salion's clients say his fingers are still magic.
When he braids your hair, you can feel the love. He's not just doing your hair, he's making you look more beautiful.
This part
first time I had a man braid my hair. When he said he was gonna braid my hair, I said, oh my God, I'm about to have a power drill in my head. But he's more softer than it is when working with the women. Because I done seen some mean women with their mean vice grip on top of my head. I can't even tell that he's in my head compared to the women. Every time he did a braid, I touch the braid that he does, and it actually feels perfect.
In New York City, that perfection and the beauty it reveals can come with a high price tag.
How much you spend every month to get your hair braiding?
90 or like 100. Either 120 or 100.
Oh, I spend $150 to $200 sometimes on the hairstyles that I want.
Oh, these actually got a good price because I knew the person. Between every 6 months, I probably pay an average of $300 to go to the Africans.
It's about $700 a month. So 700 times 12. I spend a lot of money.
You look beautiful.
We see more and more women from various ethnicities that want to braid their hair. White, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, everyone wants to wear braids.
Before opening her first salon called Soraya's House of Beauty, Hassana Zompaligre had to learn her craft.
I was a shopkeeper in Burkina Faso. I used to buy goods there and sell them to my African sisters here. When I would come in their hair salons, it was always busy, with clients waiting. First, I didn't know how to weave, so they taught me how to finish the ends. At the end of the day, they sometimes gave me $100 to $200 US. I thought there's money to be made here. One day, the owner asked if I could bring her customers. I told her I did not speak English. She told me, just ask them. Hair braiding, miss? So that's what I did. And when a customer was interested, I took her to my boss where they discussed the price. That's how I started in the world of braiding.
Her mother paid like $100, right?
The salon is not only a place to look great. It is also a refuge from the outside world where women share stories and cultures.
The braiding shop is a place where people who come newly from Africa is a place where they can come and get used to the American culture, learn the American culture, and put their feet.
It is one of the few places where Africans and African Americans regularly mix.
The only place where we are able to actually come together as African American and African is the braiding shop. And the only place where, as African, we can actually have the opportunity to educate African American about our culture, about who we are, because many times you find ourselves that people think you people live in the bush.
It's an opportunity for American women to meet African women and be able to learn about them, learn about their culture, where they're from, because otherwise there hadn't been those opportunities.
This job is not just about the money. It's about putting joy in people's heart. It's a positive energy that you can give to someone who is depressed.
Ça m'a aidé à connaître d'autres personnes et d'autres cultures.
It helped me learn about other people and other cultures. Every time I braid, I discover something new.
Do you have those scissors for the $3.99 one?
Yeah. So Ben has been coming here for more than like 15 years actually. He's kind of like family. I don't feel any hesitation. I'm very confident in being able to send my customers over there and they're going to be treated well. He helps me, I help him. Like he tells me, Christine, you got to put this product because you know this works really well. Because sometimes we don't know either.
Braiding is not just about beauty. Some women are turning to the style for health reasons.
So many people, even they go to the doctor tells them, stop putting chemicals.
I've always been used to having thick, long hair. And within the last months, I have had cancer. So the braiding, it helps me to keep my hair, to keep maintaining and keep it growing and just to keep stuff out of it. I can wear it in different styles. It helps me more than harms me, more than any other hairstyle I get. That's about it. When my hair is done, it makes me feel better.
Bonjour les garçons.
Hello boys, wake up. How are you?
Every summer, Salion's children come from Paris to visit their naturalized American father.
Tu veux ça? Oh.
Ça. Peut-être.
Oui. Oh non, non, ça.
Online, they talk every day to their youngest brother and their mother in Paris.
This is my fourth child, my fourth son.
J'aime tresser ma propre femme.
I love braiding my wife's hair because it is fun. She does not really like her hair being pulled. It hurts her.
On tire ses cheveux.
So when I joke with her and pull it gently, we laugh about it. I often tell her, okay, today is Sunday. I'll braid your hair differently today, not like the others. So these moments, the time spent together for 2 or 3 hours, it's like part of our marriage. So hair braiding for me is a way to flirt with my wife. I met my wife when we were very young. She's hard of hearing, but this is what made me want to talk to her. I wanted to understand what she was saying. She lives today in France, and I'm in the United States. But I do not take any decision without consulting her. And God blessed us with 4 boys.
9 in the morning and time for work.
But no, King twist is 160, the short the length. But when you take a 170, it's a long one, like you said, the middle of your back. Okay, 170 hair include.
It's a 24/7 business. That's how it is in America.
Tell me some celebrities in America. We in France, we have Griezmann.
We have Pogba.
No.
We have Michael Jordan.
Salion spends part of the year in France where his wife is waiting to complete her U.S. immigration process. While they are waiting, he introduces his children to the American way of life. Braiding increasing popularity among celebrities in sports, music, and film offers greater opportunities for braiders such as Salion, who includes among his clients the Guinean musician Oumou Djoubate.
At the time, I was organizing baptisms, weddings and concerts, and Salion used to braid my hair and other women's hair. He did that up until he opened his own hair braiding salon in the United States.
In Africa, braids represent social rank or the celebration of important cultural events. But in the United States, braids have more traditionally been associated with revolt against racial injustice and with reaffirmation of African Americans' connection to Africa. That makes them a potent symbol for many Americans. Pamela Farrell was an amateur hair braider in Washington, D.C. in the early 1980s. She remembers well the day when her boss at her day job told her to remove her braids.
He told me that I could not wear my braided hairstyle there. It was not appropriate for his clientele. I cried because I knew it was wrong. I knew my hairstyle was beautiful. And I decided that I was going to braid so many heads that this would never happen to anyone else again. Then I decided, okay, I'm going to open a business. And when I opened the business, I got a phone call from DC government telling me I had to shut down my business because I didn't have a cosmetology license. I opened a salon for social justice. I was fighting to make sure that African American women could go to their jobs wearing their hair braided, twisted, locked, or natural. And then that was the first fight. And then the second fight was that they could open up salons, because around the country, you know, they made it illegal to braid hair without a cosmetology license.
Today, Pamela continues the fight to protect hair braiders. Her book, Where Beauty Touches Me, celebrates the diversity of braiding and its affirmation of the African aesthetic. This manual for families wishing to embrace the hairstyles of contemporary African beauty is so central to the contemporary identity that it is now sold at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. Despite those advancements, there are still challenges to being a professional hair braider in the United States.
Yes, that's it.
In New York, for example, braiding without a license is punishable by a $2,500 fine.
It's not easy for us. The government is asking us for licenses. Many women hide because they do not have the license.
In Maryland, local hair braiders banded together to block their state from enacting similar licensing laws. Julie Wakaria is a founding member of the Maryland Hair Braiders Association.
It started 3 years ago, where the African American salon owners decided to go to the Maryland House of Delegates and have them pass a law that will make the braider go to school for 1,500 hours, which didn't make any sense to anybody.
They moved quickly to lobby state lawmakers at Maryland's House of Delegates.
The law was going to be passed on a Friday. We had it on Wednesday. We woke up. We decided we walk around and mobilize with phone call everywhere to every braiding shop we could get and try to mobilize people to go to the House of Delegates. We presented our case to the delegate. At the end, they were like, oh, we don't know what is that. What is braiding? We don't know what is it. Because, I mean, they really didn't have no idea. So they couldn't pass the law.
We decided not to do the bill because it would have foreclosed a lot of economic opportunity for immigrants. We were trying to regulate something that we really didn't understand: the cultural, the techniques, the safety procedures that are put in that really make this type of regulation unnecessary. Now you have lawmakers that are more well-informed, and frankly, as long as I'm in office, I'm going to fight any sort of attempt to regulate that industry based on the conversations that I had at that town hall, which was tremendously enlightening and invigorating, frankly.
Julie Wakaria says hair braiders themselves have health challenges, including long hours standing with their heads constantly bowed down and the repetitive movement of their fingers.
Many braiders have problem with the neck.
This Senegalese twist, this is messing up our hands. Everybody is getting capitulum.
Je peux faire 12 heures.
I can work 12 hours a day. During these 12 hours, I stand on my feet almost half the time. And that depends on the style of the braid. But in general, I'm standing. And that has a toll on my back and my chest, those muscles there.
Like many jobs with long hours, there is also the challenge of balancing family life.
Tu peux rester là du matin jusqu'à 16 heures.
I come to work in the morning and leave at 4 p.m. Let's say a client comes in at 4 p.m. and wants a $120 hairstyle, and I've been here all day without a single client. I rent a chair in the salon and owe rent to the owner, so I stay and take the client. Even the owner has to pay her girls per week, take care of her rent, cable, and other bills. So yes, you take the client. And if you take a client at 4 p.m. for a 4 or 5 hour session, what time will you finish? What time will you be home in order to cook and take care of the kids?
There's never enough time for my personal life. I'm always here. I'm always tired. It's not easy. I cannot even travel because of business, even though I have an assistant. I'm always here. I can't leave the business, so that's that.
Being a hair braider presents unique challenges for men, where many African cultures judge it to be effeminate or religiously objectionable. Salion's family remembers the mockery he endured.
It was under this tree that he used to braid our hair and ignore the people who would call him man woman. But Salian never got upset or angry. He would tell them, I would rather be a woman than a thief or a drug addict. This will allow me to get married and build a house.
Here in Mali, it was frowned upon for a man to do braids. And in our religion, it was considered a sin. I argued a lot with him. I even beat him one day because of that.
At first, I was told that it was a curse for a boy to braid hair, which made me have some doubts. Does my religion accept this profession? I kept questioning myself, even when I was learning how to braid and starting my own business.
In Islam, women should not expose their bodies to strangers. Having a Muslim man braid a woman's hair is a delicate issue because he's a stranger touching her hair. But there are no texts in the Quran that forbids or authorizes men to do that. There are none. It does not exist in the Quran. If the individual respects himself, is the breadwinner in his family and does that job while being professional, I would say yes. Yes, he can.
Is that the same color as that?
Yeah.
You sure?
I think this is better. For
me, a good customer is a woman who knows what she wants, who is not difficult to braid. And when I suggest some changes, she reacts positively.
It's something pulling right here, right here. What's this? Hot dang it.
What is it, hurt?
Yeah, you bet it does. But that's the pain you gotta take with the beauty. It's my first time getting cheeky twist. Okay, what's this in the back of my head? What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh. Oh. Oh, God. I'm gonna need a big aspirin after this. It's looking beautiful, it's painful, and expensive.
And why do you still do it?
Because I like to look beautiful, and I'm priceless. Who? Jesus, who on this head right here? Who on here? Who right here? Who right here? Somebody right here on the brain. On the equilibrium. My cubicle vortex is not functioning right now.
I collaborated with African American salon owners and taught them how to braid African style. And they showed me the African American techniques in return. The styles that you would see during slavery, how slaves used to braid. They taught me that, and I incorporated it into the African braiding style. The results have made my salon very successful.
Hello, African Hair Braiding, can I help you?
Hair braiding made me thrive. It helped me buy a house here, buy a car, invest in my country, and bring my family and my brothers here.
Papa, la pizza.
C'est fini?
Did you eat it all?
Mais il a une pizza.
Mon papa
My dad passed away when I was 5. My mom had to work long hours to raise us. She used to drop us off at our uncles and aunts. We grew up with different families because she couldn't support us financially by herself. It's thanks to braiding that I was able to give back to my mom, give her a good life, a life fit for a queen. To my friends who laughed at me when I was little, I would like to say to them today, your teasing encouraged me to be better. The little boy has become a great hair braider. My only advice to any parent or anyone who sees someone doing something out of the ordinary is to never make fun of them. There are no foolish jobs, there are only foolish people.
Men or women, African hair braiders in the United States are unanimous. Despite economic challenges and restrictions on immigration, they are full of hope and courage, pursuing the American dream, one braid at a time.
Yo Malisa jo ba fila be malibasa jo. Malisa jo ba fila be malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be malisa. Malisa jo ba fila be malibasa jo. Nko che dala kanuke, che lana kanuke, che ni che bala kanuke bi korote la kaniola. Muso bara kanuke, muso bara kanuke, muso ni muso dala kanuke bi korote la kaniola. Ali korote kanimena bi mogori korosi kanuna. Korote kanumena bi mogoye korosi la kanuna. Muso di la kanunke, muso da la kanunke, muso niche bara kanunke bi koroye la kaniola.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the first truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is PLOS TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're winning. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the ones inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Welcome to Plus Events, and yes, there is a brand new episode just for you. First on our lineup is the YouTube Music Week Virtual Hangout.
YouTube held a virtual hangout, which featured top shotters in the music industry such as Peter Rankin, DJ Copy, Adekunle Gold, and Fireboy. This held from the 21st to the 27th of September, tagged the YouTube Music Week. The artists used this platform to share some of their interesting plans with their fans. In this episode, we will be showing you the virtual hangouts of DJ Copy and Adekunle Gold, respectively. DJ Copy spoke on an album titled Original Copy and the inspiration behind the album.
You know, so many people ask me why I named this album Original Copy, and I actually put it in the hands of my fans. That was really the plan. I wanted it to feel like a joint collaboration because my cupcakes have been such a big part of my journey. And I remember when a lot of people said I was better off doing everything else in the world than music. It's my cupcakes that stood by me and kept me going. So I really wanted this album to be for them. I wanted them to be proud of it. So I remember I kicked the campaign off with a choice of 4 different names, and Original Copy won by a massive majority. But a lot of people said, why is it Original Copy, C-O-P-Y? Not copy, C-U-P-P-Y. It's because original copy is an oxymoron. It's a contradiction. There is no original of a copy. And I feel like I'm very much in this African music industry as a contradiction. I feel like I'm bringing something else. I'm rewriting the rules. I'm doing what people said I shouldn't and couldn't do.
Can you tell us some of the things you had to do to prepare for the album? And then just walk us through how you actually did walk through the whole entire album.
Absolutely. So for starters, everybody knew Copy as a DJ, and it's a narrative I've been fighting and trying to recreate for a very long time. You know, I view myself as a creative, so I shouldn't be just a DJ. I shouldn't be locked up in this box. And the first thing to do was work on my other skills, including singing. You know, I just didn't feel comfortable shouting, oh, it's DJ Copy, or just taking songs from artists. I wanted to be truly part of the creative process. And, you know, shout out to Techno. He was the first person to push me and first person to really show me that I could sing on my record.
There was also an interactive session between DJ Copy and fans who commented via social media on their favorite songs in the album.
There are comments from folks just saying the songs they like. They like the Copy versus Stonebwoy, and a lot of people love that one. Karma, right? Feel Good by Fireboy. That's also another one that everyone loves. They love the Wyclef collaboration is also fantastic.
The fans also got the chance to ask their questions.
You have a lot of jokers here. Somebody said, copy, send me your account number. That's from Chemical Brother.
I'll send it to. Send me something. Send me money to put petrol in my Ferrari. The inspiration behind Jollof on the Jet, I kid you not, Farouk. I was flying from Accra to Lagos, got on the jet, they gave me jollof rice, I ate it, we landed, end of story. So me and Killer Tunes were on the plane together, and I was like, oh, Killer Tunes, we're eating jollof on the jet. It's like, yeah, man, jollof on the jet. Me and Rema had been talking about how we wanted to work together. So I just said to Rema, as soon as I landed, jollof on the jet.
Surprisingly, Copy engaged a fan.
I want to ask you something. I'm going to shoot the video for Feel Good and put it on YouTube. Give me one idea of what the video should be like. If I like it,
Feel
I'll do
good. Feel good. I think if you feature your Ferrari, yeah, because that's just the life. It's just you living the life and enjoying the life as it comes.
Adekunle Gold session opened up with a virtual listening of his Afro Pop Volume 1 album for everyone in attendance.
Baby, you wind up on me now. We love to see the girl wind up on me now. I did my penthouse, you can't even reach me enough right here.
During the virtual hangout, he also spoke about the transitioning of his sound.
The albums that I released, 3 albums so far, right? There's been changes. Gold was intentional, right? Everything I've done has been intentional, clearly. Right? But Gold was more high life, and that's because that was what I was really feeling back then, right? Yeah. About 30 was an upgrade, a bit more pop, and then that's because that's what I was feeling. And then, as you mentioned that during Gold, I knew that I wanted to make About 30. I knew what I wanted the sound to be like. So, yeah, so I went into About 30 with clear intentions as well. During About 30, November 2017, I already had a name for my third album, which is Afropop. So I already knew the direction I was going with it. So like you can see that there's an intention, there's a progression. I knew what I wanted to do with each project.
So is there any particular difference between the old Adekunle Gold or Adekunle Gold and the new AG Baby vibe from your own perspective?
I guess I'm just more confident now. I think that's it. Nothing. Yeah, same person, just more confident. Yeah, and I don't. I say a lot more now without worrying that I might be misconstrued. Yeah, before I used to be a lot afraid about how people would perceive the kind of things that I wanted to say. How I wanted to look, but now I don't even care anymore. I'm just doing me.
Okay, let's do this. Amala Osemo.
Come on, Amala.
No. Describe yourself in 3 words.
Try to shorten it. Can I put hyphen in it?
Describe yourself in 3 words. Baby is your name.
I think I'm chilled, creative, and then tenacious.
Okay. What's your favorite movie quote, if at all you have any?
Quotes. I can't think of anyone right now.
There was a question and answer session with the fans.
She says, who else, or he or she, I don't know talk about, but who else thinks Adekunle, AG Baby, and Simi kind of look alike?
Yeah. AG Baby, yeah.
I think so too. They're getting,
Is that not normal? When you marry somebody,
it's not getting normal.
So how do you jiggle between fatherhood and music? Like, how do you do the two together?
How do I? Yeah. I mean, thank God it's not just me alone in the business, Yeah. So I get help sometimes. When do I struggle with answering this question? Because yeah, I don't think one takes skinny. It's just when I get a chance to do music, I do music. When it's time to play with my baby, I do it. So yeah, nothing. I don't even think I've had problem at all, honestly.
Nice one.
In all, it was an amazing hangout.
Up next is the Shanti Aesthetic virtual exhibition. Enjoy.
In a world where COVID-19 has left most events virtual, creativity is a must for artists in order to stay relevant and express their art. This is evident in the case of Sylvester Aigbogun, who created a virtual art exhibition platform. The show was hosted by Eventful Limited. It unveiled how the COVID-19 pandemic has incredibly ushered a golden age of virtual media, which offers unprecedented access to some of the world's cultural touchstones, some previously financially or physically inaccessible. The exhibition, which has over 25 paintings on show, provides for art collectors to pick works that engage them in visual dialogue, from a skillful application of shades and colors that complement composite imageries. The works and displays interact with viewers. His body of work is a rich collection of expression which are categorized into 4 parts: emotions, habitats, lifestyle, and street scenes. Plus Events is happy to be a part of this initiative. Plus Events spoke to Sylvester Aigbogun, the artist of the Shanti Aesthetic. He spoke about his inspiration.
2 things here. One is the idea for building a body of work with Shanti aesthetics in mind. And then the second idea was something that was born out of a collaboration with a company, Eventful Limited. They are an events company, event management company. So we do quite a bit of work together because I'm a graphics artist as well as a painter. So I do quite a bit of work with them in putting together their events. So I have a friend who works with Eventful who suggested it. He was like, look, we are all in this time of a pandemic that's possibly brought business to a halt for people like us who are businesses depend on people gathering together to hold events and all that. So when he suggested a collaboration, because he knows that I paint, I thought it was a pretty good idea, and I agreed to it.
He also spoke about the future of art exhibition.
I'm an artist and I paint, so it freed up time for me. Staying at home and for most people who were able to work from home, it didn't happen for somebody like me, because I'm a printer. And if I'm not printing, I'm practically not doing anything. So I could direct all my energy into my painting, which is what I did.
Finally is a special package on the future of the event industry post-COVID-19. Educative, I suppose.
It is no longer news that the COVID-19 pandemic has had an economic impact on many sectors and businesses. Many businesses will be forced to evolve and change strategy. Today, we'll be focusing on the event industry. How has the pandemic and lockdown impacted on events in Nigeria? From cancelled and postponed events to weddings and birthday parties, will event planners consider going virtual?
If you're an event organizer and you haven't actually learned how to use platforms like Zoom, like YouTube Live, like Facebook Live, those digital platforms, then you'll be left behind. You'll get displaced along the process.
Following the lockdown order and ban on social gatherings, Nigeria foresaw its first virtual wedding. And also across the globe, such as India, Slough in the United Kingdom, and other countries amidst the lockdown. Even though it seems like a good alternative in these torrid times, how legally binding is a virtual wedding? We spoke to Abisola Ogunbadijo, a lawyer, who gives us a legal perspective.
The Marriage Act, which is the law that currently regulates the conduct and celebration of statutory marriages, which is the union between one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others, does not make any provision for online weddings. Under the Marriage Act, there are some mandatory requirements that one must fulfill before a marriage can be said to be legal, and there are also some laid down procedures that must be followed in its celebration. Now, in addressing this, I'm going to highlight the key provisions of the Marriage Act and compare it with the arrangement or the process of conducting an online wedding. Under the Act, a marriage may be celebrated at the marriage registry or a licensed place of worship. Now, this is extremely important as the Act is specific about the physical location where the marriage is celebrated, and that is why it is often stated that before you get married in a church, ensure that your church is a licensed place of worship, as not all churches are licensed to celebrate marriages. Now, couples who have explored online weddings may want to argue that the physical location is not the internet, but the physical location is their home. Well, that's interesting, but I'd like to avert their mind to Section 23 of the Marriage Act, which specifically states that no minister shall celebrate a marriage in a building that has not been licensed. Now, the effect of this is if you celebrate a marriage in your home, but that particular location or building has not been duly licensed or approval has not been obtained in respect of that location, then a minister should not celebrate a marriage in such location. And this is the same reason why couples cannot just go to the beach or to a garden to celebrate their marriage. Another crucial point to note as it relates to why online wedding is not valid or recognized under the Marriage Act is the provision of the Act that stipulates that during the celebration of the marriage, the officiant or the minister must be physically present, and there must also be at least 2 witnesses physically present during the celebration of the marriage. Correctional measures that I would advise for any couple who has conducted an online wedding already is that they should go to the marriage registry and apply and follow the due process of how a marriage ought to be celebrated. My advice to people who are eager to get married or who want to explore the video conference app by getting married online is that they should seek the necessary legal advice. So if you're unfamiliar with a particular arrangement, seek the legal advice so that you can be aware of the legal implications. The couples can also reach out to the marriage registry, maybe send a mail or put a call through. And the interesting thing is, the whole process of application can actually be done online. Yes, it is possible to make virtual weddings legal in the future. Nothing is impossible, and the world is evolving. I read somewhere that the United Arab Emirates now has online wedding service for couples who intend to get married. I also read somewhere that the New York governor also signed an executive order for couples to conduct their wedding online. So yes, it is very possible. If other countries are doing it, it's just a matter of time. Nigeria might soon explore that alternative too.
We also know that the government is strict on these orders and restrictions of social gathering, as was evident in the case of Funke Akindele and husband JJC Skills. We spoke to event professionals about the future of the Nigerian event industry post-COVID-19, and here are the things they had to say.
So the future of the events industry, I would say post-COVID, is first of all very, very uncertain, because we are living in a time that is actually uncertain. So the future of the events industry is dependent on many, many factors. It's dependent on how quickly a vaccine is found. It's dependent on how we can stop the spread. It's dependent on how we can ensure that we bring in a lot of health and safety to our events. It depends on how one can, think of new things to do, or how well to do our events. So the future of the events industry, definitely post-COVID, is an industry that will survive, but with a lot of changes, in it.
So choose a platform first. Pick a place. So you want to do it on YouTube, or you want to do it on Zoom, whatever it is you want to, just pick a platform. Once you pick a platform, then try to pick a very nice name for it. Then if you're going to have a host, try to, identify who is the host and who can do this well, or who has been doing this hosting thing very well and understands how it works. Then you can now have your guests too on the side as well. On platform like Zoom, it allows you to actually build like a registration within your webinar or your event. So you can build like a registration link that you can share with people. So if you have like a WhatsApp group or a WhatsApp community, or you want to just go ahead and use media platforms or social media to get your guests to attend that event, then you can then push the link all over the social media pages, get influencers to push your link, or hire a PR firm. Yes, and towards the event, you can send newsletter to people. Don't just keep quiet and wait to the event. Check out the list of people that have signed up. Send them an email and say, oh, thank you for signing up. We can't wait to have you join us. Things like that. Then 3 days to go. Oh, 3 days to go. We can't wait to join. We can't wait for you to join us. We're counting that we're so excited, and we hope you are excited as well. 2 days to go. You do the same. 1 day to go. You can, shoot them the video of one of the speakers and say, oh, this person is so excited about this event. We can't wait to see you as well. So that they are all in tune. Then when the event day is around the corner, there's a way you can mute everybody so that, because on the Zoom platform, there's so many people that don't mute themselves. So you have to use the mute all button and mute everybody. So if people want to speak, or you have room for question, then you can then unmute people and have them raise their hands. They can even raise their hands and also use the chat bar.
I think that it's very clear that social events will never be the same again. There's no doubt about that. Things are definitely gonna change. I mean, there'll be lots of government restrictions in place. People are going to be careful about how they contact people, because until we get a vaccine for COVID-19, which is at least a year away, we know that we are still going to have the possibility of being infected by people. So, when we look at how we're going to manage advice going forward, we're going to have to put a number of things into place as event organizers. For example, we're going to have to make sure that sanitation is very good. So we have sanitizers in place. We make sure that we keep social distancing as much as possible. We're going to have to make sure that we do proper registration of all vendors and all guests. So in case we have to do contact tracing. And we're going to have to make sure that we actually check that those phone numbers do exist. Because as you do know, a part of the problem that the government has been happening is that people have been putting down fake or false phone numbers. So it's been very hard to track people down. We're going to have to spend more on sanitizers, possibly surgical masks available for the vendors, particularly people that are doing food and stuff like that. We're also going to have to make sure organizers and participants are actively aware of what we're going to be